Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. Thanks. We're going to wait a little while longer. We're going to start at exactly 9 o'clock. So let some more people jump in, and then we're going to start with orientation and get this conference started. All right, hello everyone. Welcome to our Black and Cyber Secret Con. Before I get started in this orientation, I just want everybody to start dropping in the chat where you're joining from and saying hello so we can see who's here. Great, keep them coming, everyone. Good morning, or good morning, even from the East Coast. All right, let's go ahead and jump into this. So I am Garrison Best. I am the Director of Communications for Black and Cybersecurity. We have on the screen right now, we have our some of our social media handles and our logo. And if this is your first conference, drop in the chat as well so we can see, get to know you and reach out to you. Okay. Black and Cyber Secret Con 2020. Hope this was a good little mystery for you guys to figure out. It's something that we thought would be cool for our members in our community. So we hope you like it. We have some really good talks for you guys. So during this event, we have some hashtags that we would like for you to go on social media and use as you're looking at talks, just jumping in and out, hearing everybody speak, put a comment up there how you're liking the conference, what was your favorite talk on any social media platform. These are hashtags that we're using for this event. So note that. I'm gonna leave that up for a little bit so you guys can see that. All right, so here's some pictures. Picture from DEF CON on the left, the picture on the right. Trying to jump through the pictures a little bit. So what is BIC? Black and Cybersecurity is the premier conference series, meetup group and organization spearheading the way to solving the disparity between the Black community and cybersecurity knowledge and resources. So in Black and Cybersecurity, we seek to encourage the participation of Black people in cybersecurity and conduct a premier conference series emphasizing the influence of Black people in the cybersecurity and STEM field. So these are our official colors, our shield. This is our big binary X shield, and this is our official slogan. So one thing that we definitely pride ourselves in is having this laid back, fun atmosphere, open for anybody in the community, new or old, to learn and to get to network with like-minded individuals in our community. So we're always continuously learning. If you're in our Slack channel, we post stuff every day, different information to kind of help you learn different parts of cybersecurity. So we definitely want to create a safe space for our community. Like I said, we try to help people from our community with all skill sets. So nobody's excluded from our community. We have people that started in art, And now in cybersecurity, we have people that have been in the field for 10 plus years that are in our community. So we're just trying to make sure that everybody has a place to meet and network with each other. So dealing with our community and membership. So currently, our headquarters is in Washington, D.C. area. So we go by BIC as headquarters. We have various groups around the world that go by BIC and location. We also have our communities that are dealing with on campuses, and I'm gonna cover that a little bit later. So we do call our community family, family members. So if you get in our Slack channel, if you have a conversation with us, we always say, you know, welcome family, welcome to the family. So definitely try to encourage that as you join in the community. 1 second, please. Cool. So our requirement that we ask everyone is be willing to work hard, learn, and to grow, and do the same thing for others. So we're just here to help each other. So if you have some information, share it, and vice versa. We grow together. So how would you be able to get into Slack or add other people to our Slack channel? So you can email us. Our email is on our website. And dealing with word of mouth, somebody's already in our community can add you or talk to us and we can add you to our Slack channel. Please feel free to, if you have any questions about that, you can drop it in the chat. Hopefully one of our members can try to help and guide you with some better information on that. So what do we have in our Slack channel? Why it's so great to join our Slack channel? So we have job opportunities, career service resources. We have local big group channels for states and cities. So if you think you're the only person in a certain area, check in one of our Slack channels. You might be surprised that there are other people around you that have been in the community for a while or new as well. So make sure that you're not alone. We have books, tools, classes, certification help. We have new merchandise coming out that we can pre-order. You can look that up. We do have a pickup, a CTF team called Chocolate City. One thing that we do ask you once you join the Slack channel is to join by the link, add your profile, and then one thing that's not on here is jump in there in the general section and do an introduction so people can get to know you and we get to help you network. These are some of our channels that we have currently. Just a few. I don't think this is all of them, but here's some of the. You can just look at these. Okay, so BIC location groups, BIC location and BIC campus communities, our variety of locations allowing us to strengthen the community at large. Just a little bit. So our ambassador program, I am the ambassador lead. You can find me on Slack at GBS Cyber. Our ambassador program allows individuals who like to lead as a BIC location ambassador, BIC campus ambassador, to be a point of contact for their area. So if you would like to learn more information, please hit me up in Slack or email us to get more information on that. These are the qualifications. I'm not gonna read through those. I'll let you guys see that. These are some of our ambassador programs that we currently have. Here's a little map just to see kind of where we are and we're going. We have some new ambassadors joining. Feels like every other week. So we're hoping to make sure this map is covered. Some pictures of some of our ambassador programs, some events they posted. So we do have two villages. We have an attack village and a defend village. These are our shields for those. So our patch and sticker system. So we use this system at events and on merchandise to denote a certain meaning or theme. Those who attend enjoy our patches on hats, bags, bombers. Bombers are probably really cool. If you haven't seen those, really like those. This picture of some of the team that we have here. You guys can't see me, so I'm the one in the middle with no hair. And it's on our team and with our bomber jackets on. All right, so I'll speak through this a little bit so I'm gonna get to these talk. So we have our red team patch, our blue team patch, a transparent patch, and our purple patch. There's some more patches for you guys. So how do you get the best out of BIC? So get educated. So we have talks, workshops, classes, hands-on demos that we host. These are things that you can all participate in the community to learn more about a certain topic that we're teaching. Get connected. So like I said, we have a Slack channel. We have meetup groups throughout the world that have host events. The coronavirus kind of pushed us back from doing a lot of in-person events, but there are still events going on virtually. As we see, we can adapt for having this conference virtually. For networking, if you type in Black in Cyber on social media, you'll see that we have our headquarters page, but we also have groups that have their own Instagram page and Twitter accounts. So just look that up and check that out. See if you can find one that's in your area. Get trained. Those are our big training and big classes to prep for certification and job roles. So our capture the flag teams. So like I said before, we have a pickup team and we have competitive teams that we're hosting. If you are interested in that, please jump in our Slack channel and get in our capture the flag group so you can see if you would like to be in one of these teams. We would love for you to help and to grow our capture flag team. A little bit more about the capture flag team. This is our official pickup team logo. So this is our study group lead. Please, if you're studying for any exams, please hit him up so we can get you in a study group to help have community help you get your certification and help study for that. So what is our BIC study groups? Our BIC study groups meet up weekly to discuss what they're studying and researching in home lab work. So each person in the group talk about what they've been doing the last week and what they'll be working on this week. And so we're pairing people up to help each other out. This is just a way to support each other, utilizing this community to make sure that we all advance our careers and our learning. Our big give back outreach initiative. So the information about donating will be on our website. You can check that out. So we are doing a call for trainers. Please contact our training coordinator if you're interested in doing any training or presenting. We do have a big YouTube. We're actually streaming this presentation, this conference right now on there. So please feel free to jump on there to check that out and subscribe to our channel as we post talks on there. We have a Twitch account. We have a partnership with Cybersecurity. You definitely can learn more about that. Ask one of our members about that partnership. And this is our website link. Please jump on there, see what we have to offer. I wasn't able to cover everything, but there's definitely some more information on our website that might be useful to you. This is just a note. We do have our Winter Conference 2021. It's going to be on February 5th, 2021 to February 6th, 2021. So please note that in your calendars. That is going to be a great event. So please note that. And we're getting to the end. So social media, these are social media platforms. These are our official hashtags that we use. Any questions? I haven't been able to look at the chat, but I will jump in there now to see what you guys have been talking about. No questions, you guys? I think one just came in. So good question. What does an ambassador do? So our ambassadors are basically just points of contact in their areas for us. So our ambassadors hold this role to show representation in their area, to say, hey, there's a community for you here, to have a safe space locally. So because we're based in the DC area, we can't be in every location at the same time. So having ambassadors gives us opportunities to actually have a person on the ground to host events and to do different talks and mini cons there, to actually have representation in cities and countries. So as of right now, for the WinterCon, I believe it's going to be online. We would love to have it physically, but we're trying to make sure we keep our community safe during this time. But as of right now, they will be online. We will send out information, letting everyone know if there's a change in that. Got a question dealing with job post positions that need to be filled. So that is a question I personally won't answer. We can, if you would like, ask more about that. Please send us an email so we can get some direct information to you for that. Vernon. And if you're dropping questions in the question and answer, we should have somebody in there that can answer those for you. I can't see them for some reason. But I think we can move on. Please feel free to reach out to me on Slack if you have any more questions for me, and I will do my best to answer them. All right. Have a great conference, everyone.
All right, good morning, everyone. Let's see, let's do a test. Can everyone hear me? Great. All right, good morning. So my name is Chaz Scott. I am happy to kick off Blacks and Cybersecurity S3cret Con 2020. Very excited to be here. When I heard about the conference, I was ecstatic, and something that we obviously need in our community, especially in cybersecurity. So let me see, can you guys see my slides? All right, great. As you can see from the slide, I'll be kind of doing the keynote here, and I'm hoping to describe to you a little bit of my cyber career and where I've kind of came through in many different agencies, as well as an industry, as well as give you a little perspective on the agency that I work with, which is National Geospatial-Intelligence Agency. a very unique agency that most people are not simply kind of aware of what we do. And then on top of that, I'll give you some strategies and tips that will hopefully accelerate your career and kind of where you want to go in your cybersecurity journey. So let's go ahead and kick things off and go to the next slide. So we know without a doubt, cybersecurity is like one of the fastest growing industries like ever since like the industrial age. And it's not slowing down anytime soon. And I think we're getting to a point now where we started to realize that, the policies, the standards, NIST and these other organizations, they are always a step behind in terms of the technologies and actually figuring out how to write policies and laws to support, all of the new technologies that are coming out, right? So there's a lot of issues with deep fakes, right? In 2019, there's a total number of 14,678 deep fakes, probably more than that, which represented over like 100% increase from December 2018, which was about 7,000. So, you can see how much of an effect that's going to have throughout the next couple of years here. And even with AI, I remember the first time I saw AI and cyber next to each other. And I was actually out in Black Hat DEF CON a couple years back, and Cylance was doing this big marketing campaign about AI and cybersecurity. And I said, is this a marketing scheme? Are they actually doing this? We're getting closer and closer and, figuring out ways to basically automate a lot of attacks and identify and contain and as well as eradicate attacks as well. Another thing that I had actually did research on a couple years back, and I actually found this on wired.com's website. A couple of researchers actually, they call it fans meter, and they developed some type of malware that could acoustically exfiltrate data from air-gapped computers, which is insane, right? Totally air-gapped, no audio hardware, no speakers are present, but they actually utilize the noise emitting from the chassis fans, from the CPU to exfiltrate data. There's a paper about it. You can basically Google it and you can look at it, through PDF. But these are the types of threats that we're dealing with in terms of cyber. And then obviously the big one, disinformation and misinformation on social media. I mean, we're experiencing that right now. Every time we scroll on Instagram, every time we scroll on Facebook, there is a large portion of America, in fact, the world, that takes a lot of information face value, right? So you can think of it back to going to school when you had to find numerous resources and references to ensure that the information that you were taking in, those inputs, was actually correct, right? Organizations as well as countries are using social media to actually put out information that can actually influence your mind and influence maybe the person that you want to vote for, influence your decision making, and influence your purchases. This is a lot of the stuff that's happening on the use of social media. And then quantum computing is a big one. It's no longer ones and zeros anymore when we get to quantum computing. We talk about superposition, quantum entanglement. This type of computing will completely revolutionize what we've, life as we know it. And when you think about security, some of the encryption standards that we have today, they'll be blown out the window. So we need to be thinking 10, 15 years down the line in terms of what quantum computing is actually going to happen, how quantum computing is actually going to influence our day-to-day lives, right? Another one is vehicle cyber attacks. I just read an article a couple days ago about Tesla, a hacker being able to gain control of an entire fleet of Teslas, right? Luckily, this was a good guy. He was working for the organization, but he was in fact a good guy. But these are the types of things that we need to be mindful of. If it's connected, and if there's some type of way, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, whatever the case may be, it can be used in a malicious way. So these are the types of threats that we're dealing with on a day-to-day basis. And then election security, obviously, right? You can read about this stuff, what happened in 2016 election and what's happening currently right now. And then on top of that, IoT devices, right? You have your Philips Hue light bulbs, your Amazon Alexas, your coffee makers, your alarm systems. There's a mic on it, there's a camera on it. These types of devices are going to be used on a day-to-day basis, and we have to figure out ways to ensure that this data that we're either talking into or seeing in camera is actually used in a manner that supports and it actually protects your confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the data. So a fact that came out, they did a research back in 2015, 15.4 billion devices, IoT devices, were out in the wild. Now out in the wild today, back in 2025, it's expected to have 75 billion devices. So that's over a 480% increase in terms of devices. And IoT devices will completely revolutionize as well. So, as you can see, cybersecurity will actually have a component in everything that I've just mentioned here. And actually, it'll infiltrate every single part of our lives, because there's not a day that we do not use technology. There is not a day that you don't pick up the phone. I mean, you got people that sleep with their phones, right? Be careful with that radiation. But, there is not a day that goes by where we don't use a computer, we don't use a light bulb, we don't use, our HVAC unit. All of these different things have, and as they become more and more connected to the internet, if it's connected, it can be hacked. So these are some of the things that we need to be thinking about, right? So, how do we keep up? How do we stay competitive? Not only how do we stay competitive in terms of a profession and also being Blacks in cybersecurity, but being competitive against, the people that are out there that are trying to steal your own data. And these are some of the things that I would like to discuss kind of going forward here. All right. And it's going up. I actually had a chart here previously, but my agency, talking with the lawyers back and forth, I had to take it out due to copyright issues. So here is some of the data that was actually presented, developed from the Center of Strategic International Studies, that basically tracks cyber attacks from government agencies, defense and high-tech companies, as well as economic crimes with losses of more than $1 million. So over the past decade, they tracked all these significant cyber attacks, over $1 million plus in reported losses. You can see in 2009, 21, these are reported, right? So you never know how many are actually not reported. We have laws that say that you need to report them, in certain industries and certain things, but obviously, you never know. And then you can see the steady incline, right? All the way up into 2009, 105. So what does this mean? More investments, more opportunities, and my favorite, job security. If you're in this business and you know how to articulate the research that you do, and you find solutions, you will be you'll be called upon to solve many great problems that we're facing now into the future. So job security, I actually had a money machine actually on this slide, but I had to take that out. So job security, money, more investments, more opportunities, all for us. So this is what we need to continue to think about. So I didn't really give a personal biography of like who I am. But here it is. My name is Charles Scott. I go by Chaz, graduate of Hampton University, studied computer science down in Hampton, and then went ahead with my master's in information assurance cybersecurity. And that was actually a program started by National Science Foundation. And it was called Scholarship for Service. Really great program. Every time I do talks like this, I always like to talk about it because it paid for my last year and senior year of undergrad. And then after that, it paid for my 2 years in graduate school. And then, I had to work for the federal government for 3 years after I graduated. But through that opportunity, I was able to have some unique experiences and actually publish numerous papers You can see there in the Scientific Research Publishing and then the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. One of these papers was centered around web SSOs, and I think most of you are familiar with these using OAuth in terms of, hey, you know, I'm downloading a new app or I'm registering a new account for a new website, sign up through Twitter or sign in through Twitter or sign in through Facebook. And through this, you know, the IDP, the identification provider, they're actually using your credentials. Anyway, there were some vulnerabilities associated with this transaction. And since I love how the human mind works, I wanted to combine psychology with cybersecurity. So basically what I wanted to determine is, you know, if there were vulnerabilities associated to this type of scheme on a day-to-day basis and users were aware of the vulnerabilities, would they still continue to use it? So it's basically convenience versus security. And I became obsessed with this research during my graduate career, and it was quite striking. My hypothesis was because of convenience and the convenience of not being able to, you know, not registering for a new website, entering your email, entering your address, whatever the case may be, you know, you just click one button and just sign in or sign up using your social media account. And fact, you know, 60% or above actually said that they would still continue to use this type of scheme, even knowing the vulnerabilities. So you can see where this is headed, right? It's not just these schemes. There are technologies that we use on a day-to-day basis that provide convenience for us, but they also give ways to for individuals or organizations to take some of our data or maybe, you know, even hack into it, because if it's connected, then there's an issue and it can be hacked. So convenience versus security. And then I also published a paper basically talking about the importance of undergraduate software development in terms of security and actually ensuring that cybersecurity was implemented within undergraduate programs from the very beginning, not just at the end in terms of, you know, like computer science programs where they're just talking about coding and implementation. We also need to talk about security, right? So computer science undergraduate programs. So here are some of my cybersecurity experiences. I worked fairly different places throughout the federal government. I used to work at National Institute of Standards and Technology, and I think most of you are aware of this organization up in Gaithersburg, Maryland. And I worked in their cybersecurity division working on role-based access control and basically develop access control algorithms to detect rule faults that will aid in basically like privilege assignments, leaking of privileges and conflict of interest privileges. And it was very, very interesting. It was my first kind of deep dive into access control in general. And I absolutely loved it. And there were some smart researchers and scientists up there. And obviously being a Black male up there wasn't too many people that looked like me, but I'll dive a little deep into that a little bit more. Worked at Accenture for a little bit, did some work at Defense Intelligence Agency, and also worked at DISA. DISA was really setting up HBSS's host-based defense tools, as well as ACAS scans and firewalls and things of that nature. Really great experience there to kind of see how the DoD gets its infrastructure set up in such a fashion to support cyber. And then it leads me to one of my favorite jobs that I had an opportunity to experience, which was at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. Many people aren't aware of these laboratories, but a lot of these laboratories, which are owned by National Nuclear Security Administration, which is under DOE, Department of Energy, they actually came up through, the Manhattan projects and, the atomic and nuclear bombs and things of that nature. So this is a lab out in Livermore, California, just outside of San Francisco. And I was part of their Cyber Defenders program. And I was actually working alongside a particle physicist and nuclear physicists, as well as engineers. I know it sounds crazy. But at the lab, you're basically able to work on any type of project that you feel as though that you're able to contribute to. There, I was on the network simulation team, and that group actually, what we were supposed to be doing or trying to research, which was, how can we develop large-scale network web simulation capabilities to assist in risk-based cyber defensive strategies at the enterprise level. enterprise level, right? To basically figure out ways to, search for cyber threats and increase global networks situational awareness. And we were using HPC supercomputers, high performance computers, to actually develop these models and research these models. And I'll dive a little bit into that as well. Just a really unique experience out there. And you want to talk about the imposter syndrome. This was worse than NIST. I would walk into a room with a particle theorist, particle physicist next to me, as well as nuclear physicists. And honestly, they would be talking in a completely different language, but I knew I was there to learn as much as I could, as well as try to figure out how I could contribute on a day-to-day basis. And currently, as you guys can see from the slides, I am the incident response team lead at the National Geospatial-Intelligence Agency. I will show a video, hopefully about 3-minute long video about who NGA is. We're part of the intelligence community. There's about 17 different federal agencies part of the intelligence community, and we all work together to ensure that intelligence is provided to policymakers on Capitol Hill, POTUS, as well as to the warfighter. But you can think of NGA as the eyes for the intelligence community. We have birds up in the sky, hence satellites, I should say, taking pictures using geospatial intelligence and imagery to provide to the warfighter to make mission critical decisions in a very quick time frame. Part of my job as incident response team lead is to ensure that these technologies and the infrastructure is set up in such a way that it supports incident response. And we also take the time to ensure that we're prepared if something happens. So a lot of my day-to-day action, really, I mean, I stay locked in on my phone and on my laptop, and it's a very, very busy world that we live in, especially due to coronavirus and the things that we're facing now. So just real quick, I would love to discuss kind of what I do on a day-to-day basis. Part of what I try to do as an incident response team lead is, set the vision and goals for where we're headed for the future. And a lot of that has to do with looking 5-10 years out, right? Really 3. So if you think about where incident response and things are headed, we have to look towards the cloud. And we have to begin to ensure that these technologies support incident response. And again, one of the things that we are focusing on here at NGA, particularly in our cybersecurity operations cell, are SOAR platforms, right? Security orchestration, automation, and response. How can we get to a point where we may not necessarily need tier 1 or tier 2 folks anymore sitting, by the screen, looking at the incidents or things that may come across? How can we use automation, orchestration, and then develop playbooks to already have automated responses in case things happen? All right. Let's go to the next slide. So I'm going to try and pull up this YouTube video for you guys. Give me 2 seconds so I can get this situated. It'll give a good breakdown of NGA. Of course, I am representing NGA, so I'm going to do a little bit of quick marketing real quick. Bear with me. All right.
Who, what, why, when, where? These questions form the foundation of human exploration. They are fundamental to knowing and understanding our world. Their answers are essential to information gathering, storytelling, and problem solving. They have inspired the world's most famous thinkers and pioneers to push past the accepted, the conventional, the ordinary, to reveal truly extraordinary discoveries that have shaped our lives and stirred our imaginations. And they are at the heart of America's security. At the National Geospatial-Intelligence Agency, the answers to these questions form the foundation of our mission. Everything on Earth, from its watery depths to its highest peaks, can be measured in space and time, what's known as Geospatial-Intelligence, or GeoInt. Our workforce brings the intelligence to that equation using our capabilities to illuminate options, inform decisions, and act with precision. NGA is a unique combination of intelligence agency and combat support agency. Our work shows the way in the air, the sea, on the front lines of a disaster, from the halls of the Pentagon to the Oval Office. We work side by side with our military services, our nation's leaders, and first responders to provide the information they need when they need it most, allowing them to take action before events become a crisis. Our country's defining moments are times of great determination and exceptional achievement, from the Revolutionary War to the expeditions of Lewis and Clark to landing a man on the moon. In each, you will find geospatial intelligence. NGA and its predecessors have been a part of some of the nation's biggest technological feats and proudest moments. And we've also answered the call during some of its darkest. Who, what, why, when, where. Throughout human history, we've yearned to discover what lies beyond the horizon. The drive to explore our surroundings and understand the Earth is deeply ingrained in our DNA. At NGA, our mission is to answer those fundamental questions today so we can help show the way to a better tomorrow. Our work is foundational, it is advancing, and it is far from finished. We will continue to explore the Earth and also the partnerships, tools, and technologies needed to meet America's geospatial demands. We must and will rise to meet all challenges, exploring where we've been and where we're going, wherever it takes us.
All right, so I could not do this presentation without marketing a little bit of my agency there. So let me pull the slides back up here. I think I would be an expert at Zoom already. I think I got it here. All right. And so, yeah, I mean, if you think of our agency as really the eyes to kind of what's going on geospatially, and we provide a lot of that intelligence to a lot of our partners within the intelligence community, as well as, you know, to the warfighter. And one of our, and you could see it noted there, you know, we actually help in terms of the Navy SEALs actually going to a Abbottabad pad to actually find Osama bin Laden. They actually used our imagery to do so, and you can find a whole bunch of information out there. You know, we supported those efforts there. So let me get these slides here. All right, let me do a sound check. All right, here we are. All right. So, you know, one of the things that I've learned, you know, through my experiences at the many different agencies, as well as, you know, some of the national labs, you know, learning and growing never stops. And especially in cybersecurity, there is no way that you can stay stagnant, because the threats, the information, you know, there is no way that you're going to be successful in your career if you stay stagnant. One of the things that I do, you know, as soon as I wake up in the morning, when I go for my runs in the morning, I usually go for a 5-mile run prior to work, is I listen to podcasts, CyberWire, SANS, to figure out what's happening out there in the wild prior to me heading into work, because you have to consistently know what is happening out there in the wild to make better decisions. So when I went to Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, they actually call it the smartest square mile on Earth. And I had a tough time, you know, it was my first time using Python. I started with Java, in school, as well as C++, and I had to learn Python pretty quickly. And I suffered the imposter syndrome. I was like, I'm really like, there's only like 3 or 4 Black people here. I do not belong here. I am not a particle physicist. I am not a nuclear physicist. But I basically got to the point where I said, you know what, there'll never be an opportunity better than now. I have to learn. And then also I have to teach the process of what it takes to kind of go through the effort of working towards something and then learning from it, being okay to be uncomfortable, to learn something. And one of the things that, Google X actually talks about, is, in Silicon Valley, that's like their super secret lab where they're developing projects, cars and stuff, like automated cars. They always talk about the importance of failure, because the more times that you fail, the better the better, the more you're able to get to a point where you're going to get to your desired outcome or your success. And so when I was down in Hampton, I went to NASA Langley. I had a scholarship with them, and I was attending it was a panel, and one of the NASA scientists basically said, we don't differ so much in our interest or in our intellect. We differ in our interest. And I thought to myself, I was like, that may be the case. And if you spend some time to think about it, the amount of time that you put in on certain things, whether it's cyber, whether it's anything, self-care with yourself, the more time that you spend on those efforts, the better that you become at it. Simply, that is it, right? The more that you think about it, the more that you become, to be it, to embody it. In order for me to do presentations like this, I had to become this cyber person that loved this stuff, that could not get enough of it, right? So it's all about rising up to the challenges. This picture here was at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. It's actually the picture of the largest laser in the entire world. It's called NIF, National Ignition Facility, in Livermore, California, and I had a chance to tour this thing. It's basically a powerful laser beam that charges up using mirrors, and it basically gets inside of a chamber, basically the size of a pencil eraser, and delivering 2 million joules of ultraviolet energy over 500 trillion watts of peak power, right? So when you talk about the imposter syndrome, when I'm at this lab and I'm seeing all these people running around here, I thought to myself, man, I am not supposed to be here. This is insane. And I actually had a photo here, and it actually showed the picture of Star Trek. So if Into the Darkness, I believe, you can Google it, but they actually filmed Star Trek here in one of the scenes. And this is a real thing. They didn't just, CGI that thing. That is real, and it's huge. And this is really for, nuclear power, as well as the stockpile stewardship that they have going on within NSA, National Nuclear Security Administration. And then this is Sahara. Sahara is a HPC, right? A supercomputer that is actually number 2 right now, I believe, as far as the fastest computer in the world. Number 1, actually, the Japanese, they just put out their number 1, and I just Googled this. But I believe they're basically up to like 400 and something petaflops, which is insane, because Sahara is probably about 90 something petaflops. And you can think of this as basically 100 million PCs working on a single problem at once, right? So that is insane. And when we think about high performance computing, and then when we're headed with quantum computing, where it's not just ones and zeros anymore, they're simultaneously happening at the same time. It's an infinite array of possibilities with superposition. Completely revolutionize encryption, and we're going to have to think about that, right? So very, very interesting. I had a chance to tour the facility there, and they have numerous of supercomputers there. I think 3 of them, if not 2 or 3 of the fastest computers in the world, are actually at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. but the Japanese and China and the US are battling back and forth, always on this top 500 list. So it's pretty exciting to watch in terms of what is the fastest computer out here, right? And one of the things that I think is so important is being okay to fail and building that tenacity to stay ahead of the curve. Like I said before, there is no way that you can keep up in this cyber realm without being comfortable to fail. Because in life, we are put in situations where, you may learn from something and you may fail at certain times, but you have to be able to pick yourself up and say, you know what, I'm closer to my goal or closer to the research that I would like to get to in terms of, my desired outcome, right? So one of the biggest things I always like to tell people in their cyber careers is visualize where you want to go and what you want to do. Visualization is so important. I read books all throughout the day, about the importance of visualization. Dr. Norman Vincent Peale, Napoleon Hill, all of these great philosophers and thinkers always talk about the power of visualization. And one of my favorite little quotes that I always like to talk about is actually in Compound Effect, which is, a horse suddenly came galloping quickly down the road. It seemed as though the man had somewhere to go, important to go. Another man standing alongside the road shouted, "Where are you going?" And the man on the horse replied, "I don't know, ask the horse," right? So, a lot of us are controlled by our own habits, and we don't have the opportunity to sit down and say, where do I want to go with my life and my career? Where can I really see myself headed? How can I picture myself living day to day in my cyber career and where I'm headed, right? So it's important to grab life by the reins and to know where you are headed and to ensure that you are not at mercy with your habits or your environment. You control your environment and you control your habits to get you to your desired location or to your desired career choice, right? It's important to set clear goals. The amygdala and the prefrontal cortex, a lot of people don't know this, but our brains are set up in such a fashion to support clear goals. And if you can write down your goal and know where you're headed, your brain will work itself in such a fashion to support your desired outcome. I guarantee you it will work for yourself. And one of the things that I had to do when I was at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory was affirm myself, affirmations, ensuring that I knew what I knew and I was comfortable with not knowing other things, but willing to learn and willing to fail, right? And then on top of that, questioning your inner critic, the inner critic, your monkey mind, the brain's DMN, default mode network. The brain is always chattering. I can't do this. I can't do that. I can only program in Java. I haven't programmed in C++. I don't know anything about supercomputers. I don't know anything about quantum computing, right? Learn, right? There is no way that you can't learn. YouTube University. YouTube, oh my goodness, a blessing straight from God. YouTube University will help you increase your competence. And on top of that, attending training such as, what this organization is doing, Capture the Flag events, as well as venturing to learning new languages and skills, right? And then identifying your weaknesses, right? And then focusing on them. You have to be a well-rounded individual to be successful in anything that you want to accomplish, especially in cyber. One of the things that I realized was we got some really smart, talented people in this space, but it's very, 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 very important that you can articulate the knowledge and the discoveries that you are able to find. Because if you have a seat at the table, my friends, and you cannot articulate the knowledge and the possibilities that are inside your own head, and you don't believe in them, then you're not pushing the ball forward. Believe in yourself, believe in your own ideas, know that you have something to contribute to cyber and to push the ball, towards, where we need to go. focus on the now, but always be 5 years ahead, right? So I talked about quantum computing. I talked about high performance computing. I talked about these technologies like IoT devices that are going to completely revolutionize our encryption standards, as well as the way that we conduct our lives each and every day. And it is so important that you focus on the present, but you are thinking about the future, not only in terms of technology, but with your career, right? So for me, as an incident response team lead at the National Geospatial-Intelligence Agency, I have to be ahead of the curve with all the cyber adversaries that, that are out there, right? Ensuring that our cloud is set up in such a way to support incident response, ensuring that we have SOAR platforms to automate some of these responses and identify some of this activity. Think 5, 10, 15 years ahead, not only for your career, but also for your technologies and studies, right? There's so many different courses out there online, YouTube universities, all of them is really, really important to stay 5 years ahead. And then last but not least, get comfortable being uncomfortable. One of the things that I do each and every day, I find one opportunity in that day to be uncomfortable, whether it's learning something new, whether it's speaking up in a meeting, whether it's, stepping outside of like my cyber realm and learning something new. Quantum computing this year has been new to me, and I've been following it very, very much so last year as well, to kind of understand what's going to happen with our encryption standards and where we need to place our efforts into the future. I need everyone to consider this as they think about their own future and to ensure that you remain competitive in cybersecurity, because, certifications are important. Articulating your knowledge is important. Seeing 5, 10 years down the line is so necessary to stay competitive, to always have a job. In order for you to have job security, you have to be very skillful in what you do, but also articulate your knowledge. So get comfortable being uncomfortable. I think that's really kind of all I had to say there, but it's really, really important that you become a well-rounded cybersecurity professional. And, if you're not really good at doing presentations and you're more of a researcher, get good at doing presentations, articulate your knowledge, be the source of something new. And then on top of that, vice versa. If you're not necessarily good at programming, pick up a new skill. Go to Coursera.com, go to YouTube University. I always say university, but YouTube, to figure out some of those technologies and to truly get introduced to the things that are happening out here, to see it from the ground level. And that's what I have to do, as the incident response team lead at NGA is, hey, I'm in the management position, but on a day-to-day basis, how do I ensure or understand what's happening at the ground level with our tier 2 or tier 1 guys on a day-to-day basis? So stay in touch with me. I'm on LinkedIn. Also on Instagram, Mr_Caviar, as well as Twitter, Mr_Caviar. I'll follow back as soon as possible. If you want a free follow, I will follow you back. Thank you to this community. Thank you to the conference. I really, really enjoyed this. I'm not sure if we're doing Q&A, but I am open to doing so. But at this time, I will stop talking. I'm not sure if we're doing Q&A. So let's see here.
So we're actually going to, please, if you have any questions for Chaz, please drop them in the chat and he can get back to you on that. We're going to try to, so we can stay on our schedule, jump into our next talk. But thank you for that talk, because they're very informative. I think we have Keith up next, if you want to go ahead and share your screen so we can get you started. So as we wait for Keith to join, please continue to drop the questions, you guys, in the question and answer tab. We'll do our best to answer any questions that you might have. And please check the already answered questions if you might, maybe a question that you were thinking about has already been answered. So we do have a question in the queue. So our talk, our conference is going to be, we have until our last presentation is going to be at 4. So it's an all-day conference. Great question, though. The breakdown and the agenda is on our social media platforms. Please feel free to look on there, on Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn. And if you're in our Slack channel, it should be in the Slack channel as well. So we have a question. I'll answer it live. So we have a question of how this organization engages K through 12. So we do have some programs that we're currently working on. More information will be in our Slack channel. We currently are working a lot of our high school students. So if you have any high school students or people that you might know that are interested in cybersecurity, please reach out to us. We have some programs coming in the woodworks that for our high school level group. But we do anywhere from cybersecurity literacy to teaching penetration testing skills, learning about networks, the complete package to make sure that they're prepared as they go through their grade level learning to when they get to college and to get to the real world, they'll be prepared for anything. Next question that we have a question dealing with uploading this talk to YouTube. Yes, this talk will be uploaded to YouTube. It's currently streaming right now. And it should be up there once the conference is over. It should be up for replay. We have a lot of people asking about if you're new in cybersecurity world, what is the best path to take, because it's so much information and so many alleyways in cybersecurity. This is such a great question, and then people ask all the time. I think everybody has a different answer for it. So I'll give my answer. I always tell people to follow their strengths. If you're good at something, currently, if you're transitioning and you've done a certain field for a while, and you're transition to cybersecurity, try to figure out what skills you've been using from your previous job that can translate into cybersecurity. And if you're currently in school for it, find out what area and classes that you kind of love and you gravitate to. The biggest thing is I always think that you should be something that you're passionate about, something you feel like you want to wake up to and learn more information about. So try to do follow that path first, and then do some research on, if you're a really good writer, figure out what field, what areas in cybersecurity you can jump into if you're really good at writing, or if you really like being on the computer and you're really good with hardware, or you just use your skills that you're already kind of used to and throw it into the cybersecurity world. Okay, any more questions coming in? We have another question dealing with CPE. We're not currently hosting the event to allow for participants to get CPE, but that's a good question. So we're going to have a little change in our agenda. We're going to jump to our next talk. We have Nefertiti. Go ahead and start presenting.
Good morning. Good morning. I am working to share my screen. It's actually Nefertiti, but that's okay. It's fine. It's fine, fam. we're just getting acquainted, right? So, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Beautiful. And it should be advancing. So I really appreciate you all letting me into this space this morning. My name is Nefertari, but you can call me the third lieutenant. I'm a cybersecurity professional, an Army officer, and a podcast host. And I start every interview off with, tell me your soldier's story. The soldier story hook probably isn't the best for this audience, but the origin story is really important. Tapping into the backstory of an individual gives you the ability to weaponize information, and if you so choose, attack their bias. But you know what they say, with great power comes great responsibility. Michaela shared the origin story of Blacks in cybersecurity with me. Born out of necessity, a group of cybersecurity professionals found each other to form what is rapidly becoming a force in cybersecurity. So when I saw the logo, I found that there was natural synergy. I knew what was up. What came to me, what screamed at me, was Afrofuturism, imagining, then manifesting the future of the Black identity. At a time when we as a country are taking inventory of our purpose, our direction, and our motivation, I want to take a moment first to thank you again for inviting me into this space. Thank you to Nico. He reached out personally. And I'd also like to acknowledge the work being done here. I think that it's really good work, and it's important work, and it's timely. So I want to do a little check-in in the chat to see who's here. According to Zoom, there are over 60 people here. In the chat box, put in your airport code. In the chat box, your airport code. I'm PHL, just outside of Philly. So who else is here in the room? I'm just going to assume you all are participating. Zoom is not notifying me, but we'll progress. This talk, it's focused on social engineering, the tool for all kits. We all know we do it, but we don't necessarily put it on our resume. Social engineering is the art of hacking people. It's arguably the oldest form of hacking, known as the hack that requires no code. Social engineering is the cheapest, lowest risk, and perhaps the most successful form of threat. Phishing, hoaxes, shoulder surfing, and tailgating, piggybacking, they're all techniques that you'll find. Somebody raised their hand. Zoom is doing something. Kendall, can she unmute? I would love some participation. Radio check, Webster raised his hand. Nice, well, I'll take the hand raises. So let's go back to the presentation. So all these techniques, the piggybacking that I mentioned, all these things you'll find on a certification exam. But I'd like this talk to go beyond the novice towards advanced techniques of hacking the mind. And you heard in the keynote little nuggets of this. So what motivates you? What motivates your manager? These are all questions that I can't answer for you. These are questions that you need to answer, but if you do, they'll give you the back door to the breach. This is where I'd like to add value to any talks about social engineering that you've heard at Black Hat or DEF CON, Hacker Halted, Chaos, B-Sides. Beyond using knowledge of human behavior to elicit a defined response for malicious purposes, I like to talk about using it towards your competitive advantage, because this is Secret Con, right? This data, it's a bit dated. 2017 research published in the Administrative Science Quarterly showed findings that companies were twice as likely, actually more than twice as likely, to call minority candidates for interviews if they submitted white names on their resumes than candidates that revealed their minority status by name. My name is Nefertari. Would Terry be easier or maybe more palatable? Is that with 2 R's? Is that with a Y? Is that with an I? And here, posted in 2020, a study that scrutinized how voice recognition systems transcribe the voices of Blacks versus whites. The results showed an average error rate for white interviewees of 19%, whereas Black interviewees, it was 35%. And to mirror that survey, facial recognition. We all have masks on right now. It only conceals so much. There's a lot of work being done in that space. These results show that there was false positives for Blacks and Asians, more so than whites, higher rates for minorities. So can we catch up to the tech? Can we overcome bias in the code? I think first, we've got to crack the human code. Common beliefs in social engineering. I got 2 up here. The intent was to have some people drop things in the chat, but overall, and what I want you to take away is that the study of human behavior has been used by criminals for centuries. Cyberspace, it's no different. I want to make sure you leave this talk with at least the basics, just in case my perspective on social engineering 2.0 does nothing for you. So here are the 4 social engineering vectors: voice, email, text, and good old-fashioned person-to-person. Any other forms are just variants, whether you use snail mail, electronic mail, it's somewhere on the spectrum. So I want you to think about where you've been touched by one of these 4 vectors. Phishing, how many calls do you receive and you're like, should I even pick it up? 1. 2, when you do, it's almost like the system is waiting to hear you before it says anything. Impersonation, I find that to be the most effective when people do things like, putting on a uniform and tapping into that preconceived bias. It can elicit responses that are deeply seated buttons and triggers in our psyche. The 6 principles of social engineering, they tap into the cognitive bias that I mentioned before. They call it bugs in the human hardware, specific attributes of human decision-making. It's like our brains want to take shortcuts to quickly process information and decide, and they align with this bias, looking at reciprocity. Because people tend to return favors. That's why free samples in marketing is so effective. Commitment and consistency. If you commit to an idea or a goal, if you set things forth with intentionality, even thinking about our resolutions on New Year's, right? We want to commit, we want to align what we do every day with our persona or the mask that we wear. Social proof. People will do things they see others do. If you walk into a room and everybody's looking up at the ceiling, are you going to look at the floor? You're going to look at the ceiling. Authority in the military space, where as a National Guardsman, I spend part of my time, people tend to obey authority figures, even if those figures ask them to perform objectionable acts. You really have to take a second and think about what people are asking you to do when they're in positions of authority. Liking, people are easily persuaded by others that they like, right? You want people to like you. Scarcity, that perceived scarcity, I think gets a lot of us. And culturally, the limited edition, the VIP, how many times have I paid more to get into a nightclub, to get on the right side of the velvet rope, right? So many organizations put in place countermeasures. We have programs, policy, training. They even employ consultants to try to harden their organizational processes. Commonly accepted forms of social engineering have these countermeasures. And I'm pulling them from strategybridge.org, actually. So knowing the signs of manipulation and understanding the consequences of clicking on a malicious link are just part of the training that we do every day or periodically for self-protection and protection of our networks. Security awareness in most companies is at failure stage. A lot of people click on links for these canned phishing campaigns. When you start to get into the space of whaling, where there's more effort and there's more resources put into it, it's really hard. And I'd imagine at the highest levels, there's a lot of retraining going on. Humans have a built-in desire to want to feel like they're helpful.
So developing outlines is highly recommended, and learning from the training, the results of the training, the results of the audits. It's really important. So one thing that I was thinking about as I drafted this presentation is, where are these specialists coming from? Where are the consultants, the really successful consultants coming from? And what I found is that through research, as well as some of the training that I've taken, some of these well-known individuals have actually dark pasts, like Frank Abagnale and Kevin Mitnick. Mr. Abagnale, U.S. security consultant, has criminal charges that extend to fraud, forgery, swindling. Kevin, you might even have heard of his company, KnowBe4, criminal charges, 14 counts of wire fraud. Not everybody makes it, past the judge and the jury and gets to prosper from their past. So this was brought up early, and I was actually really, really happy to hear it mentioned in the keynote. At a time when you can't trust what your eyes see, what your ears hear, when technologies like deep fakes are being employed, using the tone of our voice, to use our white voice, or even modifying our given name or our government name, that shouldn't be our only line of defense. Many of us work in spaces in industry where there's terminology still being used that has weight, that taps into the subconscious. I say we defend forward, starting with the way that we think. I went to an HBCU for my undergraduate. Black psychology or African-American psychology commonly taught, right? And it's a scientific field that focuses on how people of African descent know and experience the world. So the language in the IT, OT, and cyberspace. Black Hat describes a deceptive user, computer hacker, or an individual who attempts to break into a computer system or a computer network. Their intent is to steal. Their intent is to destroy or otherwise modify data on a computer system. The dark web, dark net, onion land, it's part of the deep web, a hidden part of the world wide web. It consists of encrypted sites only accessible by using non-standard internet browsing. Websites on the dark web cannot be found by searching them or using standard search engines. Alternately, we call this the black hole or the deny, right? So then we move on to blacklisting. The deny list, the blacklist, it's a record of bad email addresses or internet URLs where providers will intentionally block access to these. These are the bad places that you shouldn't go. And even older terminology, standard terminology like slave and master, when we start talking about storage, hard drives. And this isn't limited to our space, obviously, implicit or explicit psychology. And there's one thing that I'll tell you that the military has taught me is that words mean things. In real estate, master bedroom, master bathroom. The peanut gallery in the arts. Did you know that the term came from vaudeville? It describes the seats in the balcony, the colored seats, the cheap seats where the rowdy viewers sit. So I want to just stop for a moment. I don't want to drill too deeply into the emotion of it all. I just want to take us back like 100 years and logically connect the dots. Charles Hamilton. I consider him an honorary third lieutenant, the third lieutenant that ties back to the podcast, right? He was a U.S. Army field artillery officer who would go on to be the first Black editor of the Harvard Law Review and was quoted as saying, "A lawyer was either a social engineer or a parasite on society." Mr. Hamilton was part of a legal team in Brown versus Board of Education, and his pupils included the first Black Justice, Thurgood Marshall. He uses the term Negro, but again, it's the 1920s, 100 years ago. According to Houston, the Negro lawyer must be trained as a social engineer and group interpreter. Due to the Negro's social and political condition, the Negro lawyer must be prepared to anticipate, guide, and interpret his group advancement. Moreover, he must act as a business advisor for the protection of the scattered resources possessed or controlled by the group. How much has this changed? When I look at this, or even this, how much has it really changed? The technology is advanced. There's a lot that we can do with widgets. There's a lot I can do as an individual sitting from a space, but when I interact with the world, when I interact with other human beings, how much has changed? So in this space, in this Blacks in Cybersecurity space, I implore you to go beyond basic social engineering intentionally, and delve deeply into understanding how you can nudge others to, we can say do the right thing, but let's say nudge others to support our objective. So how can you use social engineering in your organization with your team? I touched on it before. I don't know. Like literally, I have to go inside your organization to do an analysis, human resources, and understanding the composition, disposition of your team, where the power lies. But you can, and you have to get to know your target. One of the things that we have to just kind of settle up front is whether social engineering is good or bad. Is it red team, blue team, purple team? I believe that it can go other way. After 41 years of banging my head against every human firewall that I could, attempting to identify their protocol, transmission rate, just how to connect with another person, I decided to live in the honeypot. I thought it was the best place for me to be open, to observe, to see what comes in, what goes out, to see when you come in, how you move around. This isn't going to apply to everyone, but I'm hoping this message hits home with someone here today. Do you feel alone in your space? Do you feel alone at work when you're not a part of this community? Is it just you? Do you feel like you have to be twice as good to get half as far? Well, I encourage you to look at windows of opportunity to connect with others, especially when there's a shift in the landscape. I recently watched one of the other BIC talks. The speaker was Cheryl Abram. Her topic was reimagining cyber. If you haven't seen it, I highly encourage you to watch it. She talks about reframing what cybersecurity is. In my mind, this window of opportunity of reframing is happening right now. One of the biggest customers and targets in cyberspace is the DoD, the Department of Defense. Leadership of one of the components recently released that they're going to rebrand. They're going to rebrand and shift from a warfare mindset to information advantage. This information advantage approach realizes decision dominance. Decision dominance is a state where a commander can understand situations and execute actions faster than enemies. Decision dominance is a desired state in which a commander can sense, understand, decide, and act faster and more effectively than their adversary. Bottom line up front, whatever we call it, social engineering is not limited to information security. It's experienced by everyone and applied every day. Sometimes I've heard it referred to as a competitive advantage. This competitive advantage is the act of collecting and analyzing actionable information about our competitors in the marketplace to form a business strategy, sometimes that edge. I've seen names for emotional intelligence, emotional leadership, emotional quotient. These models usually break down into 4 skill groups: self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, and relationship management. Within your group, within your organization, it's really good to do these things. If you're not, specialists can come in to do these things. So if you still believe that social engineering has to be red team, we'll just agree to disagree. If not, either way, right? Let's just move ahead. So crafting scenarios in order to elicit a response which you believe will give you the result you're looking for. Think about that. How can you start to be more intentional about your scenarios? If you set lunch, the time, the place, the cuisine, all of these things are details in setting the scenario. So when you craft that scenario and you employ that scenario, I want you to take the time, take the pauses necessary to ask yourself, can I use the responses I'm getting from people in my favor? And those responses can come in two types, natural and learned. When you get that response, try not to immediately act. Take the moment and think to yourself, can I use this in my favor? So the responses, learned or natural, are going to tap into cognitive bias, the humans in the hardware, or the bugs in the hardware that I mentioned before. And I want you to think about those interactions and apply them to the social engineering lifecycle. So information gathering, that first step, establishing the relationship, exploiting, execution, right? So I want you to think about how you can take everyday interactions, personal life, professional life, and how you can make that work in your favor. In school, whether you're there now or going back, think about sociology, think about psychology. Most of us get past 101 and then we keep on trucking towards our degree. I have a hand raised again. I'd like to answer it. Unfortunately, I'll
If
take,
hey, sorry.
yes.
You should be able to at the top. If you, it should. People have been posting stuff in the chat. I don't know.
Oh no. Has it been good stuff?
They jumped onto your dropping the airport codes and
Yeah, and I wanted to play along. You all have to forgive me. I'm really not. So I have a speaker view. We can troubleshoot this, right? You're gonna escalate me to tier 2? What's going on?
yeah, there you go. Actually, you almost had it at the top.
All right. So Q&A is what I have.
Does it have chat up there as well? No chat.
No chat. Wait, more? It's in the more. Okay. So it looks like I have some Philly people here. That's beautiful. And I see something personal. So do you all want me to keep going? I know we were running into an issue with the other speaker. A lot of Philly in the house. So what do you want to do? Is this enough? Do you want to keep going? I am not seeing any. I hear yes. I don't know what IAD is.
That's
Cesar. Is that an airport code?
yeah. So definitely could answer some
Ellis.
questions.
Yeah.
If you have any, if you guys have any questions, we can do that.
Okay.
You can drop them in the.
Naya, I appreciate you.
QA.
Nova. Nice. Alexandria. Brilliant. I love it. Yeah, I'm not seeing I'm not seeing any questions.
So I think there's one in the Q question and answer
Ask it.
for
You
you.
ask it.
So it says, can you comment on the interaction between social engineering and insider threats?
So the interaction between social engineering and insider threats. So, I mean, it depends on if you're looking at it internally or externally. So an insider threat in my mind is being social engineered by someone external to the organization, right? They want to exfiltrate data, information, something, to get them to pull that from inside the organization to benefit some external adversary. The actual The actual insider threat probably is doing some degree of social engineering internal to the organization. With the training that I've received, whether that be Army, I'm a contractor for the Navy, they will not direct us not to engage that individual, but report them. So internal to the organization, an insider threat, I don't have the opportunity to socially engineer them, but they're probably doing some degree of that to move around, because one of their objectives is to get access to the most valuable data, or I don't say payload, the most valuable asset that they can provide whomever is paying them off, or blackmailing them. That makes sense.
No, that does. Good answer. I have one more for you.
Yeah.
It says, what do you think about know before to provide awareness and phishing tests?
I full disclosure, they are not paying me. Maybe this is a yet, but I've seen them everywhere. I've seen them everywhere. I've seen a lot of organizations that use them. I literally have a training. My contractor has adopted them, has contracted them, and I have a training next week that I'll be taking by Know Before. I've not seen anything negative. I've only seen, I think I'm pressing on something. I'm sorry. I've only seen positive reviews.
Great. Okay, cool. Any more questions, you guys? I think, we just have one. Dang, as soon as I said that, it jumped in here. Okay. How would you validate an impersonation attempt if the subject is claiming a classified identity related to a federal agency?
JPass. So you should have a security officer, right? And depending on how this individual got to you, so nobody should be asking you for anything in the cafeteria, right? When accessing classified information or data, you have to, one, have the right access permissions. You should be using the right type of system with authentication. So how you're getting to it. No one should be coming to you. This is Nefertari, not representing anyone, but Nefertari, the third lieutenant here. Nobody should be coming to you asking you for classified anything. There are proper channels that they should go through, and their security office contacts your security office, and they validate that information, and they should have the right credentials, etc. If you have any issues or you question it, I say don't do it. Right? If anybody penalizes you for not giving over classified information when you question it, you should question them and where you work. Go to your manager and specifically to your security officer.
Great. Thank you for that answer. I think
Absolutely.
we're trying to make sure we check all the questions. Really great presentation. And I love your voice, really great podcast voice.
So you have to listen and subscribe and review and tell your friends. It's therapeutic for me. If those that are listening to this presentation find some outlet, write, journal, write a book. They say everybody has at least one. Start a podcast. COVID is creating amazing conditions for it. And like I said, truly, I'd love some feedback. If you don't have any military experience, or that's not your background, I believe that there would still be a message there for you. And if you listen to only one, listen to episode 2. But social engineering, though, that's what we're going to go back to. Let me get back to my presenter screen.
I'm actually about to drop your, if you want to do it, I think they're asking to talk a little bit more about your podcast again. And I was going to drop the link I found. I looked it up while we were on here.
Nice. Well, if you wouldn't mind, G, there's a little, I put a little thing about the podcast a little later in there. It's just the 10 ideas that I share. So knowing thyself, Sun Tzu, Art of War, right? Know thyself and know thy enemy. Right? People want a simple life. as complex as we are and as complicated as we make it, humans tend to filter out information that they perceive as unimportant to try to simplify. We also have an assistive nature. We tend to want to be helpful and familiar. So we want to let our guard down around people. As I told you, I try to live in the honeypot. I really do. We want our circumstances to be familiar. We want to have certainty, yet a little uncertainty, right? And then we're emotional by nature. We tend to allow our emotions to influence or overpower our decision making. And that's really important, especially when you start to deal with people where their bias is kind of external, it's on their sleeve. Thinking and observing them, and then thinking through what you're seeing and with regard to triggers and their emotions are really important. So here are those weaknesses. How many of them do you feel like you're vulnerable to? Where are your pain points? Carelessness, clicking on every link, curiosity, right? It's good to be curious. It kill the cat, they say. Fear. Do you make fear-based decisions? Desire, empathy, and sympathy. I can go into them, but I really right now would love for you to take an inventory of what you feel like your weaknesses are. And now that I know where the chat is, which top weakness would you say that you're subscribed? Hey, which of these five in the chat? For me, I want to say fear for me, and that's only because I overanalyze, and so I would directly trace that to fear. Gee, I see you. Desire. That'll get you.
I think we have another question in the question and answer. I think people are starting to drop questions in there.
How do you stop clicking links? I understand the human aspect, but how do you stop people from clicking on links that say invoice when they work in custodial? That's great. Training is the answer that I'm supposed to give, right? Training. Do they understand? Because a lot of the training we do today is computer-based training. So it's a human being interacting, asymmetric. Here it is, answer the right question. It's possible that individuals need a more human touch with regard to training to truly show them the malicious email and show them how it's malicious and how to identify, a URL that doesn't look right, or the types of information, and verify that they understand the way that you would teach a human being everything else. But most of the social engineering training that I see is presentations and then computer-based training, asymmetric. So if you value this custodian, they might need a little more resource-wise time, which equates to dollars, or you need a new custodial engineer. So we've all provided much security awareness via computer and human sessions before COVID, of course. Yeah. And I also see another answer about which is your weakness, empathy and sympathy. They'll get you. And sometimes even the way that we give, if you buy those Girl Scout cookies the first time in the office, they've got you every season, all right? So here are some of the areas that are more detailed in understanding, much like I said, that empathy and sympathy applied. Reciprocity is really powerful in that people don't like to feel indebted to others. When we're the recipient of a favor, we try to repay that, right? Favors aren't free. Scarcity, supply and demand. We talked about that earlier. That limited edition tennis shoe that you have to have. The new iPhone that's going to come out, you have to have that first. That's another powerful one. Authority figures, military. That gets me every time. You look at someone's rank, you're taught automatically how to respond to them. So, G, how are we doing on time?
You're good. I think we're gonna
I'm good.
go with, you have
7 minutes.
7 minutes. Yeah.
A countdown clock in Zoom yet? All right. So with the podcast, and I usually try not to read the actual slide, but this one, these are the 10 ideas. The 10 ideas that those who don't want to delve down into the depths of the human psyche, I'd like them to take these 10 ideas and think about them. So number one, a human receives two educations, the one given to them and the one they give themselves. Demand the best of both. Number two, everything in life worth having is free. Be careful of those who will monetize your love, your health, and your knowledge. The price will always be more than you can pay. Love, it's the answer. Translating the question so that all can understand, that's the problem. Number four, health is the trinity of mind, body, and spirit, and wealth is the karma of what you do with them. Pursuing the monetized while neglecting the free things in life will leave you poor, sick, and lonely. Knowledge, it's power. And with power comes great responsibility. So demand the most of those responsible for the knowledge transfer, because with them lies the power. Everything in life is a mirror. Look for beauty, and beauty is what you will find. Look for flaws, and flaws are what you will find. So look long and look deep. Number seven, beauty. It's in the eyes of the beholder. The beholder is you. So look long and look deep. Number eight, paying it forward is as important as saving for a rainy day. The investment you make in others pays in perpetuity. Number nine, truth, facts, and principles are constants that change. So never be so tied to constants that you can't change. Before I go on to number 10, I'll leave you with this. Your information gathering in that life cycle of social engineering starts before you become a part of the organization. Doesn't start day one or even day zero. It starts minus. So D minus, open source, it's your friend. What position are your organization, or excuse me, what positions plural, is the organization that you'd like to work for or you're considering? What are they hiring for? That'll tell you what holes they have in their team or what areas they intend to grow. Look to see what contracts they've been awarded. What certification for compliance have they just obtained that they now need to maintain? And then what's going on in the greater landscape of the industry? The cybersecurity maturity model just came online, right? So if you know the target as an individual, I say social media is a really good way. So open source, the point is golden. On day zero, most candidates consider the interview an opportunity for the organization to see if you're the right fit, if you're qualified. The truth is, the power moment that you have during that interview process is priceless. You can ask questions that you may feel uncomfortable asking once you're employed because you feel like it's not in your lane. But you can have 1, 2, 3 rounds of interviews with not just your boss or your supervisor, but their peers, their boss, and their boss's boss in some cases. And you can ask the questions that you should write down, maintain a record of, and then revisit as you go through your 30, 60, 90 to see where they divulged information that you can leverage, or maybe where they have aspirations and goals that their current staff and your peers aren't able to meet or live up to. Day one plus, I want you to assess employ your tactics, whatever they may be, whatever you're crafting, then assess, employ, and assess. Create a cycle of assessment. Use lessons learned that you can apply to your next, I want to say exploitation, but your next cycle of action and information gathering. So, number 10, the list of life, it's never complete. Start making a list today, cross things off, and celebrate. The key is never skipping the celebration. Yay! So that is what I have for you. The chat's active and your girl knows where the chat is. So are there, love number 10. I do too. Is that my favorite? I'm really passionate about all of them. I think for me, the one that I have, but besides the mirror, like everything is inside of you, everything you see in the world, it it is tied to something psychologically deep in you, but that's couch talk. I'm not going to go there. For me, number 4, health is a trinity of mind, body, and spirit, and wealth is the karma of what you do with them. That really resonates with me, especially the older I get. Oh, I'm like, wow, what's important? Your time is super important. Best. What do we have for time? Do we have a another another question, or do you have a question?
Yeah, I mean, we have some time for some questions. We're actually opening this up for more questions right now, so you can stay on, and if you have any questions that can be answered, and I'm here to answer any questions if anybody has anything dealing with Black and cyber in general. So we're going to take this time and do a small question and answer section.
I'm game. I really like, I saw Blacks in Cyber on LinkedIn. Like if you all want to reach out at 3LT Strickland, I'm also pretty active on LinkedIn. Please feel free to reach out there. I'm excited about the community. And I know a lot of people have gotten more involved virtually in every aspect of their life because of COVID. But I hope that beyond the pandemic, when we normalize a bit and start to move around, that this Blacks in Cyber community, this family, continues to grow and connect, crossing geographic boundaries. You know, we're spread out. Black people all over the world, aside from the continent, obviously, we're spread out. So connecting with the right people. Your keynote speaker was talking about high performance computing environment and quantum computing. There are very few people in that space. So to be able to connect with individuals that can help you quickly upskill, if nothing more, learn the lingo and the jargon that you could then employ at work. I think that we need more of that. We need more intentional efforts to connect and share for
Well, I agree
prosperity.
100%. I mean, I think that's what makes this community so interesting and great to me is being able just to sit down and have conversations and to talk to other Black professionals or students, and I learn something new from anybody. I try to at least learn one thing every day, and this community definitely helps with that. And so I'm very grateful being a part of it, and an opportunity to hear your talk and to learn about your podcast. I mean, this is what we're here for. We're here to bring the community together and to give the platform for people to kind of talk about what they're doing and allow for people to subscribe and to learn more about you and vice versa. So it's great. I'm really liking it.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity, the whole BIC family, everyone that's new to the family, Michaela, Nico, I really appreciate it. Thank you all for giving me this this opportunity or this time with your mic. Thank you again.
Yeah, no, thank you. Feel free to stick around. I'm pretty sure people have some questions for you, and we're going to try to continue on with the conference, but thank you again. All right. All right, you guys. So we're gonna do a quickly. We're gonna let Alex talk for a moment, and
hey guys, can you hear me?
yeah, we can hear
Hello?
you.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Cool, but introduce yourself, Alex, and
Sure.
yeah, go ahead and jump in.
Let me go ahead and I can start my video. Hold on 1 second. Okay, I think you guys should be able to see me. Sorry, my hair. But hey guys, my name's Alex Barnett. I'm Michaela's twin sister, so of course we look the same, kind of sound the same. But I'm our director of public relations, and I just wanted to reach out and say hey to everyone, introduce myself further. I'm going to be over, hey, I'm going to be over all of our public relations, media, press, relative relations, as well as partnering with Garrison, who directs our communications, as you probably already know. But yeah, I just wanted to reach out, say hey, and let you guys know that we are having an upcoming media day where press outlets, as well as all of our BIC family members, will be able to come in to a Zoom. It's going to be approximately an hour where we can discuss just more about who we are, what our mission is to more press, and getting our name out there, as well as just answer more questions. So if anybody had any questions relative to what we're doing to strive and continue to grow as an organization, as well as how, if you would like to get involved, we're actively seeking more people to work with me. Anyone who happens to have communications experience or anything of the sort, can totally reach out and we can continue to collaborate. So yeah, if anyone had questions or comments on it, we'll be announcing this media day pretty soon. But also just kind of like going through it. So definitely go on our LinkedIn, go on our Twitter, our Instagram, at Blacks in Cyber, as you already probably know, and just continue to stay in the loop as we engage more people. So yeah, oh, I think I have questions. Hold on. Oh, there's some more questions for our previous speaker, if we're able to get those answered. I just saw some. Let me check the chat. Let's see here.
It's obvious I don't know what to do with this chat.
Hey.
Hi.
Let me see. Oh, I do have one here for you. It says, how effective is policy to combat social engineering? I'm not sure if you went over that already. Let me
I didn't. I think that so to combat social engineering, policy is on paper. Policy does nothing in my mind without the ability to enforce that policy. So when you trace policy down to the everyday actions of users on your network, you should have guidelines, common practices, best practices, training, those auditing opportunities, people coming on and pen testing. If policy is not in place though, it is the Wild West. So what really can you do to hold people accountable? So if I had to say whether to put policy in place or not, put policy in place. Ensure that your policy traces down to actually influence the actions and activities of those that are on your network.
Solid.
Yeah. I love those glasses.
Oh, thanks. I just got them. I'm so, well, as our director, I guess, director of PR, I'm fairly new to InfoSec as a community. So, hey guys, I'm actively learning, I'm still have my A+ cert book I'm going through. So I'm just enjoying hearing you speak and hearing all the more tenured and just like the OGs in our community speak, because I'm learning actively every day more about
an OG?
stuff every day.
Do I get to be an OG? Y'all messed up. Okay.
I mean, it's an iconic status with us. So I consider that a total honor for you. Like, you are so cool. I just want to let you know, everyone thinks you're just like an icon. So we're all just like, oh my God. And I hope everyone's subscribing to your podcast because I just did, literally.
Awesome. Well, I hope you enjoy it. Please, again, give me feedback. It's over. I'm an OG. It is over. I'm calling Snoop. It's over.
Everyone in the comments is saying yes.
Nice.
It's funny. But yes, let me see.
I think we have somebody raise the hand for a
Oh,
question.
let me see.
We have a question. Rach.
Thank you, Rachel.
I can't see.
Just commenting, saying it's a great talk. Trying to think. I think everybody's questioned out, you know? Gave him so much.
It's Saturday though. It's Saturday. And not everybody's on, you know, East Coast, New York time.
Yeah.
I'm in Texas, so I'm on Central Time actually.
Nice.
So all the Big Texas people pull up. But yeah, got
How close are you to San Antonio?
I'm in Austin, so about an hour.
Nice.
Yeah.
So Futures Command's out there, right?
There's so much, like Austin, I mean, I've been here for about a year, but it's been such like a change coming from the East Coast in general, but also, you know, the breakfast tacos, that's been pretty iconic. I really enjoyed that, but like getting back to the point, it's been really cool coming to Texas and just like getting into the culture of it, but also, oh, we have some more Texans. Yay. Okay. But yeah, just like vibing here. Like I've been here, you know, about a year and a half. Got here last May-ish, June. So it's just been a journey. I really like traveling, you know, just my young professional career, I guess.
That's awesome. And I see a lot like I know Texas is big. I'm seeing Houston, seeing Dallas. I need to make a trip. I was out in San Antonio like beginning of March when COVID hit. Like I was at a conference and we did the whole no handshaking elbow thing. Everybody thought it was cute. Nobody thought, you know, October we would be this deep, this deep. But absolutely, I will make it a point to come out to Texas and hop around a bit post-COVID.
Oh yay! Definitely let me know. I'd love to hang out with you.
Absolutely, you have to show me what's up.
I will, and I know we'll have like another Big at Austin or Big at UT meetup. That'll be fun. And I know that NSBE was supposed to have, I don't know if they had their annual conference here, you know, but they were supposed to, so it'd be cool. Ooh, I'm getting some chatters. Let's see. Oh, everyone's just saying you're doing a good job.
I appreciate it.
Let's see. Anything else? Oh yeah, definitely visiting Houston, guys. Hey, Kenneth. And Alan is in Dallas, so awesome. That's what's up. My cat is jumping around. She's the cutest. I always bring her into calls, but I don't want to do it to you guys. You know, she's just too cute, unless you guys want to see. But anyway.
Show us the cat. Kenneth said, show us the cat.
Maybe if she comes over here, Fendi.
Do cats come when you call them?
She does. She's a Balinese and Siamese, so she's like really athletic, I guess. Fendi. Come here, Dad. Come here, baby.
We're about to see.
She's looking at me and she's tired. So she's just like, oh, okay, so you do want to come here. Come on, friend. Jump up on the couch. She's just looking at me like I'm dumb. I'm sorry. Oh, well. She's just trying to set her up. Maybe I am. Just kidding. Oh, ooh, someone else is in. Let me see.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Hi.
Excellent. All right, let me, awesome. Whew, okay, so, good morning, everybody. My name is Xavier Lewis Palmer. Here, I want to have a talk about community bio and biohacking. While the original talk is about biohacking, I found it helpful to discuss cybersecurity as a bridge. But yes, it's nice to meet you. To introduce myself, I'm a PhD candidate with a concentration in biomedical engineering and I'm a master's student in cybersecurity at Old Dominion University. My exposure to cyber largely came from conferences such as HOPE and the like, and it just grew from there. I just like seeing how healthcare intersected with cybersecurity and just blossomed. But yes, my prior degrees include a BA in philosophy with a minor in electrical engineering, a BS in biology with a minor in biomedical engineering, and a master's in biotechnology with a prior project foci in polymer airbrushing and bioprinting. My research experience includes tissue engineering projects, MEMS and microfluidic devices, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and more. But today I'm here to talk to you about biohacking and biocybersecurity, as well as learn from you all. My personal belief is that you can't know enough, but you can position yourself well to adapt. So the outline of the talk is as follows. I'll discuss biocybersecurity, followed by biohacking / DIY bio / community bio, followed by misconceptions, benefits to society, some questions worth asking, and some communities and spots to check out to learn more. The outline, sorry, yes. So biocybersecurity, alternatively known as cyber biosecurity, is a hybrid discipline between cybersecurity, cyber physical security, and biosecurity. The definition is expanding as the field opens and applies to areas such as industrial agriculture and biotechnology, healthcare, personal electronics, genetic databases, and more. It is a field best approached with some knowledge between the spheres of biology and cybersecurity, within oneself or within a team. So biocybersecurity's grasp is wide due to improvements in biotechnology, biomedical engineering, and adjacent technologies such as cheap and effective genetic sequencing, digitalization of medical records, biometric authentication, biocomputing, improving brain-computer interfaces, sophisticated medical implants, powerful smartphones and lab automation, telehealth, especially aided by on-the-go add-ons like otoscopes and more, gene modification, data storage and DNA, and more to follow. Now, with this in mind, you have the good, now you also have the potential bad. Some biocybersecurity translatable threats in the now, near future, and far future are things such as remotely crafted, upgradable, and delivered viruses, human healthcare, in-person DDoS via false wearable reports. Like imagine a bunch of your wearables like saying you're having this issue or that issue, causing you to go to the hospital. Now imagine this on a city or state or nation scale. There's threats such as someone smuggling state secrets in biological media like corn kernels in a corn cob. Improved ransomware aided by biomimicry, such as like applying evolutionary algorithms or just any such from cues from nature to just improve how we, implement ways to attack, healthcare systems or the like. There's the idea of epi or genetic logic bombs, increased unauthorized tracking via DNA barcoding, and increased implant manipulation and heart attack spying within your implants and around you via the implants of others. There's the idea of undermining of biometric authentication and improved and less predictable surveillance via environmental means, such as through plants or microbes that respond to changes in the environment. Imagine stepping over some genetically modified grass that will change color as you step over it. But this is just a sampler. So what does this mean? It means that vulnerabilities that exist are multiplied by at least a dimension and can be even more creative, with more potential for individuals, to nation states, to take advantage of this. And the average individual can be expected to anticipate these threats, especially if we are undereducated about them. So I'll give 3 rather recent demonstrations through teams of Dr. Peter Ney and Dr. Yisrael Mirsky. Dr. Ney demonstrated in 2017 that you could remotely hack gene sequencers or just forensic units with malware embedded DNA that's customly designed. In 2019, he demonstrated that flaws in third-party genealogy services could allow for ones to learn healthcare information about people indirectly, as well as implant false relatives. Dr. Mirsky demonstrated that a deep learning enhanced malware could be utilized to make it seem as if someone has a positive or negative diagnosis when the opposite is true in real time. And these modifications were capable of tricking radiologists. And as you can imagine, each of these has national security implications in terms of mass fraud or select attacks on individuals, especially the work by Dr. Mirsky, the idea that you can hijack a machine, like a healthcare machine, just to give these false readings. And you can, with current events in mind, you can imagine how dangerous this can be. But that said, it's time to discuss biohacking, which you all came for. DIY bio and community bio. They describe different modes of decentralized and or institutionalized approaches to understanding biology and the many areas that it touches. No one owns biohacking or the terms that people identify it as, although people have tried. Projects can comprise but are not limited to basic science, bioart, tissue engineering, plant engineering, neural engineering, supplement creation, body modification, ergonomics, and a combination of the above or more. What biohacking is, it's multispectral and multifaceted. It's both basic and advanced. It's accessible by all groups and it's a legitimate hobby and process, but it is poorly understood. It is not, just a means of publicity stunts, get rich quick schemes, terrorism, narrow foci, just for rich dudes, the stuff of movies, or convenient Netflix specials, although the one that just dropped is kind of entertaining, or coffee, butter, and shrooms. Simply no, it is much more than that. You may care about both biohacking and biosecurity for many reasons. For one, biotechnological workflows are cyber-physical by nature of the interfaces and increasing intertwining of knowledge bases involved. Healthcare and biotech especially are vulnerable to these attacks, but that also goes for a lot of everyday tech with a sensor that can be applied to a biological aspect. This carries national security implications, of course. Secondly, the tools to work with either are increasingly becoming accessible. For example, you can order a kit to do benchtop gene modification on, let's say, E. coli or yeast for less than $300. Thirdly, knowing each sphere can make you more well-rounded, marketable, and generally knowledgeable about where we are headed next in policy and in technology. Now, as far as like benefits, biohackers and biohacking is always improving. The same thing goes for DIY bio and community bio. With individuals from all walks of life working on projects that are beneficial to the community, such as COVID-19 vaccine for study, cheaper drugs and drug delivery in means such as cheaper insulin, cannabinoids, and EpiPens, cheaper and less concerning genetic tests, prosthetics and implantable devices, clothing materials, food sources, waste processing, such as like plastic degradation, renewable energy, and more. Folks are working on many different areas. And this is just, again, a sample. So it's where to learn and like how to learn. Shoot. Remember that biohacking is decentralized. No one owns the means or the ways. There are no certs, and there's not just one way to learn. Just as with any field, you want a healthy mix of established research. A lot of that can be found in NCBI/PubMed, which hosts curated research. You want to go there first, because a lot of what you'll find on Google Scholar grabs anything, and Google even grabs more than anything. And well, you don't want to you want to start off with the good stuff, the great stuff, or at least the most curated stuff. Now, YouTube has a ton as well. You can learn how to make like a meat berry, as in, you essentially strip the berry of all the materials out for the scaffold, and then you just culture on top of that. You can learn that from YouTube. You can learn how to grow neurons on a platform. It's pretty cool. There's tons on there in many different directions and from many different countries. Protocols.io lists a bunch of free protocols. Conferences can teach you a lot of what is current and connected to people to learn from and work with, like now. Oh yes, as far as any questions, I'll answer that after. But yes, also good old-fashioned Googling, after everything's done, doesn't hurt. And I definitely recommend going to Google Scholar first. You'll even find a lot of information, new information in patents too. But additionally, you'll want to, have a lab space to practice and get form to your ideas, just like with any and all like cybersecurity techniques and so, because this is an extension in a way. You want a community to review and bounce ideas off of. You'll want a means of logging and or publishing your work. This allows you to retrace your steps and for others to learn from your successes and mistakes. One of my favorite platforms is Archive, ARXIV, and his cousin BioArchive. They allow for free uploading of work, but you can also use Medium too. It's up to you. I do caution that if it's anything that seems dangerous in nature, exercise caution what you upload. But further, some journals search archive for publication material, so you can kill two birds with one stone if you're trying to publish, in a peer-reviewed journal, which is great. Without let's see. With that out of the way, there are vital questions that you'll want to ask yourself, such as, what do you want to hack? Why do you want to hack it? Have you done the requisite research? What laws are applicable? Do you have the means? And what safety measures do you have in place? Revisiting that, ask yourself, what type of system do you want to work with, and what's the pathway? Like, is it a living or non-living biological system, such as an aspect of it, such as let's say, for example, like cells, the organelles, or even just the biological processes? Are you going to be hacking like some particular chain of processing? Are you going to be trying to modify an enzyme, sugars, etc.? Are you trying to hack like a prosthetic or a wearable healthcare device, like a glucose meter? There's a huge community that's focused on hacking those for better functions. Are you trying to hack a forensic system, like a sequencer, or something else? There's a lot of places you can go with this. Now, and also ask yourself why, and why do you want to hack it, and what's the outcome, or what's the product or the outcome? Although I love open-ended projects, I do have some silent endpoints. For one, I want to make sure with any project I'm working on, that's going to be safe, and that it's it's realizable, and that there's something in mind to help constrain, so it doesn't unnecessarily wander, but also that there's something useful out of it. And you can have, such as, for example, an educational project. Some folks have tried their own medicine/gene therapy. I'm not going to touch that, but I do recommend watching A Natural Selection via Netflix. They do cover that a bit. You could go for an industrial project, such as pigment production, like a natural blue food coloring via bacteria, yeast, or cyanobacteria modification. You can make construction material via mushrooms or kombucha SCOBY. SCOBY stands for symbiotic community of bacteria and yeast. And a lot of folks will dry that out, use it for like clothing or some sort of packaging material. There's you could go for an ecological solution, such as waste processing, in terms of like mealworms, bacteria that eat plastic, drought-resistant crops, etc. But also there's body modification, which called grinding, which allows for the restoration, addition, or modification of abilities. There's more, but again, this is a sample. Now, it's also worth asking, do you have the means? Can you or your group afford the reagents and equipment? You get a bunch of stuff via eBay, but there's a lot of stuff that's just darn expensive. You have to save up for, and you'll also need the space to kit it out. Like you'll want to make sure that your room or lab, is up to par. Ask yourself, do you have the expertise or working knowledge? And if you don't, who can you connect with? You'll find a lot of professors at universities who are glad to lend their knowledge and to find a collaborator on a project. And they may allow you to use their space, which is great. But also ask yourself, not only can you accommodate the means, but can you do this without negatively impacting anyone or the environment around you? I'm gonna see. Oops. Let's see. Okay, so one question I will ask is, what are some universal signs of authority? One thing I'll say is that you'll want to consult the research. Oh. Yeah, you want to consult the research out there as well as the experts in the field. And of course, there's a lot of ground to break, but again, I recommend consulting with them and what's already out there first before going out anywhere. Now, ask yourself, do you have the adequate safety procedures? Does trial and error or long periods of inquiry scare you? If so, this is not the field for you. Largely because a lot of the techniques you'll see and a lot of the successes you talked about, they take a while. Biotech is, it can be a pain, but it is very rewarding. But also, if you're self-experimenting, do you have the mental or physical fortitude to carry through without harming yourself? Are you willing to think through, work with experts, and so? If not, rethink your plan. Now, it's worth asking, have you performed the requisite research? As in, what is the subject? What has been done? What are the techniques employed? What's the difficulty? What's needed to do them? What's your heuristic to assess the work done in the field? Who are the experts to refer to, and who can you check in with? And this has been covered earlier, and I can re-answer any specific questions. Also, and back to safety measures, again, consult the literature and the experts/professionals. But one place to start thinking is the OSHA hierarchy of controls, as in terms of hazards that you may encounter. What can you eliminate from the equation? What hazards can you substitute? What engineering controls can you implement so that you can get yourself away from the hazards, such as like working in a fume hood or biosafety cabinet? Next, what are administrative controls? Like, how can you change how you work? In terms of, what shifts can you work in, or what's your, what modifications to the protocol you can do. But further, wear PPE, and what PPE can you wear, and also, is your PPE appropriate? If you're working with any lasers, you're going to want to have the right goggles. If you're working with like certain chemicals, you want to have the right gloves. Don't be lazy about it. But also, this is probably the most important before you even start. Is your area of interest legal in your country and or region? What agencies might you have to interface with, such as for the US, for example, the FBI, the FDA, the OSTP, USDA, EPA, etc. And also what laws, protocols, concepts are at play, such as dual use, regarding technologies, HIPAA concerning private information, Nagoya Protocol concerning genetics. Now, all that said, there are some really cool groups, movements, and events to check out where you can learn a ton, such as there's DEF CON, check out the Biohacking Village, guys are awesome. There's the Global Community Bio Summit, where you'll come across a bunch of DIY biologists from many aspects working in many different fields and from so many different areas. And so you'll have your academics, you'll have your industry folks, you'll have your amateurs, you'll have your government folks, and you'll have a mix. There's Hope, Hacks of Planet Earth, which is great. There's I Am the Cavalry, which they've been in this before. So I'll say that, so cyber biosecurity / cybersecurity, this is a new term in the academic sense, but I Am the Cavalry, they've been working at this like since way before, working at like how to secure medical devices. They're great. And also there's Dynacon, which is a digital naturalism conference working at new ways to interact with nature. But these are just a sample. I recommend checking out more. As for some spots to visit, like post-COVID-19, I recommend like BioCurious in Santa Clara, California, BioBlaze out in Elgin, Illinois, Baltimore Underground Science Space, which is in Baltimore, Maryland, Counterculture Labs in Oakland, California, and GenSpace, New York. And there's a bunch of other spaces. So, but these are just a good sample. Now, that said, thank you. And yeah, if you have any questions regarding what's been discussed, yeah, please contact me at questionsforpolymer@protonmail.com.
Before we let you go, this is Alex. I just wanted to go over a couple of questions we had going on in the chat if he had the time. So I just wanted to make sure. Okay, sweet. One sec, let me just start my video. It's loading here. Oh, okay. Okay. So for an archive platform, like the archive platform you were discussing, how could that be accessed? Is it free or is it something to sign up for?
Oh yeah, so you have to sign up for archive. You start off as, so usually there's two ways of going about it. You can sign up as so you can sign up normally, and it's better when you have like a university account or so, because there's like a vetting process. But you can also have an endorser to endorse your work. If they, if you build up a rapport with them, who can, endorse and essentially say, hey, look, this guy is serious about this. We'll let him, submit some work, and you can go from there. And that's also why I mentioned like Medium, because I guess not everyone will be able to get on the archive, because they either don't have a portfolio built up, or just the system might be overwhelmed. But yes, I found archive to be very accessible. In fact, one of my mentees, like who just now got into school, he was able to have his account prior to, which is great.
Oh,
but yes,
okay.
Continue.
Oh yes, okay, awesome. Our next question was creating a space or a lab and getting it up to par. Do you have any tips or resources you think would be helpful for that?
Oh, yes, yes. So for creating a space, where would I start? So yeah, I would, gosh, there's many ways I can answer this. I
Oh,
will like,
it's from a
I
college
will,
student, this
oh,
specific question.
oh, so for a college student, well,
Mhm.
oh yeah. So what I would do is I would first I would contact a professor, ask if they have like a lab that that you could work out of, and if not, like depending on your locale, do email me because I can probably link you up with somebody in your area. Um, there's a lot of biohacker spaces / community biospaces across the world that you can link with, as well as there's different like meeting like groups and meeting spots. I will recommend biosummit.org. That is the site for the Global Community Biosummit, which was started through MIT's MIT's Media Lab, and they have an ongoing. So they have a conference that will be beginning quite soon, and from their site and from the information listed on there, you can learn about like all the different biospaces, and there's a lot of people who can help you set up. And the reason why I direct you towards this is because what I may suggest may not be as applicable for your particular locale. But yes, do email me and I can help sort that out for you.
Awesome, sounds good. Thank you so much, Xavier. Next
You're
we
welcome.
have Aisha Berry. If she's ready, we are ready to get started with her presentation.
Excellent. Thank you all for your questions and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, hi, good morning, everyone. I'm just trying to get I need a few minutes again, sorry.
Oh, it's no problem. Let us know when you're ready.
Okay, are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so my name is Aisha Berry, and my presentation is about cybersecurity and healthcare. It's called CyberSec Health, a new innovation. So basically, I will be discussing how education could be more effective from a healthcare worker's perspective. There's a disconnect in communication between IT and healthcare workers. And I'm very passionate about education and training. So I will go over a few things about how it could be more effective. So a little bit about me. I've been a nurse for over 10 years. I have an associate's degree in cultural science and technology, a bachelor's in computer networking and cybersecurity, and with a digital forensics focus. And I'm also obtaining my master's for digital forensics and cyber investigations. So technology's landscape. With the ever-shifting technology landscape, global pandemic healthcare organizations are experiencing more data breaches and social engineering. So this is the perfect time, it's the perfect storm in healthcare cybersecurity because of its vast complexity that it entails employee retention, adherence to state and government regulations, tremendous patient data in their acuities, and maintaining compliance. So there is a direct impact. Cyber attacks are increasing at an alarming rate, especially in healthcare. So it's very concerning to healthcare because these attacks impact not just the security, but patients' information and placing patient lives and safety and data at risk. Because healthcare workers are on the front line, they're also accountable for using technology effectively safely and efficiently while performing patient care. So this accountability should include competency in maintaining and securing sensitive data related to patient information and the care provided. Working in the healthcare sector for many years with diverse healthcare background, I observed actions and participated in conversations regarding technology and computer use in general and at work. Always having a passion for the technology space, I adapted to the integration of technology in healthcare and safety measures with ease. It's also a rewarding field. Inundated with such patient assignments with high acuities, maintaining a compliance with having the best interest for the patient. The healthcare sector is heavily regulated, and understanding all the compliances to be met can be very convoluted, varying from state to state. So some of the colleagues' concerns were, I don't know how to use a computer. I only use a computer to check emails. We need more training and education. Difficulty remembering my password. My computer is working so slow. How do I create a password? I wish I knew more about technology. How am I supposed to keep up with the computer and perform patient care? We need better equipment. They teach us about the software, and that's all. So I knew it was some truth to this regarding healthcare being a heavily targeted sector from my past work experiences. So there's a new phenomenon where healthcare workers, they work overtime to fulfill the gap for the healthcare worker shortage. The nurse to patient ratio is obsolete in some states, yet in other states, nurse to patient ratio entails 1 nurse to 8 patients in a hospital, 1 nurse to 40 patients in a nursing home, or no nurse to patient ratio at all, increasing patient risk, safety, and detriments. Variation of the ratio can be detrimental to one's mindset, and multitasking while implementing cybersecurity can be daunting and stressful, simultaneously leading to security fatigue. So keep in mind, there are different variances of pressure in healthcare, such as are the patients up and dressed, meeting family members' requests, depending upon the method of payment, or is there a relative in the facility, repositioning immobile patients, answering call lights in a timely fashion, are we passing medications on time? So there's like a lot of pressures with the cybersecurity aspect. So there's per diem teamwork. And the reason why I call this per diem teamwork is because medical facilities emphasize their ratings to continue to receive funding in patient admissions, and most notably to maintain compliance with DOH. So the staff will come together, display a cohesive teamwork at a surpassed rate with a surplus of employee and patient supplies, documents, policies are in order, and adequate staff to perform the tasks as needed. But any other time we wouldn't have all these supplies. We wouldn't have the teamwork that we need to alleviate the stress. So during this time, the DOH and CMS, they perform surveys. So they watch us pour out our meds, how we talk to the patients, are we washing our hands for a long time? How many times are we applying hand sanitizer? So this would be ideal for cybersecurity measures to train workers on how to spot out a phishing email, to know where the server room is located, how to detect social engineering tactics, password criteria, reporting of lost or stolen devices. All that is an important part while you're working in healthcare. So the question is, cybersecurity is making its way to healthcare. How can issues be mitigated to decrease cyber attacks and strengthen the human link? One way is more employee investment via training, education, and raising awareness, dividing the focus equally on cybersecurity and healthcare, speak a language relatable to healthcare workers for comprehension, retention, and application purposes, and stressing the importance if a task may seem convenient, you may place your organization at risk for cyber attacks such as sharing and writing down your passwords. Types of threats in healthcare. So there's a physical threat where there's unintentional employee actions such as improper document disposal. This could be correlated with patient care, such as a doctor's order is not transcribed, leading to med errors. Technical threats, such as social engineering threats that manipulate the human trust. This could be associated with patient care because you may have a manipulative and drug-seeking patient to receive pain medication, and also having a person call as a family member yet performing the necessary measures to confirm their identity. Also, there's an insider threat, intentional violation of cybersecurity protocols. A healthcare provider may deliberately delete a note to prevent further investigation of a patient incident. So the human attack surface is increased in healthcare. The human attack surface is the totality of all exploitable security holes within an organization created through the activities and vulnerabilities of personnel. Elements of an organization human attack surface include negligent errors, illness, death, insider threats, susceptibility to social engineering such as phishing. Not all actions are done deliberately. It also can be related to work stressors, pace, and security fatigue. Performing an assessment is ideal to achieve an effective outcome. Synonymous to what a nurse would do for a patient utilizing verbiage so they can comply and comprehend with their care. For instance, there are some diagnoses that are relatable and applicable while performing their job functions as a healthcare worker related to cybersecurity. Usable security related to improved cyber hygiene practices. Risk for heuristic behavior related to feeling curious is evidenced by, I just wanted to see what it will do. Risk for typo squatting related to misspelled web address, evidenced by a phishing website. Awareness related to consistent training and education. Password fatigue related to accessing multiple accounts, evidenced by passwords written in plain sight. Relatable language. Patient education is instilling preventative measures to cease and minimize exacerbation of disease processes and perform daily in some form. If healthcare workers were taught and spoken to in this manner, some factors will be applied and it will be effective. So one reason is obtaining and displaying a grasp of the content, which can be applied when performing cybersecurity measures within their organization and enhancing the job role. Experiencing feelings of contributory efforts in decreasing the attack surface, not be the weakest link, making language relatable to their job role. Reinforcing healthcare workers with education, patience, time, empathy, and understanding will demonstrate effective outcomes. The objective of the NIST cybersecurity framework is to identify a prioritized, flexible, repeatable, performance-based, and cost-effective approach to keeping data secure. NIST cybersecurity framework is synonymous with a patient's care plan. When healthcare providers are in case management meetings, they strive to achieve an effective outcome for a patient. Healthcare providers discuss prioritized, flexible, repeatable, performance-based, and cost-effective measures during the patient's hospital stay. Care plan meetings entails the utilization of nursing care plans, reviewing treatments, healthcare team members' documentation, and the outcomes associated. Healthcare professional also assists the patients in identifying potential risks. For example, based on a family medical history, helps patients protect themselves against those risks by making appropriate lifestyle changes and implementing regimens to detect any health conditions that might arise. Additionally, medical professionals and patients respond to health conditions with proper medical protocols and recover as much of the patient's previous health as possible. Similarly, this document that identifies current cybersecurity threats in the healthcare industry and provides cybersecurity practices recommendations. The goal is to identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. So phishing is very popular in the healthcare sector. It's the #1 social engineering attack. So phishing attacks are increasing at an alarming rate in healthcare workers, which emphasize patient safety. Cybersecurity training is crucial to keeping pace with threats like phishing attacks. As a healthcare worker, we have to have the mindset to detect emails by making content relatable to a procedure such as medication administration. Upon identifying the patients with similar identifiers, it's essential to improve relatability of the patient's identifications process. Healthcare workers check diligently using visible cues such as particular color wristbands, check the charts, displaying an affixed name alert sticker to the chart spine along with other visual cues. So the 7 rights of medication administration is the right patient, right drug, right dose, right time, right route, right reason, and right documentation. So this same methodology can be applied to the 7 signs of a phishing email. Emails demanding urgent action, emails with bad grammar and spelling mistakes, emails with unfamiliar greeting or salutation, inconsistencies in the email address, links and domain names, suspicious attachments, emails requesting login credentials and payment. Also, websites come in a form of phishing, which is typo squatting, a form of engineering attack that try to lure users into malicious sites with URLs that are common misspellings of legitimate sites. So the statistics with the cyber attacks are 45% of the hospital support password sharing for caregivers to access patient health information. 73% of the healthcare organizations share passwords. 34% of employees are not taught about cybersecurity measures in healthcare by healthcare employers. 11% of employees said the training only occurred during the hiring and onboarding process without the further training. 38% of employees said they received at least annual cybersecurity training from their workplace. More statistics are 1 in 10 employees in management positions said they were not aware of cybersecurity policies. 31% of respondents say they were aware of the policy but had not reviewed it one time. The size of the organization slightly contributes to awareness, with 17% respondents from enterprise and medium-sized organizations reading the policy more than once, compared with 10% of small organizations. 40% of respondents were completely unaware of the cybersecurity measures used at their organization. Those numbers increased in the US, where 64% said they were unaware of security in place, 53% unsure of the security used by their employer, compared to 39% of respondents from medium-sized organizations or 36% from enterprise companies. And only 18% of employees did not know what HIPAA security rule meant. So in closing, it's just more employees are just one click away from unknowingly infecting their entire organization IT systems with malware and other viruses. It's important to understand company security policies, procedures, and incident reporting channels is crucial to protecting not only the company's infrastructure, but also patient data. Employees should also have a general understanding of how companies' network are segregated, especially in the healthcare industry. Knowing what network houses sensitive data and maintaining proper cyber hygiene when on these networks can greatly reduce. Also, one employee browsing the internet mistakenly on sensitive wireless network can inadvertently expose that sensitive data to the outside world. Also, I think if healthcare workers were not so much a punish, but to be informed if this behavior continues, there could be ramifications. Maybe if Medicare will step in to say, you know, if you're not being compliant with the patient's data, we can hold some of your funding. Also, if licenses could have some sort of infraction on it, placed upon it, because it just seemed like healthcare is not taken as seriously. Also, they need better equipment. They can't use public Wi-Fi to connect to the network. They need to have more trainings on a regular basis, monthly, you know, surveys when it comes to cybersecurity, if they want cybersecurity attacks to decrease. So I'm done. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And our next speaker is going to be Roderick Chambers, if he's ready.
Hey there. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear
Morning.
me? Good morning. Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Berry, for the wonderful presentation about the healthcare industry. It's very much important, especially with universal health services being attacked over the last few weeks. So very, very important discussion. With that being said, I'm about to share my screen and get started. Give me 1 second. All right, fantastic. Well, today we'll be going over intelligence operations, more and so how we need more human in human intelligence collections. If you do have any questions, you can find me on LinkedIn, as well as through my email below. So for this presentation, we're going to go about an hour. We'll go over a couple of 4 really big principles that we have on the screen here. Biggest thing is with all trainings that I have with my clients, with all presentations, I always want my audience to take away something with them. So we will be going over a case study and definitely tips that you can take back to your office, even in your personal lives, to really focus on intelligence and intelligence collection as a whole. So first, let me start with a little bit of my background. Biggest thing is, spent 10 years in the intelligence community, starting in 2008, focusing on human intelligence collection with the federal government. With that being said, in 2008, while that is the background of my intelligence collection career, over the years, with the expansion of the Internet of Things, with our digital profiles moving to social media platforms, your Facebooks, your Instagrams, and so forth, our lives have shifted to an information technology world, and we all have to adjust. One of the big things that encouraged me to join the federal government was post 9/11, with the Intelligence Reform Act of 2004, it mandated efforts to diversify the intelligence community. While I worked under the Bush administration, the Obama administration, and for the first year of the Trump administration, one of the things we still lack diversity. And that lack of diversity, it did help account for some of our shortcomings in intelligence and protecting national security. While there's been significant wins and to our soldiers out there and operations officers that are out there, we still have a lot of work to do. Still, women and minorities are underrepresented, especially at the senior levels. One of the objectives that I have, and I hope that everyone takes from here, is to continue to encourage and support and boost up our diversified workforce. So one of the things definitely from the time with the federal government was to be successful against an increasing complex global threat. The intelligence community, it must employ a dynamic workforce. And that starts with everybody that is tuning in to this conference. The diversity of our backgrounds, of our histories, will reinforce intelligence collection and that importance. So real quick, let's talk about just demystify the word intelligence and tradecraft. one of the big things that we've seen shift over the last 10 years is that the idea of intelligence and tradecraft was relegated to just the federal government. Over the time, private sector has taken advantage of intelligence collection, seeing how we can be forward-leaning, accomplish major business objectives, such as a safe and secure workforce, increasing revenue, even evaluating our competitors. One of the biggest successes that we had was back in during 2010-2011 timeframe was the coordination of all of our intelligence sources. We have our human intelligence, our imagery, open source signals, measurements and signatures. Even our cyber intelligence came into play to uncover and show the success of a very, very big operation. But what I have highlighted in red is simply this: intelligence collection is slow. It's very difficult to justify an expanded budget for security, an expanded stakeholder interest in intelligence, because it's slow. It takes time to develop and understand the threat that we're currently facing. Those indicators of compromises, those IOCs, the reconnaissance phase, it takes time to build out that profile and then implement the proper security protocols. For today, because we are focusing on cyber, we're going to focus on that big area, that cyber threat intelligence. What can we do in the expanded Internet of Things? During the age of COVID, and we have a lot of remote workforce that's out there, needs to be secured. Well, while we demystify the word intelligence, let's talk about what intelligence can do. Intelligence can help cement and justify an expanded security budget by outlining the threat actors that you face, those techniques, tactics, and procedures, implementing the proper technical controls. It can steer and guide your information security program to reach new levels, and even mature some immature programs. We've revealed potential threats, reveal potential threat actors. You can even look at your competitors and get ahead of your particular industry by employing different marketing techniques, evaluating your staff, geographical areas. It can basically inform stakeholders how to make a great business decision with information, coordinating and focused. But what intelligence cannot do is it simply cannot predict the future. That's where I believe there is a disconnect. While we do and some stakeholders invest in intelligence collection and security intelligence platforms, it just cannot predict the future. It provides information that's filtered, that's distilled, that's cleaned up to give a very direct goal of what we're trying to achieve. Intelligence cannot be leaned on one success on one report. It takes some multiple sources. And for the cyber world and information security world, we look at the intelligence report and combine that with your IDS, intrusion detection systems, your IPS, intrusion prevention systems, your SIEM devices, your firewalls. That information that's out there on social media, Twitter, Instagram, that's talking about an employer or particular target. Intelligence have to be a combination. So we've seen at the slide before, multiple sources providing you contextual information to inform your business stakeholders, but it cannot predict the future. So as we look through, one of the big things I want the audience to take away from and obviously implementing your program is going through the intelligence cycle. Speaking from the human intelligence collection point of view, it's spotting the particular target, it's assessing the particular targets, it's developing, understanding that target, recruiting, and then after recruiting, you're going through a stage of turnover or feedback. Well, for our cases of the cleaned up, longer expanded intelligence cycle, we can look at it as a 6-step process. And that begins with planning and direction, meeting with your stakeholders and discovering, revealing what stakeholders desire, what is their goals, what are their objectives, giving you a way to drive your intelligence collection, your scoping. The next phase is collection. When we talk about the human aspect of it, where we sit down and talk to someone and try to elicit information, we have lots of collection techniques, resources. Again, we have lots of technical controls, firewalls, IDS, IPS devices, but we also have our ISACs, information sharing analytical centers, and information sharing and analytical organization, ISACs and ISAPs, areas where we can collect raw information and begin to turn it into intelligence. The next phase we look at is processing exploitation. Now, the processing portion of it, it does take time because what we've gone through in the first two phases is we've collected information. We have our direction where we need to go, and we have a lot of raw information, lots of data from our logs, lots of information out there. But this is where the human component comes into play. What exactly does a particular IP that you found in your firewall log, what does it mean? Is it something new? Is it common to your environment? Is it malicious? No. The human aspect of it has to come into play. While there is automation, there's enrichment and correlation that's out there, the human touch can point at some indicators of compromise, particularly a threat actor conducting reconnaissance, evaluating a target. This is where the human portion comes into play. And while we process information, the analytical piece to it, the who, what, when, where, why, and how this information is important. This is when intelligence begins to fill out that body form of it. As you go through the analysis and production, we also look at who needs to receive the intelligence. Is it our C-suite level? Is this built for maybe a security operations group, vulnerability management team? This is where we begin to understand our target, our audience. Who needs this intel? Who can do the information? Who can use the information to complete an objective? In the dissemination part, once we've gone through the first 4 stages of this cycle, we have to look at dissemination. Who needs to receive the information and what is the best way? Now, as we've probably seen in previous presentations, sending intelligence through email is not the most efficient way because it's new information. It's analyzed and processed information that points in a specific direction. We don't want that intercepted. So employing things such as password protected PDF files, even going back into what we call the sticks and bricks method, where you print out that information and you hand it over to a particular stakeholder. It protects that information. This is the dissemination. Something very valuable is going into the pipeline. And then once you've disseminated that information, we have to look at the evaluation. This is probably the portion where most of our threat hunters and analysts probably cringe at, is getting that feedback. Was this information beneficial? Was it the greatest thing since sliced bread? Did it help accomplish a business objective? Feedback is crucial, and it does take what we call a thick skin to go through, because you're going to get lots of feedback. You're going to get lots of pros and cons on intel. But the goal here is to keep pushing forward, keep molding and evaluating your processes and the way that you move forward with these. Now, we just talked about feedback. Feedback is the area where it helps continue to mature your intelligence operation. This is the human component of it. One thing that we like to put out is their actionable intelligence versus intelligence for situational awareness. Now, this is one of those very high level examples using your GPS. If you go back about 10 or 15 years, TomToms and Garmin's, if you didn't purchase the CD with the maps and the directions, it was pretty much useless. It would just tell you which direction you're going. You're going north. It didn't tell you about new traffic patterns or highways. It was very much a plug and play device. But here we can actually see a little bit about what is information for situational awareness and what's actionable. Actionable information is going to give you that meaning, that context behind it. If you're looking for a Starbucks, could this GPS tell me if there's 5 closer to you that may avoid? That's intelligence. It's making you smarter. telling you that there's traffic routes or there's an emergency on a traffic route, giving you the time and direction. What is it? What is the information that we're trying to disseminate to a particular stakeholder? What is it based on? We'll go on a little bit about this a little bit later, was we need to make sure that that information that we receive is authentic. It holds some weight behind it, that has come from reputable resources. And then the information needs to be very specific. We want to look at information when it's specific, it pertains to a particular category, it pertains to a particular target, a lead that we're looking at. So let's go from our high-level view, the GPS, to cybersecurity. One of the big things that as sitting as a virtual CISO before vendors, when they bring you that long document of 50 exposed credentials that we found in the deep and dark web. We hear the deep and dark web now, and before it used to give you that chill, or it was a great marketing tactic that we've discovered this new area of intel. We all know on here that deep and dark web is only a couple of tools away, a Tor browser here, a community here that you can find, and you can get intel on that. But when we look at the very, very common tool that vendors use is password credentials. They bring you this long list, 50 credentials. That's wonderful. I kind of sit back and say, okay, if you're going to tell me these 50 passwords that were breached was from Anthem or Yahoo or Target, it's useful. I'm going to hear you out, but what you're bringing me is not exactly intel. I'm looking at, when you bring me that list of passwords, of those credentials, is it just emails, or does it have a password combined with it? I always hate the bait and switch where they bring you the emails and that you have to subscribe to get the passwords. And these passwords could be made up by bots, or they could actually be passwords that I've used about 15 years ago. But sitting as a virtual CISO in the situation, I'm saying to myself, what do I have in my current IT shop? I know that I have a strong password system, strong and complex, it's long. My identity and access management controls are managed by a password generator. Now, this password had need to be very close to the tools that I'm implementing. When we look at the actionable intelligence, when we talk to vendors using this, great thing is, hey, in the last 15 days, we've seen credentials with your domain leaked on crawl data dumps and virus totals. It's powerful. You're telling me that I'm targeted, that my information is going onto a particular source's site. This is starting to become useful. 4 of the 20 or 4 of the 50 credentials have been sold 13 times. That's, again, information is turned into intelligence. You're focusing on the what is it. This helps me lean in a little bit to the intelligence. There could be some weight behind it. When you show me the email and password, I kind of feel like if you can find it on the deep and dark web, it's pretty much publicly available. If it does have weight, you should be able to give that to me. In this example, you give me a password that's very close to the administrative controls and technical controls that I have in place to manage my identity and access management system. That is powerful intel. That goes in and triggers automatic password resets. That triggers that monthly or bi-weekly training to the staff. It's a very powerful piece of intel. Or even at the opposite end of the scope, if it isn't actual credentials that are actually used, if you can show me that a particular GitHub site or a particular vendor is providing passwords and usernames that are not authentic, they're just authors, that's very powerful because now I can focus on that threat actor and what they have. So it's very important to see that. Now, whenever you do have those vendors come and they talk about situational intel for situational awareness or intel for actionable intel, you have to understand what you currently have in stock. One of the simple things that we can all do as intel collectors is break out our Microsoft Office suite, your Microsoft Office documents, your Excel sheets. And as IT professionals, we understand what we currently have. Organizing what you currently have into a readable format to understand the strengths and weaknesses, the issues that are attached with it, even the opportunities to maybe change a vendor or get a more powerful or more efficient technical control is extremely beneficial. This is the first step of that 6-step process of the intelligence cycle, understanding what you currently have, talking with your stakeholders, understanding the business objectives of what you have. This is the very first step here. People and processes and technology, understanding how many people you have in staff. How many staff members do you have, focused on threat intelligence, or at least have a few hours out of their work week to focus on that? And again, the assessment. Are you using tools and technical controls that are outdated, that may not fit the business need as you've grown? Sometimes you have to remove yourself away from free tools into subscription-based tools because your target, your profile gets a little bit bigger. But the key takeaway is understanding what you currently have in stock and where that goes. Another area is looking at the compliance route. At times as intelligence collectors, our stakeholders may not know quite exactly what all the objectives are. But if there's specific compliance areas, such as GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation, it outlines some very basic principles that you have to be compliant, especially if you have operations in the EU. Looking at compliance issues helps drive intel collection because it gives you your objectives. It gives you the areas where you need to focus on, where you need to make sure that you have areas for technical controls or areas outlined for remediation. Another big tool are your penetration tests that you're supposed to have at least annually. A lot of times, from a stakeholder's point of view, we have the penetration test and we do that as a box checking exercise. Yes, we did it, we're done for the year. But what we also want to focus on is going to be those corrective action reports. What are we going to do? What is that timeline that we're going to have to remediate specific vulnerabilities, specific issues? As intelligence collectors, we need to pay attention to that corrective action report because those areas where there shows vulnerability or a lack of maturity in those are areas where we can plus up, where we can get better at. Your vulnerability assessments, another great tool that we can use as intelligence collectors. Those vulnerabilities point out those weaknesses. And there we have the start off where we can start to look for particular threat actors, maybe exploiting those particular vulnerabilities, evaluating how often those vulnerabilities were exploited, even marrying those vulnerabilities up with compliance. Are we in compliance with these particular vulnerabilities? Using those assessment reports, penetration tests, vulnerability assessments, even your logs from your Microsoft Patch Tuesdays that you go through and you patch your systems are extremely important to drive intelligence collection. You can put those areas together. So when we talk about just the intelligence cycle, let's take a look at a case study, example of ransomware attack. Ransomware has been, a key issue this year and many years before, but it's going to continue moving forward. One of the things we look at is those corrective action reporting. Once a ransomware has attacked, there's been a vulnerability that's exploited. Intel can be used right now in this situation as you have that third-party vendors coming in and remediating, maybe stopping the ransomware attack from occurring, maybe trying to encrypt or decrypt those files that have been taken by the ransomware actor. But this is a great spot to start at. When you're going through that forensic analysis and you're reporting back, you're going to look at the stages, understanding each stage. We take for example, here, this is very, cookie cutter kind of design of, and attack vectors. You have your phishing emails, which was discussed before in previous presentation. You have your botnets. You're looking at, hey, has there been a history of phishing emails that we've been receiving in the company? Intelligence to track the amount of phishing emails that you've received, the incident response procedures on how staff report phishing emails, and then what did our IT team do to remediate those phishing emails? Was it changing the MX server? Was it installing more monthly or biweekly training awareness? Intelligence can be collected right in that first stage and become very actionable. We look at the infected sites. Once that infected site is known, it's going back through logs and checking those. The biggest thing about Intel is not keeping it a secret. Once you understand the infected site, the attack vector, communicating that to your workforce in a controlled and organized fashion. And then again, the target computer, the target workstation. Intel received on the type of infection. Was it a Trojan? Was it a worm? Is it still propagating through the system? Getting that intel out there to your IT department, to your stakeholders is very powerful. And then seeing what went wrong. If we look at the additional stages, stage 2 and stage 3, the spread of the infection. Why? Getting the why did that happen and how did it happen will be the key pieces to help drive intelligence collection post ransomware attack. And of course, you see on top backup files. One of the key themes with ransomware is making sure that your backup files are there. If your backup files are in place, you have a good vendor that checks those backup files, ensures the integrity for those. It's one less phase of an attack you have to worry about. You can get business operations up and running. But Intel plays a place here, evaluating your vendor. How often is your vendor checking your backup files? Do they have a great track record of sustained security? What a staff for your backup files, your vendor, are the staff members, are their emails, are their passwords out there? Are they subject to a high volume of phishing attacks? That third party risk is huge. Intel plays a piece in that to understand who you're working with, who has access to your systems. When we talk about getting the intel out there, let's go through a few examples of intel, passive collection. We have things such as cryptographic vulnerabilities. One of the big things is looking at the integrity of your data. Going through your company's systems, those known domains, even the private domains, where you log in and accessing those, you can derive intel reports, very, very basic, is what you're seeing here. Providing those threat details up top, helping your C-suite understand, removing the technical pieces out of an intel piece, but to help your stakeholder understand, what is our bottom line? Why am I receiving this report and what does this mean for my bottom line interest? Which always goes back to, to the funds, to developing and keeping funds within the organization. Helping them understand recommendations and guidance. It's one thing of providing intelligence to your stakeholders and to your IT team. It's another thing to provide them with the threat details, the who, what, when, where, why, but also the how. How do we remediate this particular vulnerability? How do we remediate this particular threat that we have? So going through passive collection techniques, you do not need to go out and purchase the latest and greatest. We have a lot of open source tools. We have our systems such as URL scan. You have Shodan, which is another great way to evaluate IPs and ports. Census for some time has been open for subscribers with a later free version, but let's take advantage of our open source tools. If you are a heavy Microsoft shop, going through and looking at the Microsoft server management, evaluating domains, SSL certs, even things as simple as just navigating on your own to company websites. You see on the right-hand side in the URL bar, that handy not secure bar that's there. That hurts for reputational damage because it puts off customers from visiting your site if it's not secure. But it's a great indicator to see, do we have any type of SSL certs, any type of cryptographic vulnerabilities going on to our public-facing sites. Intel can be derived just by seeing what do we have currently in stock. Another big area is vulnerable technology. Again, knowing what you currently have in stock, taking an organized approach at listing out all the technology that you're using, even things such as your Slack, your communication portals, We're going through and looking at old marketing pieces such as, how do you send out surveys to individuals? Going through and looking at your firewalls, seeing how many vulnerabilities are attached to this particular firewall vendor, your IPS, your IDS devices. If we look back at that ransomware attack, that scenario that we're going through, we look and say like, hey, maybe it was a phishing attack, but we had some issues with our technical controls. Why didn't our firewall respond to that? Why didn't our IDS or IPS device respond to that particular IP? Why didn't we get the alert to notify us? Intel can be derived from just looking at the current technology you're using. Big thing is you can go to such sites as CVE details, looking up those latest firewalls and those devices that you may have there. Servers. Everyone's well aware of the Microsoft upgrades that jumped from 8 to 12. Looking to see how many vulnerabilities are out there, and what is the complexity of vulnerabilities. And again, biggest thing is recommendation and guidance. While it's important to tell, our stakeholders, IT team what's wrong, it's another thing to provide that recommendation. How do we fix these vulnerabilities? Now, one thing that we'll caution you with is the date of this information. If you see on the screen, it was purposely put 2018, this is 2020. A lot of things have changed since then. So wait, why do we patch? Why do we care about vulnerable technology? Well, for most of us, especially if you work in vulnerability management, over the last probably week or 2 weeks, CV 2020-14-72 was big, zero log on. Now, a little bit of thing about, going through our intelligence collection process is reputable resource. We're looking at the NIST.gov, a reputable source that's putting out guidance. But remember, Intel has to come from multiple sources to validate it. Great, NIST put this out there. Yes, we trust NIST, but what are some low-tech, low-budget ways that we can verify this? Well, hey, we live in a digital world. Everybody has Twitter. If you go and you look at CV 2020-14-72, not just security professionals, but also threat actors, they use Twitter too. They have to market themselves as threat actors. What can I do as a threat actor? I can exploit technology. I can do reconnaissance. I'm good at ransomware. They use Twitter just like we use Twitter as personal and professional lives. But again, this post here shows, hey, there's some confusion. Why is CV 2020-14-72 is important? It's kind of crazy out there. Why are we talking about this? Well, bingo, still on Twitter, with a step-by-step guide. One of the biggest battles that I always see in organizations is with the Chief Operations Officer and the CISO, Chief Information Security Officer. The CIO wants to keep businesses operating, keep them running, but the CISO also wants to protect systems. And whenever there's a patch, a critical patch that needs to be employed, the CEO is asking, how long is it going to take down my business operations? How much money am I going to lose? Meanwhile, the CISO say, hey, this needs to be patched or we're going to be down for a very long time. To kind of put a baseline on that argument for the future, this is where Intel comes into play. There's some confusion about CV 2020-14-72. Why is this important? How long is it taking down my operations? Well, hey, we have threat actors talking about guides on how to exploit this. We had NIST guidance. Well, give me more. Let's take a look at some data dumps. Hey, big thing with patches are prioritizing those, understanding the technical difficulty to exploit a vulnerability. Yes, there are some CVEs that could stand some time before they're patched because of the technical difficulty of exploiting those vulnerabilities. And also, what can the threat actor do once they've exploited that vulnerability? Is it basically defacing a website, changing the font, maybe damage, changing a picture, which can be very important, or could it be something as serious as elevation of privilege within a system? Here in a data dump, we already have a lot of chatter going on about this. Again, pieces of the intel. We look at proof of concept. CEO says, hey, how many times has a CV been exploited? Who's done it? People are saying it on chatter, but has it been done? Well, there's proof. This is that intel that can be taken and formulated in order to inform your COO and your stakeholders. So what do we do with all those Twitter feeds and those data dumps? This is an example of a recommended intelligence report for the 2020 1472. Very simple and baseline that we have there. First thing we want to look at, again, reporting to stakeholders, is when was this reference? Dates and times. Biggest reference was the 6th of August, 2020. It would be great that we wouldn't have waited until the 20th of September when it was exploited to patch this. But again, this is how we're building our intelligence report. We're gathering the information to make it make sense. Our stakeholders want to see that it's just not Twitter talk or Instagram talk, but it's coming from a reputable and authoritative resource. What is the bottom line? Why is the CVE important, and how does it affect my bottom line and my operations? Privilege vulnerability, elevation of privilege within your systems. You don't want that, nobody wants that, but you do have the NIST government guidance. Now this is very critical, especially with our vulnerability management team. One of the ways that we track and we chart the value of intelligence, the value of our operation, is total time to patch. How long was it? If we look back into, the OPM breach, that was huge. Other breaches that were there, WannaCry, NotPetya. We look back and we look at the total time it took from the time that CVE was released to the time we patched will indicate the effectiveness of our information security program. Taking this number to stakeholders will definitely support your case for increased budget, for increased security, for getting more hands on staff. But you have to report these things. It can't be hearsay. It needs to be documented and collected and correlated. Then again, that big piece there, how do we remediate this intelligence report? It's great you told me that we should have patched this 43 days ago. So I'm listening. How do we do that? Great, it's all in one report. Let's get this taken care of right now today. That is extremely crucial to understand. What do we do? You have to guide your stakeholders with intelligence to the end goal. What's going to impact their bottom line? So then we look again, we talked a little bit about the technical piece, vulnerability, cryptographic vulnerabilities, vulnerable tech stacks. But then we look at our marketing department. Everybody has a hand in intelligence collection, and also the clients that we talk to. As we send out those sales reports and those slide decks for sales, we want to make sure that the clients we're working with also is practicing great information security as well. Are they passing forward to other vendors, your PDF files, your sales decks? What type of information is carried on there? Doing cursory checks on your LinkedIn or your Google for proprietary information, whether it's small or big, gives you indicators. You might have a particular vendor that you're always sharing market information with, and they're always releasing it, or it's getting taken or stolen or siphoned off or hacked or breached, or the different label that we have, but is ending up on public web, Google. We want to have taken note of that, because that intel does help us out with the track record of a particular vendor, particular client, particular customer. Always having our information leaked onto the internet is an intel. It helps us understand how we need to monitor and check around. Do we need to send protected PDF files? Maybe a timestamp that this particular document for this client only lasts 1 week, because they're notorious of archiving and holding on the documents. And again, recommendations. It's big. Every intel report has recommendations and guidance. You can't send up an intel report without that key piece. And again, I go back to our passive collection, deep and dark web discovery. This is one of the biggest things that it really does make me cringe sometimes when you hear about emails and passwords that have been discovered. And definitely a word of caution on these. That intel for credentials needs to be very, very specific. It needs to be actionable. There's always data breaches. There will probably always be data breaches that are out there. And we're getting smarter. I like to think on this call that we're using password generators. that we're using RSA tokens that have digits that shift every couple of seconds. But we do need to also take time to evaluate credentials that are out there. It tells us a lot. It helps train our staff. If staff members are using corporate emails for personal use, that goes into your training and awareness. It's good intel that can be used in different areas, training and awareness. If you're currently fighting to implement and get funding for a password generator, having this list of emails and credentials is very helpful to drive forth that point. And again, looking at, how do we go about addressing our workforce? Do you just go ahead and just password reset, and irritate a lot of people? Do you evaluate and say, hey, these don't meet our standard emails and password complexity? This would be good for maybe training and awareness. But as always, having your finger on the pulse. You know what's out there. While this intel would be great for situational awareness, it can be actionable if something happens in the future and it shows that you've taken steps for remediation. Another big piece is, as we talk about the intel that we have there, intelligence is not just for our employer. Those training and awareness courses that we take through our employer, those discussions we have about strong passwords, using our employer's name in social media, it can be implemented in everything that we do. Social media awareness, especially now with the area of COVID, people are very quick to look and see they don't like something that you put on social media, where you work at, and tag where you worked it on there. Taking account for yourself. What is your own digital footprint? What is your threat landscape? What is your social media presence out there? What is it like? It does impact your professional and personal reputation. Understanding what you have out there really does help that out. Cyberbullying, not just for our youth, but also adults as well too. During, again, COVID really does drive home the fact that a lot of professionals are out there. We do feel the urge to want to make up for time not being in the office. Side jokes about, you're never online on your Slack channel, or, people who send emails out at 9 p.m. at night, and those kind of side jokes about, being online all the time. Those comments, it does add up. We all are trying to deal with this remote working force in its own ways, but we do have to look at it from an adult angle, but also our youth angle. Our youth are using Zoom, using your Facebook, different meetings. Zoom bombing is big. We are all trying to get used to this new world. For some, it's an old world from myself, how this works. But chatting with your school, if you see a particular issue, such as not using your Zoom with password protection, or locking the host in for your educator or administrator. So if, for example, bandwidth drops, they're not able to hold on to it, that it's just not given another student, but maybe passed off to another administrator. We're all IT professionals. When we give back by seeing those things that are out there. Protecting our services, it's huge. Election season right now. Knowing what bots are calling, what phone numbers to pick up, frauds and scams with IRS, and definitely stimulus checks. Educating our individuals on what exactly is phishing. Big word. We have, we name threat actors very strange names. We have, for the Chinese threat actors, we use panda for everything. For Russian threat actors, we have, the bear. We have these cute names, but sometimes just breaking it down and helping our seniors, our adults, our contacts understand how to assess, how to spot and identify scams and frauds, and how do we report those? Another area too is, how do we stay in contact with intel? One of the big things we also had was staying in contact during quarantine. When you're not able to go out to your local churches, to your local community areas, how did you stay in contact? Do people understand how to use cell phones and use the different chats, the group me's and the Slacks and the Facebook messengers? How do we stay in contact? Again, that's intel. Understanding what the issue was, or stakeholders we need to get the information to, and then recommendation and guidance. Strengthening our business, applications and security. We had an explosion since June of minority and Black owned businesses. What does hurt the most is, everybody's trying to stand up a website, the reputational issues, not having your SSL certification updated, not updating the time frames for your website. As cybersecurity and information security professionals, it's great just to send a nice email to the administrator saying, hey, just want to let you know your SSL cert is down. There's nothing wrong with that. We're all trying to secure the world around us, our information that's out there. But guidance like that helps. Hey, we noticed that a particular site is typo squatting. Your company name, just send it out there. It'd be great. Virtual services, recommending those free sites. Have I been pwned? Great way to see if you've been pwned. If your email has been out there, let's use it. IBM X-Force, understanding your servers. Why am I getting a lot of phishing? What is intriguing about my IP, my particular range? Passing information out there. The wisdom that we have using these open source tools is only wisdom until we share it. So keeping this particular tool that I love to use to myself, because this is how I'm gathering intel, is not very helpful if somebody else can use it, get their digital profile. So virtual services, sharing with each other, building our own information sharing and analytical analysis center or organization, sharing those tools. Security, again, is where it drives home. Hearing information on your Twitters, on your Instagram, even those who are adventurous and have Tor routers and everything, having the information to yourself is not helpful. Getting it out there to the individuals, to the people. Understanding what stalking falls in line with cyberbullying. If you're seeing it, a username that's out there, educating those. Domestic violence, we use a lot of tools, Signal, WhatsApp. How do we communicate and secure platforms? That's intel, getting it out to the community. Why is it preferred? Why is it used? And then those domestic and foreign threats, for those of us who want to expand even further, intel can be very powerful, formulating and putting that into maybe your church billboard or your coffee room, your poster board that's up there, that's a particular threat. Another area we look at is protest, understanding where protests are at, informing those individuals in the community when it's about to happen, where it's at, what potential administrators or POCs, points of contact that we can get in touch with. That's intel, so we're not flying blind all the time. Let's use all of these tools that we have to really drive forth our mission moving forward. So with that being said, I talked a little bit fast on that one. I do want to open it up for questions, and I do definitely want to encourage everyone to start building your own versions of intelligence reports, but using those principles that we had, those 6-step principles, and getting those out there to your decision makers that are out there. So I'm going to flip real quick to the chat bar. That we have in there, that we have out there. So we have out there, so data analysis. Data analysis definitely is passive collection. It's going through and taking the data and analyzing it. I kind of consider data analysis looking at that as your SIEM devices, Splunk. I'm heavily embedded with Splunk. It's great that it indexes your IOCs. It tells you, which IP, which address behind it, sometimes the maliciousness of it. But again, looking at that intelligence piece, the contextual part. For example, if you're a financial service institution, I'm looking at financial service threat actors, your Fin7s, your Carbon Acts, organized criminals, those that wants to go after it. When you get intel about maybe, your SIEM device picks up on particular Siemens device that's used in operational technology or industrial control systems, that's where the human piece comes into play. Yes, it's an IOC that's, malicious, but it doesn't impact my particular industry. I'm looking at financial service industry components. That's the human part. The SIEM device worked. It said it's an IP, cool. Malicious, great. particular technology, it's hurting. Name of the technology, a Siemens or a Rockwell device. Wonderful. In the FSI, financial service institution, do I have any of those? No. Contextual piece. Maybe it's time to tune that Splunk device. Why did I receive an IP or a particular IOC regarding a particular operational technology? Is there something that's in my information technology, grouping technology stack that I have there that I've overlooked or that I missed or might have a component with? One of the things we might have forgotten was ATM machines. Are ATM machines that we still have out there, could he possibly be using a Rockwell device that's out there? That's where the human piece to go down the investigation. There's one thing for data analysis. There's one thing to put the contextual component in there and getting information where it needs to get to. Solid. So definitely, if you have questions, just definitely please put them in the chat bar. I'll pay attention there. All right, well, definitely. Well, I went a little bit short for the team. Give us some time for question and answer sessions right there. I'll definitely pass the mic back.
Thank you. Really great presentation, very informative. Saw some good comments in the chat box. Definitely check those out. But definitely learned a lot from that presentation. So it looks like we're going to jump into to make sure that we kind of we're going to utilize the time that you kind of gave back and tailor that to our Black Men in Cyber panel. And we're actually going to use this time to actually do introductions. So when it comes actually for at 1 o'clock, we can just jump right into questions. So if you can give us 1 second so we can make sure everybody's in there, and we'll get started. So we can go ahead and just go around the panelists. If you can turn your cameras on when you do your introduction, that'll be great so people can see you. And we can jump in. I'm gonna start with Tyrone since I can see him and let him do his introduction.
Okay, sure thing. Thank you all for having me. I'm happy to be here, and I'm also grateful to be a part of the panel with the distinguished panelists that are here today. I am Tyrone Wilson, the founder and president of Cover 6 Solutions. We do information security, training, mentorship, vulnerability assessments, penetration testing. I also organize a meetup group called the DC Cybersecurity Professionals. We're about 8,000 members right now. I am a 20+ year Army vet, been in cybersecurity, information security, and tech the entire time. And my goals are to be able to provide, as many opportunities as I can with the platform that I was able to build. So again, thank you all for having me, and I look forward to helping out as much as I can.
Thanks, Tyrone. I appreciate that. Does anybody else want to step up and go next for introductions from the panel?
Sure. My name is Xavier D. Johnson. I've been in technology just about all of my life. Started programming when I was 12, started my own software engineering company at 18, sold that company off, and recently started a cyber company. I've been doing cybersecurity for about 7 years, and yeah, super excited to be on the panel. I got some heavy hitters on here, so excited to chat it up.
Great, thanks. Love that flag, by the way, in the background. Anyone wants to go next?
Sure, I'll go next. So I'm Davin Jackson. I run Alpha Cybersecurity.tech. It's my blog site and YouTube channel. I'm a senior security architect, as well as a senior penetration tester. I've been in tech for about 14 years now. I'm a father, husband, U.S. Air Force veteran, and I'm definitely happy and excited to be here. Thank you to everybody for inviting me, as well as to all the panelists. I respect and admire all of you guys and hope to learn from you guys today.
Thank you so much. You guys are really outdoing yourself with these backgrounds. Next panelist.
I'll go. It's because we fancy out here, so we gotta look nice for everybody. So my name is Laurent Gray. I'm on the Azure Red team at Microsoft. Been there for roughly about a year now. It's been fantastic. I'm a Navy veteran, did 10 years. Was operator at the NSA for a bit. That was pretty dope. Did some web app pen testing for a little bit past that. And now here I am talking to you with my experiences, I guess.
Great, thanks. And I definitely feel you guys are professionals at this. Y'all got these professional mics, you know, I'm talking through my computer, so I got to give you guys props for being on. Got to step my game up. Next on the panel.
I'll go. My name is Trenton Brooks. I am relatively newer to cybersecurity than the rest of the panelists. I've been doing it for about 2 to 3 years. Have a podcast with my co-host Jordan, kind of on a break right now, trying to figure out things with work. Partner penetration, some of you may have seen that. I started my own cybersecurity consulting business, Visual Torch, recently. So I'm excited and really blown away to be on a panel with everyone here. So a lot of people I follow and look up to, so I'm excited.
Great, I appreciate that. Anyone want to go next?
Sure, I guess I'll jump in. So my name is Paul Brazier. I'm Director of OT Security Programs at Baker Hughes. I've been in cybersecurity, most of industrial, for almost 30 years now. So I'm probably dating myself, but certainly, glad to be on the panel with you gentlemen, certainly, men of color. Been seeing all this excellence, Black excellence in one spot makes me happy. Because when I started, I was pretty alone in that space. Hopefully, I can provide some tidbits of information, some things to do and not do, some things that, maybe, you won't find in a textbook, but, coming from the school of Paul, you may find useful.
Great, thanks. And I'm guessing you like the Saints. It's just a guess.
Yeah, a little bit, something like that.
All right, cool. I'm guessing we're missing someone.
Yes, I'll go next.
Cool.
Yes, unfortunately, I can't do camera right now, but yeah, I'm probably the newest in here. I am a PhD engineering candidate at Old Dominion University, but also a master's in cybersecurity student as well. My exposure was through conferences like HOPE and DEF CON, and I just loved seeing how cybersecurity increasingly interfaces with biomedical engineering and just medical in general. And it's my aim to, continue down this path. Glad, be amongst you all. I'm honored. Thank you.
Thank you for being a part of the panel. Really appreciate all of you guys. This is a very heavy hitter panel, so I'm really excited. I'm gonna be participating and listening in, so I'm looking forward to this. Did we miss anyone? I said everyone. Okay.
I think Lou was signing on, I think.
Okay, cool. So we'll wait a little bit. They're waiting on another host, and then we can jump in. But no, thank you guys. This helps because we really want to get deep into the questions and give you guys ample amount of time to give the audience, what they've been waiting on. So, all right, looks like Lou just joined. put you on the hot seat. You gotta jump in and do an introduction.
Boom, finally. Sorry about that. Finally here. Oh, I have to do an introduction. It's my turn.
Yeah.
All right, so what's up, guys? My name is Louis, go by Lou. I'm currently a security administrator at RX Benefits, and my main area of focus is incident response and reverse engineering. I've been in the industry for about 3 years now. I'm fairly familiar with all the faces on here. I look up to a lot of these guys, and it's just an honor to be here. Just, sitting, talking knowledge with some of the greats. So thanks again.
Thanks for that. And I think we have one more. Keith, did you get a chance to go?
No, I don't have, haven't gone yet.
Okay, you can go ahead. I think you're on the hot seat now.
Hi, my name is Keith Trapman. I have been working with Blacks in Cybersecurity as the team's committee chair, and also I'm the Cincinnati local ambassador. I work in a security operations center in Cincinnati. I've been a lead analyst for the last 3 years, and I've been in IT for about 10 years so far.
All right, great, thanks. I think we're all ready and we're here. Give me 1 second so I can bring in our co-hosts. We can get O'Shea on the panelist side, please. Thank you. That was quick. And O'Shea, I'll turn it off to you. Before I give it to O'Shea, I didn't introduce myself. So I'm Garrison Best. I'm Director of Communications here at Blacks in Cybersecurity. I'm one half of the hosts for this panel today. And look forward to it, guys. And I'll let O'Shea do his introduction for himself.
Cool. Hey, awesome. Looks like everyone's here. Cool. Well, thanks guys for coming and spending some time and doing this. I know we got through the intro, so how about we dive into some of the questions, if that's all right with everyone. So in I guess just to clarify on like any type of direction, we'll try to keep the answers to like 2 to 3 participants. We do have like a hard stop within like the hour or about an hour out. So if you feel like, you want to interject or add something onto another individual's answer, just, raise your hand or signal us, smoke signals, whatever. just let us know that you have something to say. Cool. So being that, we know what the number from a representation perspective is of people of color in cybersecurity, I'm definitely interested to hear your thoughts on, what you believe or what you found from your experiences corporations can do to reach more into the community and find, more of us and bring us into, different types of roles that we're interested in.
I'll take this. I'll step up for this one. I think a low-hanging fruit way to do this, just for reference, I'm in Detroit, Michigan. All right, Detroit, Michigan, mostly Black, primarily a Black place and Black city. And we have a small cybersecurity scene, I would say. I run BIC S3cret, which is a local DEF CON group. And we also have MISEC, which is Michigan Security. I run the Detroit chapter. So we have a presence. We have a few companies that are cyber focused, and then we have all of the automotive. But when you look at the companies and not the community, the companies don't necessarily reflect what the community looks like. So I would say just starting by hiring in the towns that you operate in, specifically for my area, would be very low hanging fruit. Just starting initiatives to say, X% of the team should be native, right? Because I'm seeing new cybersecurity companies that come and get, tens of millions of dollars crop up in a co-working space, not really have any equity in the town, and get people from the suburbs. they transit back and forth, and there's no tax base, there's no increase, there's no community love, and so there's no, no opportunities for us to get in those doors.
Just out of curiosity, when that happens, do you feel like there's not like efficient outreach, like when they're standing up shops? Because I've seen some companies, like I'm in Boston, sometimes when companies are standing up a new office, they'll have like an outreach day where they try to reach out to like the Urban League chapter or the NAACP chapter. Like they try to have these like events, maybe 2 or 3 months before they actually open their doors, right? So are you seeing any of that like in your city? Just not to like pick on Detroit, but I'm just asking.
No, not to pick on Detroit. I mean, I'm sure this happens in other major cities, but unfortunately, there's no direct connection to cyber itself. Technology, sure, but with cybersecurity, people aren't necessarily thinking about it on today. They're more so thinking about JavaScript and programming and robotics, automations, Internet of Things and industrial Internet of Things here in Detroit. So cyber is kind of like the afterthought.
Okay, I got you.
Just to piggyback off of that, I mean, I'm about 30 minutes north of Atlanta, and it's a lot. It's the same thing. You hear about Atlanta slowly becoming like a tech hub, or, I've even heard some people refer to it as like the Silicon Valley of the East, but there's definitely not a lot of representation. You do have your spots where there's a lot of, groups of people of color, and we try to, communicate and network amongst each other. And if someone's in the building, try to reach out, but I haven't really seen too many outreach. I know Microsoft has done a couple events where they bring in a bunch of people in different fields to, sit in and have a meeting and like a networking powwow. But outside of that, I really haven't seen anything where, they're really doing hiring events where they're focusing on it. Another thing is, I also think it goes to the same thing with that, with the discrepancies of the gap. There isn't a gap. I think they have unrealistic expectations when they're throwing things like you have to have your CISSP for an entry-level certification, right? That kind of scares a lot of people away if you don't really know what to look for. So I think they need to be a little bit more realistic in what they're looking for, as well as trying to reach out to these communities rather than just, be performative and say that they support it. They really need to, actually take the steps to really be about it.
Well, DJ jumped ahead actually, because that's actually one of the questions. And this is open again, of course, but in regards to expectations for individuals that are either transitioning into cyber or this is their first role, right? Like, are we being realistic with what we expect someone to possess? I know for myself as like a hiring manager, I've had to sit down and rewrite job descriptions that I had former bosses that that wrote it out. It was a part of their job. I stepped in to become a director or manager or whatever, and I had to sit down and spend a week rewriting these things because to me it seemed crazy. But I'm interested to hear what other people have encountered when they've had to like either A, write the job description, or B, us viewing them and reading them before we're actually applying to those roles.
I mean, I'll take a stab at this one. Being a hiring manager and certainly being a director, you have to look at a couple of things, right? Obviously you have to understand what the job actually entails in your environment. Sometimes the applicants that you get don't necessarily have the background that you need, but if they show an aptitude in the interviews, then you can work with it. A lot of the raw and rote knowledge, you can teach them that, but you can't teach someone how to think. And so, in many cases, obviously, if you've been in the field for a while, then what it gives you and affords you is this ability to be able to, again, kind of assess the person's ability to think and grow and thrive. A lot of times when you see these requisitions, they're kind of these cookie cutter requisitions, and the people that are doing the hiring have no idea of what those requisitions even mean. And so they're looking for someone to fit in some sort of mold. Whereas if you actually have, a security professional that is, that knows the field, that knows the space, they can kind of read between someone's resume even to see if they have the aptitude that they need in order to succeed. And so many times the folks, now for my space in industrial, obviously it's a very niche, very specific skill set that's required. And so in those instances, a lot of times I have to have people that have a very specific skill set and a very specific exposure. doesn't mean that I can or won't pick up someone that maybe is more junior, but typically the types of exposures that they need, they simply don't have them yet at that point in their career.
I have a personal experience with that you mentioned with talking to HR, because when I got out the Navy, I tried to make sure that I wasn't talking to people who were in HR, and I was talking to the people who were hiring managers directly. One job that I applied for, they said we need someone with, I think at the time, 4 years of experience in pen testing or something like that. I think I had like 3, or I was like 3.5, and they were like, "Well, this is a pretty hard limit." And I'm like, "Do you think this 6 months of experience is going to change my skills that drastically as opposed to what's on my resume?" And it was just a kind of mind blowing to hear. Obviously I didn't get that job, but later talking to one of the hiring managers who worked there, and I told him that story, and he was just kind of like who, it was something they realized they needed to fix when it came to that disconnect between hiring managers, HR, and the applicants. That was wild.
I took a non-traditional route into the industry, self-taught, and was doing it as a hobby before actually doing it professionally. So I've never been able to beat the HR machine ever. I've worked at General Motors, General Electric, Dynatrace. I worked at some large companies. I've never been able to get in via applying outside to in. So I would say take that for build relationships, even if it's not with just decision makers, people on the team that can speak highly of you, go much further than any HR filter could, do for you.
That actually kind of leads into like another question I have, because but something I found when you take that non-traditional route, I think this is outside of cyber. I think this is just business, or maybe parts of capitalism in general, especially in America. It's kind of, it's not what you know. It maybe it's just who you know that gets you in, right? And when you're thinking about this, especially as people of color that are again working in cyber, trying to make this change and bringing up the next generation, you can't say BIC, but do you feel like there are certain groups or certain networking events or certain ceremonies that you feel like individuals should definitely try to reach out to try to like get your foot in, right? Like I'll give an example. Like I'm here in Boston, we have Boston Security Meetup, we have DC 617, the local DEF CON meetup, and I encourage like anyone that's looking to get into cyber, I'm like, just show up at something. Like, you'll run into someone that's been in the same position you are, or that can help you out. Whether they follow it, I don't know, but I always recommend just show up at XYZ. And I'm kind of curious if anyone else has kind of found themselves in that loop or in that similar situation.
Pre-COVID, I went to a conference every month, speaking or not.
Okay.
So,
right.
You may not have to be that ambitious, but that's just a +1 to what you said, right? It doesn't matter necessarily the background or nationality of the person that you make the connection with, right? But it more so matters that you are making connections in the industry, making genuine relationships and friends in the industry. That may not turn into immediate opportunity, but it is more than likely going to be fruitful at some point.
When I was trying to get into the cyber field, I was lost at first. So I did meetups as much as I could. I did monthly meetups. Now that I'm here in DC, I've attended like one of Tyrone's virtual talks, but going to meetups, and then if you can see, there's sometimes local conferences are pretty cheap. And if you can go to a local conference and just stick your head in and just network with people, you never know who you'll meet, or someone down the road 5-10 years could just remember a conversation they had from you.
So I'll just to piggyback off of that one, same thing. I started when I first moved down to Georgia. I went to a lot of the local meetups. I helped out with a lot of stuff. One in particular was like a pen test and hacking meetup. I help people get their VMs set up, get them on and try to help talk them through, the different processes of Nmap scanning and everything like that. And although I never got a job through networking or someone referencing me, it definitely helped. And I ended up meeting a lot of these people later on, either through different groups or even when I did land jobs, and they were like, "Oh, hey, I remember him from this meetup, or he helped me." Another thing I think that a lot of us are doing is, blog sites, YouTube channels, social media. You got to get yourself out there. It kind of just goes back to what I say about, building your own table. You got to get the exposure. And we live in a time where everybody's sharing what they eat these days. So why not share your talents and showcase it in a group of like-minded people? Eventually, you know, it will get you it will get you some you know, notoriety, and even some people knocking on your door about jobs, and which will then break that you know, that firewall of the HR resume review.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. There is a lot of food sharing stats too. So you might as well share what your skill set is, share what your interest is. So that totally makes sense. And I know we have like a kind of a broad range of individuals with different focus areas. So you can kind of answer this maybe specifically to the niche that you focus on within security. But when you find yourself approaching kind of like complex problems, really bigger challenges, you know, at work, you know, what is like your mindset when you're going into this, right? Everyone thinks differently, things click at different times for individuals, but something I'm always curious about when I'm working with other individuals, I'm like, how do they see this problem, right? I know how I look at XYZ, how this attacker got in, or what I'm reversing malware. Like, I know what I'm looking for, and I'm always curious how other people kind of like approach the same problem, but just in a different method. I'd be curious to hear some of your thought processes around, you know, tackling, you know, complex problems, or, you know, taking on bigger projects and challenges, you know, stepping up in the workplace.
I guess I can speak on that. Here recently, I was in the mindset of, you make a long list and you have to attack that list as aggressively as possible. And I've now come to find out that that is not the way. So there's an 80-20 principle, and I think that we're all familiar with this. And it saves a lot on your mental, and just, you know, physically, it keeps you engaged and it keeps you laser focused. But when you narrow down, you take a list and you only choose the 20% of what's important from that list, that's when you become an achiever, and you're not kind of just shooting from the hip and just say, if you know, you're studying for certification. So here recently, I've been studying for AWS a solution architect and a CISSP at the same time, and that's just not feasible. It can't be done. So what I had to do is take a step back and find out what is more important right now that could propel me forward and make myself an achiever. And just narrow, we can't be afraid to take stuff off of the list. And I think that's where we get into a bind. So just slashing that list down to 20% and focus on what is important, keeping that consistency, you'll start to see stuff just kind of like flow effortlessly. And especially for the newer people getting in, they think that, you know, we have to cram all of this knowledge at one time. And that's not the case, man. Just focus on one thing first, complete that, move on to the next task.
Good advice. Speaking about like individuals coming in, right? I think you guys knew this question was likely going to come, but I'll try to make this specific as possible. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on certifications, right? But when you answer, kind of make it relevant to your specific role, right? Because we know there's I don't know, 40 or 50 different vendors out there that for different certifications, not just security, but IT related, sysadmin, networking related. You know, I'd love to hear your thoughts on, you know, certifications that you think are relevant specifically to your area of focus, right? So whether you're on, you know, you're doing penetration testing, you're doing Sec DevOps, you know, whatever you're doing, I'd love to hear like kind of like maybe different thought patterns there.
I'll chime in. Only because I'm in the DC area and there are a lot of contracts that absolutely require a certification in order to be on the contract at all. In my opinion, the certifications just primarily mean that you meet the minimum requirements on paper and not necessarily from a technical standpoint. So here in our area, like they won't even spend the time to review your resume if that certification that's required for the contract is on there. Like it takes too much time to try to create a promissory note saying this candidate promises to pass this certification in the next 6 months, where I can just find another, you know, one of 10,000 people that I already have the cert. So, you know, depending on what the job is, a certification will help. Like if you want to be a pen tester, an OSCP will help, right? But like like if you want to be an incident responder, because the Security Plus is like a minimum requirement, having the Security Plus doesn't really help you that much as an incident responder. So.
I'll say getting out of the Navy was an interesting experience when it came to applying for jobs, because like when you have a clearance, right, there's only so much that you can say as far as the things that you can put on your resume. And so, you know, even though I can say, yeah, I was an operator at the NSA, I can't tell you what I did. So I can't prove to you that I have the skills required to do this job. And so having those certifications, or at least having like a stack of them for me, was super beneficial, because now I can say, all right, I have this title and this history that I can't talk about, but I can supplement it with all this information that you now know I do have that bare minimum plus more. So you should probably hire me. And I mean, it was what it was that year, but I think having certifications, particularly coming out of the DoD cleared area, is highly beneficial if you have nothing else, right? It's good to try to take advantage of the programs that are offered in your DoD area if you can, and grab them on the way out, right? Just like CLEP courses, right, for college, right? You grab your certifications for your job hunting.
And I think you kind of you hit on something there, actually, because this is a conversation I had with, you know, we'll say like individuals in the hacker community, right? Something that I advise individuals that are like moving into security that are maybe hitting speed bumps or just haven't found that job, right? You know, that specific job that they're looking for. Like they've hit, you know, a couple certs, they have, you know, 1 or 2 years of experience, but they're not finding that specific job. And I always recommend, I'm like, you may want to look at public sector. Like public sector is always looking for people, you know, and you do get that pushback, like, no, I'm not going to work for the Fed, XYZ, you know, especially if you've been around for a while. Some parts of the hacker community, total disregard for like, and you know, just really just hate for like the federal government. And then you have a lot of individuals, like I know a lot of individuals I associate with on a day-to-day basis have come from certain three-letter agencies, or they came from a military background, and then that's where that transition to cyber hit. I'm kind of curious on so I know a couple of you guys came from that same route too. I'm curious on, you know, your thoughts around making that decision to go to the public sector, but also the kind of the benefits there if you're, again, new to cyber, transitioning into cyber, you know, the type of training, the type of requirements that are placed out that you feel like you learned over like a couple of years working in, you know, whether it's in an agency, different public sector, whatever it may be.
Wow, I can jump on this one as well, because I've worked, you know, government, SOC, life, multiple deployments. And even if, you know, someone worked in that environment but didn't have any certs, because let's just say, you know, they were lower enlisted or a young lieutenant or something, just because they're in that environment, they have that experience, you would be more apt to hire them, you know, if they're out of that environment. So I know quite a few individuals that, you know, when we lived that cubicle life in the SOC, that are doing really well, you know, in the public sector, because, you know, they're going from being an analyst to almost running their own SOC, because they know what it's supposed to look like, even though they may not have, you know, the proper certification. So like being able to speak that language, being able to just be in the rooms while a lot of these individuals are having those daily briefs or the weekly update briefs, speaks a lot to the experience that you can provide to an organization that may be lacking that totally. So that helps.
Awesome. Can I also say that I think working in public sector, it expands your, it just expands your knowledge base, because now you, like when you're working in public sector and cybersecurity, now you have to look at kind of the financial aspects of things. You have to know how to, especially I'm 3 years in and I'm having to make these financial analysis on some type of tool that we want to implement within our environment. And I believe that goes a long way, especially when we start getting into kind of like those management roles, because we're so familiar and we're getting that early exposure to that. And I personally then get that in the government side of things, so where I had to go do cost analysis and just kind of stepping outside of my role, taking on more responsibility than what I needed to. But that's one of the benefits of the public sector.
Yeah, I asked that because I've run into individuals there, especially they're mostly younger, but I'm like, you should maybe look at, like I push, I have a couple of buddies in FBI and I push FBI. I'm like, they're always looking for people. Like you will get, like, if you have a degree and a little bit of experience, there's a good chance you're going to get through. And they're like, I'm not working for the feds. Like, what is, like, who are you? Like, you're trying to make a living and live your life. Like, they're not looking for you. Like, you should go out there and try to get that money.
I looked at the FBI. The only problem that I had was the 5 a.m. raids.
Yeah, and like the 4-year commitment. they do have a multi-year commitment for you. And again, you can answer this question depending on where your area of focus is. But I'd love to hear your thoughts around. We'll try to keep it to core skills, right? So whatever role you find yourself in, whatever role you may be looking for, or even if you're a hiring manager, I know a couple of individuals here are like in those type of positions where they have to sit down and review resumes and they're interviewing multiple candidates. But what are kind of the critical or the core skills you believe are relevant to, let's say you want to move into a red teaming role versus like a blue teaming role, or maybe a development role, right? Like what are kind of those core skills that you think are essential that, while you're speaking to someone, it's an immediate click. Like, it's like, okay, I know they understand what the role is because I just heard them go in depth around leveraging Python for automation, whatever it may be, right? Like, I'm kind of curious on your thoughts around like those core skills when you're moving into the field and focusing on different areas.
I'll speak from both sides. Because before I was strictly a red teamer, I was a purple teamer, right? Where I did a lot of blue team work and red team work for one organization. And what I'll say is having systems knowledge, right? And I don't mean just specifically Windows or just Linux, but kind of being able to all systems, right? So, having the understanding of what will be baked into like a standard Nix environment. What are some of the things that would be in an OT environment or ICS environment? The kind of regulatory things that make them have to have certain softwares that weren't on certain stacks. Kind of, I say, like awareness of the corporate environment, right? Like someone who's actually been in either a Linux systems administration role or something of the like. That makes it a lot easier for them to kind of wrap their mind around, what they're up against as a red teamer and how they need to defend as a blue teamer. Because if you don't have a strong understanding of how all your systems operate, what their minimum dependencies are, and how it all operates, like real life operations, like how it comes up and how it goes down, and what is an anomaly, what's a baseline. Those types of things help you kind of understand once you get into those roles, how to be most effective.
Yeah, awesome.
So I can get in a bunch of different technical things I would say, but the overall arching theme I would say with cybersecurity is communication and documentation. You have to be comfortable with communicating. Especially from a pen testing perspective, where it's something that's highly technical, but when you're submitting that report or explaining the vulnerabilities, you might be speaking to upper management who have no idea what a SQL injection is, or what LFI, RFI is. So you have to be able to communicate and not to disrespect anybody who may be in a higher up position, but almost dumb it down in a way that they can understand it. And then, like I said, with the documentation, what I usually tell people is, it's great to have the pen testing or the hacking experience and all the hands-on stuff. But if you can't write the report, you're not going to get paid. So, you have to be able to document, you have to be able to communicate that, you have to be able to dumb it down or break it down to whoever it is you need to explain it to, and know your audience. When you write a report, the executive summary is for the people that are in the higher up top floor that just want to know how many vulnerabilities we have and what's the rating of the company. And then when you get into the methodology of the report, that's for your tech folks, your IT, your sysadmins, or whoever it is that is going to be reading that report that needs to implement those changes. So the communication and documentation is key.
I would say in my experience, when I first got my my position, it was about critical thinking and being able that even if you may not know the full term or the full answer, are you breaking it down in a way that that I know that you can process stuff? You may not get to the full answer, but they wanted to see my critical thinking and they wanted to see I was able to communicate. And then making sure that integrity was a big part of everything that we do was another thing that my boss shared with me.
I can chime in as well.
Yes, sure.
I really like that. The two things is the ability to self-study and the communication piece. You know, you can already see that they're just trying to maximize the candidates by putting all of these preferred qualifications inside of the job recs. I think I even tweeted about you don't even have to meet all of the preferred qualifications. I've also, you know, being on both sides of the staffing and the hiring, I've had people say, I don't even care what they know. I can teach them what they know as long as they're honest about what they know when I ask them. But if they can't talk to people, I'm not going to hire them, right?
Yeah.
I've heard that a lot. And then the other thing is when I'm reviewing a resume, I almost look for just key things in the resume, but I know that every person's different. So I actually want to talk to that person and I can pretty much get an idea after the first 3 or 4 questions, you know, what their technical acumen is. And I try to tell people to, when you provide the answers in an interview, not only provide it from a technical perspective, but also provide your answer in a way that you're looking out for the company, because the company is still needing to protect the company, protect their brand. So you need to go into it with that in mind, because I'm not going to hire someone who doesn't care about me or my company. Do you know what I mean? Like if you come to my interview, you have no idea who I am, that's already a red flag.
No, it's funny you say that.
Yeah.
That kind of curtails into something I definitely would love to hear, like, you know, especially people that have been in the game a little longer, right? Like, what advice do you have for interview prep? Because I feel like I've definitely met people that were like crazy talented, and you know, I've been doing this for almost like 12 years. I've met people that were crazy talented, and they go interview for a job, and then somehow they bomb. I'm like, well, like, what do you mean you bomb? Like, we've been doing this for like 5 or 6 years. Like, I don't know, I froze up, or they asked me something, and I just started rambling. You know, XYZ, right? You know, but so I'm definitely kind of curious on, like, you know, what do you think is kind of essential for that interview preparation? Because I know people that legit will just wake up and go into it. Like, they're like, I don't prep. I just jump on the call and I'm good to go. And I know some people that'll spend legit 2 or 3 days, you know, like 2 hours out of the day, just like getting ready for the interview, doing the company's research, looking at their stock prices, looking at any acquisitions, trying to understand tech stack, looking at like LinkedIn, like looking at who's left, who's there. I've done that. I've looked at LinkedIn. I'm like, what IT team do they have? And what are their experience there? Like, okay, they got a lot of Linux admins, so they're probably worried about XYZ. I'm just kind of curious, and like people, anyone can answer this here, but you know, thoughts on interview preparation.
So, and I didn't mean that like I'm famous. I meant it like I'm the
flex.
I'm the owner of the company, flex, so you should know who I am.
Talk your talk, sir. No, but seriously, I would say 3 things. You know, know your not that they're your adversary, but know your adversary. So yeah, do a little bit of research on the company. Do the, you know, they usually tell you this person's going to be interviewing you. So, you know, do, you know, some open source intelligence. See if you can find them online and what they know and how long they've been with the company, what their experiences are, just so you can have an understanding of who you're dealing with. Also, you know, flex your muscles a little bit. You know, if you've, you know, competed in CTFs and won, if you've gotten a couple bug bounties, if you have a blog, or, you know, talk about that. The reason being is you want to let your personality, but you also want to let your skill set show, especially in pen testing. You can have all the certifications in the world, but if you can't explain to me how to go about finding these vulnerabilities or what the vulnerabilities are, then I just think you're paper certified. The other thing is, like I said, if you have some, if you're testing, or I'm sorry, if you're interviewing for a technical role like pen testing, I usually tell people, bring a couple of your write-ups with you. We all have been on Hack the Box or Vuln Hub or some type of CTF, try hack me, whatever. Take one of these free machines and just write up how your process is. So now we can see the methodology. Not one, it shows me your skill set. Two, it shows me your passion for the field and your attention to detail. And finally, be honest. If you don't know the answer to the question, say, hey, I don't know the answer to the question, but make sure you know how to find that answer. I've been on interviews where I don't know the answer to the question, but in my follow-up email, I'm like, oh yeah, by the way, here's the answer to the question you asked me earlier that I didn't know. And what does that, and that shows the hiring manager, okay, they were dedicated enough to leave here or get off that phone, find the answer to the question, because sometimes it's not about what you know, it's what you can know when it's needed, when it's time to know it. So show that dedication, show that, this is what you need to get, and show that passion. And like I told Ty, nah, damn it, you're Tyrone freaking Wilson. Like if I go in somewhere, I'm gonna say, no, I'm Davin Jackson. I run Alpha Cybersecurity. That's my blog site. I've helped X amount of people. I've done this. So, anybody, you have these people walking around, you go on LinkedIn, you see they got all these letters after their name. So, you know what, if you got something that you built, then damn it, just be yours, let it shine. Off my soapbox now.
Humble. Privately.
He's a very humble person.
Publicly.
Paul and Keith, I know both of you guys have been, you've been in the field a while. I'd love to hear like your thoughts on the interview preparations. I'm sure you've had some successes and failures that have walked the door that you said that that are set across from you.
I mean, for me, so it depends on what it's for, and it depends on the type of interview we're conducting, right? Sometimes, so keep in mind that security is kind of two parts, right? It is raw technical knowledge, but it is also aptitude, right? And it's also ability to take very, very disparate pieces and put that together into some sort of story. And depending on if I'm hiring you for something to where you're going to be speaking with management, you're going to be speaking with the business, you're going to be speaking with people that don't speak cyber, right? Then I need to make sure that you have the aptitude to take these very, very complex circumstances and boil that down to something that is relevant to the audience that you're presenting to. And that is not a simple skill, right? It's not a simple skill to do that. It takes time. It's more art than science. And so when I'm interviewing someone, certainly for my space, we're talking to people like plant leaders. We're talking to people that are engineers, that are extraordinarily bright people, but they're not cyber people, right? They're not even IT people. They can tell you, discrete coding on some machine. They can tell you bits and bytes. They can tell you the voltage running across diodes, say, for instance. But if you start talking to them about, cyber events and incidents and things like that, they have no clue what you're talking about. And so when I'm interviewing people for my team specifically, I'm looking for the ability to be able to take these very complex industrial related cyber events and boil that down to something that's very relevant to this engineer that's operating within an environment. And, by talking with someone, you can start to ascertain that, certainly, if they have that kind of that aptitude to be able to bridge what it is that's very technical to something that isn't. Now sometimes I need people that are bend the ears back, get in the weeds, go get it. Sometimes I need those people. And so I interview for that. Those are going to be the people that I'm not going to necessarily put in front of the business, or necessarily put in front of a client, because their interpersonal skills may be, they're not shoddy necessarily, but they have a tendency maybe to be a little more abrasive because they're more type A. And I can coach that, right? I can coach that piece of it and help them develop that piece of it, because again, that part takes time anyway. But so it just depends. I mean, and I've hired probably dozens of people over the course of my career. And, I've hired everything from people that, you have to look at them and ask them, do you ever get out? Did you ever go outside? Have you ever have been on a date? all the way to people that, you're wondering why they even applied in the first place until you actually spend time talking with them and you find a role for them, and sometimes it's a fit, sometimes it isn't. And that's okay too. But I would also tell people that when you're in an interview, don't be afraid to ask the interviewer questions, right? Don't be afraid it's a dialogue. It's not an inquisition, right? And so if you don't talk to me, I don't have any idea of knowing where your head is. I don't have any idea of knowing what you actually know if I'm just barraging you with questions and you're just regurgitating information back to me. It's a conversation. Let's have a conversation, right? At the end of the day, there is no right or wrong answer. You may bring an approach to the table that I hadn't thought about. It may not, even though I've been doing this so long as I have, I don't know it all, right? And there's no functional way for me to know that. So, I may have an appreciation for the fact that you really considered and thought about what I was telling you or what I was asking you, and you've come up with a creative way to deal with it. So, it's each interview is different, each person is different, and each set of circumstances are different.
Awesome. Yeah.
You know what? I wish, I can listen to Paul all day. I wish we can take everything that he's ever said at a conference, panel, put it all on one DVD and just hand it out to everyone, like the level of knowledge and wisdom that's there ever since, the first time I met him, in Vegas. Like, I would be like, let's run through some walls right now. You know what I mean? Like, let's go. Like every time I hear him speak. Yeah. Yes.
I said it in the chat. I said the man, the myth, the legend. I told you. I super respect from here as well.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it. It's all about trying to, all the holes I've fallen in over the last 20 some odd years, almost 30 years now. If I can prevent other people from falling in those holes, certainly, what we'll do it. And as if any of you that know me, I don't pull any punches. What you see is pretty much what you get. So that's kind of how it is. But I'm certainly thankful for for the accolades. Hopefully I'm helping people as I'm having these conversations.
You most certainly are. So in the next question, thinking about it from a non-technical and non-technical piece, right? Is there a particular book that you would recommend individuals, take at least a once over? When I say once over, I mean a complete read, not clip notes, but a complete read of something that you felt has helped you, navigate your career or even launch your career, right? So again, it doesn't have to be technical, totally be non-technical. It could be, your subscription to O Magazine for all I know. But it's just something that you recommend individuals take that once over with.
Well, from a non-technical standpoint, I do like the book by Dr. Dweck, Mindset, the difference about having a growth mindset versus a fixed mindset. Because it really doesn't matter how you approach different things, whether you're going to be put off by obstacles or whether you're going to go through them, or whether you're going to respond to criticism or ignore it. And I started reading that book when I was a teacher, and it's been really helpful as I continue to learn everything in cybersecurity, because it keeps changing. And if you lock yourself in a certain point in cybersecurity, you're going to get ran over by all the new stuff coming out.
Who was the author for that one more time?
It's Carol Dweck, Dr. Carol Dweck.
Okay.
I have two.
You only get one.
Are you finished? Okay.
Go for it, Tyrone.
The technical one is the TCP/IP for dummies. Like, I still kind of go through that one every 6 or 7 months, and I still learn something, and I'll hold off on the non-technical.
I'm joking. You can.
Okay, I'm just joking. So the non-technical one is actually called, I think it's called 100 Days to Seal Fit. And basically the premise of the book is that you can do anything that you put your mind to. Like, if you were to tell yourself, do 1,000 push-ups today, like, you would think that you can't do it. But if you were to just get started, it's like eating an elephant one bite at a time. You can do it. So it kind of helps on the mental aspect of it all. And I really enjoyed it.
You said SEAL, like
SEAL, like Navy SEAL, like Navy SEAL fit. Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing that.
One of my favorite books that was given to me early in my career is a book by the name of The Phoenix Project. It's made by Gene Kim, I believe. And that's just, I mean, that's kind of a mix of technical, non-technical. So there's my 2 for 1. But it kind of just helps you wrap your mind around how IT and ops play together and how that actually, scales and intertwines into the success of a business. I think all of us in IT, no matter cyber or not, it's really important for us to acknowledge that what we do is driving business value and understanding how to, communicate or wrap your mind around how that actually functions, how it turns from just having fun to, fun for me to actual business value for someone. So
yeah, that's awesome. Anyone else?
So I actually went through a tough spot a couple months ago, and shout out to Marcus J. Carey because he reached out to me and he recommended the 4 agreements from Don Miguel Ruiz. That's my non-technical one. Basically, it just kind of explains on how to move day by day. So, not to make assumptions, be impeccable with your word. Don't take things too personally, and always do your best. And the premise is, as long as you follow these 4 agreements, and you'll always be at the top of your game. Even if you're sick, if you give your best on that day, you can go to bed or you can leave the day comfortable knowing I gave my best and I was honest, I was impeccable with my word. If someone attacks you or if you see some of the stuff online, because let's be real, InfoSec can be really toxic at times. As long as you know not to take that personally,
right?
And you're good with your word and you do your best and you don't just assume or jump to conclusions, you'll be fine. From a technical standpoint, it depends on what the day is. I know people jump on this one as saying it's old, but Georgia Weidman's book on penetration testing, learning the basics of ethical hacking, I still recommend that one. Yes, it's a little bit dated, but it's still things that you can translate to today. The Web Application Hacker's Handbook, if you're going to learn anything about web app pen testing, I carry that one with me as like a web app hacking Bible, especially using it with Portswigger's Burp Suite and their Web Security Academy. And recently they just came out with one called Hands-On Hacking. I haven't finished that one yet, but I definitely am going to add that one to the collection of books as far as technical knowledge.
Awesome. Anyone else before we go to the next question?
Oh, sure. Yeah, so I'm from the bio end of it all, but the one technical one that I recommend would be Experimental Design for Biologists, second edition by David J. Glass. And largely because with biotech and just biohacking, until it's not a very straightforward process. There are so many different avenues you can go down dealing with just all the intricacies of bio. And it's a good book for helping to think systematically throughout your experiments and also to just learn to think more incrementally about what steps are going wrong along your biotechnological workflow and what else could be happening hardware wise as well. As far as non-technical, just as briefly said, depends on the day really. There's a lot I could choose from, but I'm not really sure one I could just solidly put above the others right now. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks for sharing that.
I realized yesterday that because someone asked me the last time I read a book, and I realized it's been a very, very long time. It's been 12 years, reading back to front a whole book. But from a technical perspective, the RTFM Red Team Manual and the Blue Team version of it are both dope. So no matter which side you're getting on, there's something in it for both. So you should grab both of those for sure.
I carry those I've been carrying them for years. It's always in my bag. It's every day I do a bag check, or whenever I'm traveling, the RTF and BTFM, they're always right there. Yeah, I totally agree with that. Cool. So we'll do one more question and then we'll dive into some Q&A. So if you have any questions for any of the panelists, we definitely appreciate it if you start sending those in. One question, we kind of ended on a somber but happy note. And if this doesn't apply to you, don't feel, pressure to answer it. I try to, keep things honest. But, in regards to barriers of entries you may have faced, I'd definitely love to hear if it's happened to you, how you overcome that, how you overcame that, right? Where we hear a lot with, people of color, specifically Black people, really, that are moving into the security industry is, well, I don't have this, and it felt like I couldn't get in because I don't have this cert, or I sat down the interview and I was the only one that looked like me, and that was a bit overwhelming, so maybe I didn't perform as well, or I'm the only one that looks like me at my job, and it interferes with my my day-to-day functions because I feel like maybe nobody has my back, whatever it may be. I definitely love to hear if this is something that's occurred in your career, one, what did that look like, and then two, how you overcame it. I would say don't mention your jobs. Don't get a lawsuit here. I'm pretty sure you signed NDAs.
I mean, I'll take
how much time? Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, no, I'll take a stab at this one. So, as you can imagine, again, I came into the space where there was virtually none of me, right? And one of the things that I never did was kind of self-sabotage myself and get into this mindset that I can't do what they're doing, or that I can't, that I don't belong where they are. And I would give that advice to everyone here. This whole imposter syndrome business where, we are self-sabotaging, right? We exclude ourselves before we excluded. You have to go into these roles. You have to go into these environments. You know what you know, right? And you own what you know. And when you walk into these environments, whether you're interviewing or whether you're already in them, be comfortable in your own skin, right? Do not give people the ability to exclude you without having to deal with you, right? And it's the same is true for interviews. When you're going into an interview, or you're getting ready to apply for a job and you don't exactly fit all of the pieces, don't automatically assume that you're excluded for that role. Apply for it anyway. Because I guarantee you, your non-melanated counterpart will, without question. And so, if you don't apply, you can't be considered. Because you may find someone on the other side of that, like me, who is looking beyond your resume, trying to understand what it is exactly that you know, or what it is that you can contribute. And so we, as a people, certainly we have to get out of this mindset of believing somehow we're less than, or somehow that we don't have the opportunity to compete. We absolutely do. And in many cases, we've done, twice the work, 3 times the work, and 3 times the effort to get in the door. So if I can leave you in anything, do not let anyone suggest to you that you are not worthy to be in a space, or that you're not worthy to do something. You're just as worthy as anyone else that is applying for the role. You're just as worthy as anyone else that's in the room. And if you're the only one of you in the room, then you make them understand and recognize why they hired you in the first place.
Preach.
See? See? But yeah, those are powerful words, Paul. And yes, you do belong. I've been fortunate enough to be in some really great roles, but for a long time I've carried this burden of, I don't even want to call it the burden, because I don't even see it that way, is that, there are things like staying late at work in the office, and all the lights turn off, and now you're worried about scaring people because all the office lights are off, and then they're questioning why you're there, and then you're like, I own the company, I'm supposed to be here, right? Or examples like when you're doing pen testing or social engineering, and you're like thinking, how should I approach this social engineering example? Do I wear a suit, or do I pretend to be the garbage man? Like, which one is more believable for me as a Black man in rural Michigan, where I'm going, right? Or Little Rock, Arkansas, like, who do I pretend to be this time? And those are some things that I have to think about. I think about not scaring people when I'm walking down these big, long hallways at work, right? But now I see it as my opportunity to represent for people that look like me. So whenever I do have the opportunity, and I try to provide myself as many opportunities as I can to show that people that look like me do belong. We are technical. We can accomplish any task you want us to accomplish. We can speak to people. We can sit on panels. We can keynote. There's nothing that we can't do. And I do it because, the many times where I'm giving a meetup, there's Black men that come up to me afterwards and say, just by seeing you up there is an inspiration, because I don't really see that at all. And a lot of people won't believe it until they can see it. Right. So I try to let them see it as many times as I possibly can. And you do belong, as Paul says. Yes, you do.
Right. That's similar to what Ty was saying, because that does happen, right? And I mean, it goes in from the beginning of almost how you were almost preconditioned or pre-programmed previously. You know, for me personally, where I came up, there weren't a lot of tech things for people of color. So we were always made to think that, you know, we weren't good enough, we weren't smart enough, or that we couldn't afford it. And, you know, so that kind of relegated people to follow the stereotypical, you know, methods of whether it's legal or illegal methods to obtain, you know, money and success. And then as I got into the field, same thing. When I go on certain engagements, I remember arguing with one of my managers because they wanted me to go somewhere in like rural Pennsylvania. I'm like, no way in hell am I going there. And they were like, well, what's the problem? I'm like, listen, I don't look like you, so I'm not gonna go in there and have security, you know, question me or rough me up or whatever. And then, or you have a situation like the coal fire guys. Yeah, they got arrested. If I'm being honest, if I was one of those coal fire guys, I probably would have been shot, right? I could have the paperwork right there that said, I'm supposed to be here. Look, the manager said I'm supposed to be here. And they're going to look at it like, you know, these are the things that we have to think about. And it really sometimes it can get depressing. Sometimes it can get sad, you know, especially being, you know, one of the only few Black people in the company. You know, it's almost like you're speaking a different language, or almost like you're a damn unicorn in some of these buildings sometimes. Right. But, you know, I took it upon myself to be the change that I want to see. A couple months back, I thought about stepping away from cybersecurity altogether. I was like done with it. But I'm on a panel with a bunch of, you know, men in this field. There are people in the crowd, in the chat, who are aspiring to be in this field, or that are here listening to us. If I stepped away, what good am I to my people? So, you know, I look at it sometimes like, no, you know, we might have to weather the storm. Now, I'm not telling you to compromise your integrity or, you know, code switch to the point where it's making you feel uncomfortable. Be comfortable in your skin, but don't let these people push you out the door. You deserve to be here. You got certifications like I got certifications. You got, you know, you deserve to be here. And then honestly, if they don't appreciate you, damn it, there's another company who will. So you have to just play that game. We were always taught, you know, loyalty, or, you know, stay with a company for X amount of years. You know, we have the advantage right now. There's a shortage and we have talent. So the ball's in our court. We can move like mercenaries and go to the highest bidder sometimes. You know, it just all depends on what you're comfortable with. And if they're not going to respect you, someone else will. Even if it's for a short amount of time, whatever, the moment you feel like you gotta move, make the move.
I like that feeling. Yeah. And it's something I advise to anyone that does any type of travel jobs with IT, not just pen tests. Is like, take a look at the SPLC's website when it comes to like understanding where hate groups are. Because I've had friends, not in security, but in IT that traveled a lot, that did like networking work, and they find themselves in some county, driving through some county, and it's like, you know, a white power stronghold. So SPLC has a map of like, I'm not joking, like they have a map of like where hate groups are. Because you, like, if you don't know, you know, you wouldn't think Pennsylvania is like a hotbed. That's like the largest hotbed for like white power activity in the nation. You wouldn't think that because it's on the East Coast, but, you know, just throwing that out there. And thank you all for the answers, and definitely some, you know, leaving everyone with something to think about. While we walk through the Q&A, it'd be awesome if you guys could drop either your Twitters or your LinkedIn communications within the chat so people can reach out to you. We got a few questions, so I'll dive straight into it. The first one is, what is your favorite tool? What SIM tool would you recommend learning first? I'll let anyone answer that. It doesn't, maybe not SIM, maybe IDS or EDR too. I'll just broaden it a little bit. But you know, favorite tool.
The favorite tool. Your favorite tool should be something that you can write for yourself. That's my personal like belief, right? Because there's granted, like there's a lot of things that are out there on GitHub, right? And they may be useful, but chances are you're going to end up having to customize it for your own personal usage. So my favorite tool is Python because it's a programming language and I can just write whatever I want. So regardless of what your favorite tool, I don't really know. Every tool has its use, so you really shouldn't have a favorite. It's like a Yu-Gi-Oh card, right? So like every tool has its use. So
Dark magician for
everything.
everything.
Right? Exactly. So yeah, you should be able to pick up I just recommend picking up a program language, whatever it is, whatever is your use case. Pick one up. That should be your favorite tool.
Go is super easy.
I don't know about that, but
we can talk.
Shit, I think you know mine. Go ahead. Dex.
I'd like to encourage people to try and be tool agnostic. Keep an open mind about the tools because they change a lot. They go from hand to hand, and licensing changes, pricing changes. So some of my favorite tools of the past are no longer my favorite tools of today. And so I just wanted to, throw that out there. A part of our job is to keep up with the latest and greatest. And tooling just changes so much. Right now, I guess my favorite tool that's been really good to me is Metasploit. Even though, it's kind of cliche, it's just always there. I know how to extend it. And when I can't get the one random exploit working from Exploit DB, my engagement is done once I go look for the Metasploit module.
Yeah. I would say Security Onion.
I think he was gonna say that.
Since we're in the cybersecurity panel, I mean, it's free. It's your IDS. It's your introduction to a SIM tool. You can invoke, the attacker's perspective with your own commands. You can replay your PCAP, snort alerts, like everything is just there for you to learn. So there's really no more excuse to why you cannot obtain experience, hands-on experience, because it's there. We have one set up in the cloud, right? $10 a month, and the whole team can log into the Security Onion and practice. So that's mine.
Awesome.
Mine is just straight up Google, because I don't know everything, but give me enough time and I will. At least that particular subject,
No,
Google
GTS
University is the way to go.
Right.
Oh yes.
Another question: what are some affordable apprenticeships or training that people can take advantage of to kind of upskill them and make them more employable? I think affordable is a key word here, but I'll let you guys.
Right, that's what I was going to ask: is what is qualified affordable, right? So, obviously, as Tyrone was alluding to, obviously there's a number of tools out there, and there's a number of different types of platforms where you do get like download like Kali or any of the other platforms and start plunking around with these tools. Much of what you will do in cybersecurity, you will not find in a textbook, right? You will not find it in a textbook. You can pay it for a $10,000 class, and maybe 40% of it will be something that you will actually see in existence. What you will find is that most of the things that you do in cybersecurity are going to be iterations of something, or they're going to be permutations of something. And so again, these different use cases, whether you're taking a tool and you're learning how that tool functions and works or not, the whole idea, get out of the thing. the whole idea, she just had to come in here and photobomb me, man. The whole idea behind this, right, is to make sure that whatever tools you're using or whatever things you're trying to learn, that you learn it well enough to actually be able to do something functional with it, as opposed to just regurgitating facts about it. Because again, that's not going to help you. What's going to help you is you're in a job, you're working a situation, you're working a circumstance, and let alone, and all of a sudden, now, oh, I remember I played with this tool, 6 months ago or a year ago that could actually help me to solve this problem. And so it's really not so much, an individual tool, an individual something that you learn. It's more around taking those tools and being able to apply them to something.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like people run Mimikatz but can't explain what Mimikatz is doing, right? And you're not helping anybody. You're just saying, I did this, here's my flag, I accomplished something, but what did you accomplish? What does that mean? What's that impact? So yeah,
Right.
super
So
important.
yeah, I would say it depends on what you want to learn, but I'm an advocate for Udemy. You can find stuff for $10 sometimes, and these are highly qualified people teaching these courses. So you can grab, on a sale, you can grab 3, 4, maybe 5 courses, take the courses, and then test for the certifications. And then also there's a lot of stuff you can find for free. Like I said, VulnHub is free. Try Hack Me has a free option. Hack the Box has a free option. These are all things that you can do to get these the hands-on experience. And then, like I said before, when you're getting the hands-on experience, write it up. One, it shows your passion for the interviews, but two, it'll also help you understand why that exploit worked. So, if it says that it's vulnerable to, Blue Keep or whatever it is, go research it. So know why it's vulnerable, why that vulnerability exists, what makes it vulnerable. How did the exploit you use on exploit DB or Metasploit or Cobalt Strike or whatever it is you're using, why would that exploit work in this situation? And again, most of this stuff is free, if not really cheap. And like I said, when it's time to take the certification, you paid a couple $100 for the certification, but you can literally get certified for a lot of this stuff for under $200-300.
And I would say like BIC has a relationship with Cyber, so there's discount codes that are going out there. SANS has events going on for like training that's happening. Yeah, Udemy is a good one. There's as of things, because of COVID, there's a lot of like free training that usually costs a couple $1,000s that's kind of floating around. So like I would look at a couple of just look at some research based. I'm not sure which area this individual is focused on, but narrow down your focus, your search criteria to like your specific area, and just start adding plus signs. Just Google for offensive security plus, SANS plus BIC plus Cybernet, whatever it may be. Just, there's a lot of stuff going on that's at a crazy discount right now due to COVID. So I'll just throw that out there.
To piggyback off of what Davin was saying, even when you go to some of these meetups, you may run into some tools there that they're using, and then some people are there to actually explain. Because I remember I was doing a capture the flag beginner one, and I was having some problems with Linux commands, and guys were there were like, "Oh yeah, you remember you got to do this," and just walking me through. So you can have help there when you out and you network and meet with people.
Awesome. Well, we're up against the clock, so we can keep the flow going, so we don't fall into that stereotype of being late. So I definitely want to give everyone a big thanks. I'm pretty sure there's some virtual round of applause going on, but seriously, thank you guys for spending your Saturday with us and dropping, definitely like little chunks of knowledge for everybody. But again, if you need to reach out to any of the panelists, I think their communications are in Slack. I'm sorry, in the chat. And there's also the BIC Slack. So if you're not a part of that, reach out to one of us, one of the organizers, and we'll get you linked into the BIC Slack. And enjoy the rest of the conference.
Woo! Thank you.
Thank you.
Later.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, for sure.
Thanks for having me.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and get ready to transition into our next talk. That's supposed to start at 2, so we'll let them set up and get ready for that, and we're going to jump right into it.
Awesome. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Awesome. Well, hello everyone. My name is Kenneth Ellington. This is a overview of my journey with Splunk and how I got interested in the product, how it's helped me grow my career. And I'm gonna share my insights, the things I would do different, the things I would do the same, the things I would improve on over the next 30 minutes. So if you have any questions to save it to then, I'll answer them as best as I can. And this is a little bit about me. I went to the University of South Florida. I just graduated about 6 months ago. I'm a software engineer at the DTCC, which stands for Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation. And one interesting fact about me is I'm a huge My Hero Academia fan. Hopefully, season 5 starts in spring, like they're saying. Hopefully. To start off, okay, to start off the story, as I said, I went to the University of South Florida. Originally, I went to HEC after I graduated from high school. So this story starts around 2018. In 2018, I just finished my first year or first semester at USF. Originally, I was a business management major, so I didn't have any IT experience or any interest in IT at all. And around that time, I was working at public supermarkets. I was a deli clerk, and this was about June of 2018. My store manager knew I started getting interested in IT, and it just so happened that the head of the security for my corporation was going to be coming to my store to shadow us. And she asked me, did I want to meet him? I said, of course. So she set us up a meeting with me and him. His name is Rick Rampola. He sits me down. He explains so what he does at Publix corporate, and I explain my story. And he tells me, do I want to be an intern at his company? And I said, sure. And so he gives me step-by-step instructions of what he expects from me over the next 9 months, because he's gonna have an opening for his cybersecurity internship next summer. He told me if I can do all these steps, he can almost guarantee me a spot on his team. And so for me, the minute he said that, I thought the guy was insane. Because at first I had no idea what that home to cybersecurity. I thought we sold groceries, and honestly, I didn't know what cybersecurity was when he told me it. So it was just I just felt kind of weird for me that this guy, he never met me. He would offer me this opportunity of mentorship. So I was really appreciative of that. The steps he told me that he would need from me was for me to look up what Splunk is, do their Fundamentals 1 training, get the Security Plus certification, and do some cybersecurity training courses in cyber. Those were the 3 things he required from me, and to attend B-Sides and Cyber Florida of that year. And so let's fast forward about another 5 months ahead. Summer ends, and I'm starting my second semester in the fall of 2018 at USF. So I've been researching and studying what cybersecurity is, trying to get more experience with it. And this is about September. I'm in a White Hatters meeting, a security club for USF, and these people from ReliaQuest come in. They explain who they are, because ReliaQuest is a cybersecurity consultant company in Tampa. And they explained to me who they are and what they did, and they had opportunity for some of the students to do a boot camp. And if you did well with the boot camp and you passed the rounds of interview, they would offer you cybersecurity internship for the next year. And I thought to myself, this is pretty awesome opportunity. So I joined. I signed up. I interviewed for them. You had to interview to actually go through the boot camp, and I got in. And they had a training. The training was every Friday for October. So we would go into one of the rooms in the MIS building. We would sit down for 4 hours and we would work with them. The first week of training, I probably spent, combined with work, school, and this, probably 100 hours. I'm not even exaggerating. I was at my campus library at midnight every single day with me and my friends that I made in the boot camp. It was grueling. There's a lot of moments where I thought I'm not made for this. I shouldn't do cybersecurity. I'm not good enough. It was that imposter syndrome that the other panelists were talking about. It kept popping up in my head. But I just had to push through and keep on getting better and keep on learning. They went over everything. Every basic of cybersecurity, IT, network security, they went over. It was a lot. So fast forward to the end of October, we had a project that we had to do. We had to fix a compromised Windows system and do a detailed report on it. So me and all the other groups of people, I believe there's 30 other cohorts for that boot camp year. So we all sat up in our third floor of our building and we just stayed there to midnight again. And we were able to solve the problem. It was a rootkit on one of the machines. So after that, they did my graduation ceremony at their headquarters in Tampa. And that was like the moment I got a taste of what I guess I should say this lifestyle could bring me. For the graduation ceremony, they ran out like one of the most fancy restaurants in Tampa. There was like a yacht in the harbor. There was like all you could eat drinks and food. And I'm thinking to myself, I can get used to this. I like this lifestyle. So that's the moment when it kind of clicked in my head that this can be very valuable to me if I go down the cybersecurity path. And as I was going down this path, I knew I could need allies on my side and people that would mentor me and take me to the next level. So here it comes in. He's my main mentor. His name's Steve Copeland. He's a Splunk MVP, and he's the main advisor engineer for TransUnion in Chicago. And this was in spring of 2018, before I did the boot camp. I'm looking on LinkedIn because I knew I was gonna have to learn more about Splunk. So I'm looking through all the Splunk posts and stuff, and I see this guy. He posts something really interesting about Splunk. So I messaged him in one of the comment sections. We tried to talk, and then he reaches out to me. He says, I can help you out. And I was really grateful for that. I was really taken back too, because this guy, again, he doesn't know who I am. He doesn't know my story, but he's willing to spend hours upon hours throughout the next months and years just to mentor me and take me to that next step. And so I was really appreciative of that. And one of the things I wanted to let everyone know is that always be open to new opportunities, no matter what they are. You don't know who's going to come upon your path in life, in your career or personal life, that's going to give you that chance to grow yourself or grow your network. So always just be open to those new opportunities. So after I finished the boot camp, I did 5 rounds of interviews with ReliQuest, but I didn't get in. I was very devastated by it. I was actually really pretty sad for the next like 2 months. But originally I knew my dad told me that my eye was supposed to be on Publix because that's the company I was supposed to go to. And so I interviewed with Publix in February and March, and I get the position. My family is ecstatic. My parents start crying. They're so proud of me. It was kind of funny actually, but it was really nice. I was beyond ecstatic to get into the Scepter Corporation. So this is in March. I start reaching out to my team members on LinkedIn again, just to let them know that I'm coming to the team. And then I start my internship May 20th, 2019. And just overview for my internship, it was one of the best experiences I've had in my life. I loved every second of it. I truly understood what people meant to love your work. I never had a bad day there. I loved everyone that I worked with. My team and my management was great. I wouldn't honestly change one single thing about my internship for that summer. So to start with it, I had to get Splunk training. So they had to, I guess just to tear me back down to my fundamentals and retrain me. It was a lot. So every day after lunch around 1 o'clock, our Splunk admin, his name is Brian, he would take us down to the third floor of our building and we would do Splunk training for an hour. He would take us through the basics of what our Splunk enterprise instance could do, over data sources, over indexes, and he'd go over all the basics of Splunk. And then we went to the more intermediate stuff. So we had a Splunk enterprise security license and we used it for spam monitoring. So my role as a security intern was to do spam monitoring for our corporation. So users would send in suspicious emails that they thought were malicious, as they were taught to, and the signs they're supposed to look out for. They would send it in to us. We would then examine it, our security team. And if it wasn't malicious, there are different tools that we use to triage that threat. And if it wasn't malicious, we would tell them this email is okay to open, and you can go about your business. So that was one of my day-to-day duties. I had some other stuff, but that was the main thing that I did. And then my other main project for my internship was to leverage the modern attack framework with Splunk to research a malicious activity that was happening on. And the threat was called BIC jobs. So BIC jobs is a file transfer system that runs in the background for Windows. And due to the nature of how our business runs, there's only supposed to be like a handful of people inside the corporation that would actually use BIC jobs and some of the event codes that it throws off. So our security assurance team or pen testing team, I was working with them, and they actually did a penetration test on our own systems, so we could see an actual BIC jobs threat happening in the environment. Once we saw that threat, my mentor inside Publix, his name was Noel, we created a rule in Splunk. So whenever this activity gets caught by Splunk, it's gonna fire off an alert. That alert's gonna get sent to our analysts, and they're gonna triage that threat. And this rule still be using believe this rule still being used in our environment today. So that was really awesome on my part, I think, to be able to work with a Fortune 100 company and use multi-million-dollar technologies to solve a problem. After I finished my internship in August of 2019, I went back to USF about 3 weeks later. When I went back to USF, I started to notice that I was a little bit ahead of my peers. I had I believe, an IT risk monitoring class, and I was able to understand everything that the professor said, which was new for me in college up to that point. And I was able to answer all of his questions easily. I was able to stay up and help my other friends and other students. So people start to come up to me, start to ask me, Kenneth, how'd you get the internship at Publix? What'd you do? How'd you do it? How'd you get to be so successful? And I was taken back because 3 months earlier, the roles were reversed. So it's something I have to get used to. And I wanted the way to, I guess, to do this more professionally, to help people out, expand their networks, to get them to the next level. And so I went on LinkedIn to see if there's any groups or corporations or firms that would give me that opportunity to do that. And lo and behold, I saw a post by a BIC. So I saw one of their posts. I commented in the comment section, and this wonderful, nice young lady named Michaela, she reached out to me and she asked me, did I want to join the organization? I said, of course. So she and her sister Alex interviewed me about a week later. We sat down, we talked. We wanted to see if our interests aligned, and they did. And so I joined BIC in 2019 of last year. And so with that, that gave me a bigger platform to teach myself and help more people. So once I did that, I was able to more efficiently, more professionally help out the kids at my local elementary school. I didn't go to a very good elementary school, so I knew that if the kids saw something that looked like them that was successful, it would give them hope that they can reach those levels too. Because I know what technology have done for me, my family, and my life, so I want to give them that opportunity too. So every week I would do like a session on the basics of cybersecurity, play games with them, like cybersecurity related games, just to give them knowledge, impart that wisdom on them. And plus, with that, around that time, I got connected with the Splunk user group for Tampa. So I started to go to those events as well to even expand my network even more for Splunk. Because Splunk started to seem like something I could do seriously for my career. And this is my certification path. So I want to say after I joined BIC, it was fall of last year. I was gonna graduate in the summer to, and I mean in spring of 2020. So I started to look for full-time roles or get connected with companies that would offer that. So I know I needed to still improve myself and get that extra bump compared to everyone else. And as I said earlier, when I met Rick, he told me to study for Security Plus. But due to working 2 jobs and working and going to school full time with 5 classes, I wasn't able to put in the time and dedication that I needed to get my Security Plus. But around fall, I seriously sat down, crunched down, and spent like 2 hours every single day to actually study for Security Plus. So this started in November. I studied for about 3 months, even over Christmas and Thanksgiving break, which sucked, but it was worth it. I sat down in January. I took the Security Plus test and I was able to get it. Originally, when I was taking the test, I thought I was going to fail it like halfway through, but luckily I was able to pass it. Then after that, I knew I wanted to at least get one more cert before I graduated college. So I got the Splunk basic user cert. For that, I studied for about a month, but because I was using Splunk for that point up to about 9 months, it wasn't really that much of a challenge for me. So I just went over the slides that they gave me when you take the fundamentals one training. I did that, and I was able to pass the test pretty quickly. And for right now, I'm actually going for my Splunk power user cert, which is the next level for it. So hopefully I can get that maybe end of this year or beginning of next year, as long as my firm pays for it. And this is getting to the present. So this was right now. I have a really big fear of public speaking. I'm a very introverted person by nature, so I don't like talking in front of a lot of people. But this is about, I want to say, after I graduated. This is during quarantine, so I'm really bored. I'm just trying to study stuff before I start my new role. And Michaela comes to me and she asks me, "Hey Kenneth, do you want to do a Splunk webinar?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, of course." I'm like, "Who's gonna be leading it?" She's like, "You are." I'm like, "Oh." And I'm thinking to myself, I don't know anything at all. I'm supposed to teach somebody. This doesn't make any sense. It was just it's that imposter syndrome again. Like, I'm not good enough. I can't do this. I'm not smart enough. But I had to calm down, just think to myself, you are smart enough, Kenneth. You just got a offer from a Fortune 500 company a couple months ago. So you can do this. So I said yes. And in that process, I had to push, I had to test my limits again and keep on pushing. And so the process, I had to reach out to different Splunk engineers and experts like Steve and Chloe Burden, who I think is on this call actually. And it was an awesome experience. It allowed me to see what I wasn't good at and what I could improve on. And that's something I always tell people. You're gonna suck at first if you're doing something new, which is fine. That's the hardest part. Getting comfortable, being comfortable is one of the hardest things that I've had to learn over my time becoming a professional software developer. But it's something that you need to have if you want to get good in this field. And with doing the Splunk webinar, I was able to do one of my passions, which is just helping people get into this field and helping people improve their lives. So when I did the Splunk webinar, which was in July, I had my second one yesterday. Everyone seemed to like it a lot, which I was really happy about. And so I'm going to be doing more in the coming months and years. And my end goal is to become a Splunk MVP within the next 5 years. And that was all I had for you guys today. Does anybody have any questions for me? No questions at all?
Hey, it's Alex. Can you hear me? Let me make
Yes.
sure. Oh, hey, okay. I had a question. I'm rather new to the technical side of all of this good stuff. So I wanted to hear more about you saying how you're comfortable being uncomfortable, and if you could share like a mild anecdote, if you're comfortable, just kind of about how you work through that. Because currently I'm learning pretty much everything there is to do with cyber. So I'm interested to know how you worked with that, because currently I'm learning a lot, and it's just a lot of work, and I sometimes feel a little bit down because I didn't come from this background. So I just wanted to hear your perspective.
Yeah, of course. Well, I guess for the most part, when I did the boot camp, because
Mhm.
originally as I was saying, I didn't have a cybersecurity background or IT background when I switched my majors. So for me to go to the leading cybersecurity company in our area, it was a real big nerve wracker. I
Mhm.
wasn't used to it. It was hard. It was difficult. And because I'm such an introverted person, even doing this now, I've gotten better at it, but it's always been a struggle for me.
Oh
Because I
yeah.
always, because I used to hate feeling like I sucked. And so to get over
Yeah,
that
that
fear was like one of the biggest things I knew I had to do. Because during the boot camp, everyone sucked at it. No one knew what they were doing. Everyone wasn't good because this was all brand new. It was so much. And even for like another story, I actually presented in front of all the heads of publics. There's like
Mhm.
400 people during my internship, and I almost honestly fainted when I had to walk
Oh
up there.
no. Oh my. Can we still hear you? Oh no. Hey guys, if you guys can hear me still, okay. Yeah, I can't hear me either. And let's see. Okay. Oh, okay. Um, we might just have to close it out, but thank you again so much for your time. As we matriculate or transition on to our next speaker, I think we'll go ahead if he's ready. Is Trevon ready?
I am ready.
Okay. All right, you have the floor.
All right, I'm sorry about that. My Wi-Fi just went out. But I was saying, yeah, it was just like so much of a nerve wracker for me. And honestly, when I went up there, I did my speech. I don't remember what I said because I rehearsed it so much. I kind of just blacked out. When I sat back down, I'm like, what just happened? They're like, you did it, Camp. I'm like, I did what? I'm like, what are you talking about? What just happened? So it's gonna take time, Alex. But just keep
Mhm.
pushing at it. And you'll get there.
Thanks. Yeah, I totally understand how that is with public speaking. But thank you again. I'm sorry to cut you out, but I just saw that your Wi-Fi went out. So thank you again so much for your time. I mean, I know I learned a lot. So yeah, we will transition into our next speaker. If he's ready and wants to go ahead, Trevon.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Awesome. I wasn't sure what was happening. I have not presented on Zoom like this. Okay, so the screen ready. So my presentation is a hacker's guide to cheap next generation firewalls. It was a pretty low level talk when I started developing it, but I'll try to keep it as a high level as I kind of go over some of the ideas contained in this talk. And if you have any questions, let me know. I'll try to explain things as I go along. Is there a way to see chat? Why? Okay, cool. I'm gonna look at the chat as well. I probably won't be able to read it, but if you have any questions, let me know. I'm sorry about that. Okay, so who am I? My name is Trevon Williams. I'm a PhD student from UNC Charlotte. I'm a director of education for the 49 Security Division, which is an ethical hacking club. We also host a conference, and I'm a defense competition enthusiast. And so some of the ideas that come and are presented in this talk come from my experience of doing or participating in defensive competitions like DOE Cyber Force, CCDC, which are available to college students. And I believe they have different kind of competitions for high school age kids, but I've mainly participated in the college competitions. So in terms of the research that I've been engaging in for my program is I've been looking into resilient and autonomic systems, which are basically well-integrated systems that try to be agile, self-managing, self-healing. And to do that, I've created like a software-defined network and Linux container environment, which I'll explain a little bit more. So the idea of autonomic basically is a self-managing, self-resilient environment that uses feedback loops to improve itself and to remediate specific issues. And so the idea of this kind of moonshot is to be resilient by default and to kind of automate remediation in a system on intelligence. And so this kind of idea combines the two fields of cybersecurity and information technology. But why does this relate to next generation firewalls? How does this relate to anything that I'm talking about? So next generation firewalls are kind of like the next step, or were the next step in to how to better protect environments. And so you could say that enterprises, people who make firewalls basically marketed this product that basically, improves the security of an entire environment by like this one tool, and by doing so, it connects to all of these different agents within the environment. It can connect to different agents in the environment, and it reduces management cost. I'm interested in next generation firewalls because it relates to automated remediation of issues in environments, but also because it's cool technology. We're in the cybersecurity field, and there's a bunch of different things, different ideas, all happening in the same space, and it's a little bit overwhelming, but this is kind of the space that I landed in. So if I was to break down a next generation firewall into 4 different components, or 3 different components, subtracting the whole firewall aspect of it, there's policy management, which basically is who has access to what in an environment. And so that's something that if you are in IT or you're coming into cybersecurity, access controls are something that's enforced pretty heavily, or people in cybersecurity want to enforce pretty heavily, because you don't want people being able to do things in your environment that they shouldn't be able to do. You don't want someone who's a guest to be able to use admin controls. You want next generation firewalls also provide this idea of sandboxing. If there's a malicious service happening in the environment, you want to be able to isolate it from everything else. But then also you want to be able to prevent those different types of intrusions. And so intrusion prevention and sandboxing kind of goes together and plays into the same thing. And so when you think about next generation firewalls, or to visualize it, you have the next generation firewall at the gateway, and then you have all your other different tools built into the environment. And this is from Fortnite. So you can see kind of the layout structure to visualize what does it look like to have a firewall in front of your setup. Okay. So how does software-defined networking play a part in this? I mentioned software-defined networking earlier. Software-defined networking, simply explained, is a programmatic way to manage your network. So basically, you have a software-defined network controller that manages different software-defined switches in an environment. So when you think about the next generation firewall, you have all of these different zones. Not sure if you can see my mouse or not, but you have these different zones. It's breaking, there's different managed zones in the environment. The firewall can split into different sections. But when you think about software-defined networks, each switch, which is managing whatever LAN you have, can be managed by the controller or multiple controllers that are communicating. And so this is a very interesting idea. One, because it's free. Software-defined network is really shaking up how things are done. It's powering the cloud and data centers as we know it. The reason that clouds can even host multi-tenant or you can have your own cloud instances because they're able to segment these cloud networks using software-defined network technology to have multi-tenant resources. And so the management of the controller to the rest of the environment is called the southbound communication, southbound management. And so from there, you have a controller that's basically able to communicate to the rest of the switches in the environment, or to other controllers to basically add flows, to add routes in the environment. And so, for example, before, I guess, software-defined network was more adopted, you had routers and you had switches. Routers basically communicated with other routers, and together they created this whole overview of what the network is. But with software-defined networking, you either have a centralized or distributed controller that communicates the global view of the networking environment to each other, and they're able to efficiently route packets to other things in the environment. This also means that because it's programmatic, you can do traffic steering. There's a lot of research going into traffic steering, traffic optimization, enhancing how traffic or intrusion threats are being redirected in the environment. It's a very kind of interesting technology that has a lot of different implications that are really being explored right now. And then the other kind of side of software-defined networking is the northbound integration. So southbound is between the controller and the switches, and that's mainly being done through a protocol called OpenFlow. Northbound is really kind of the wild west of software-defined networking, where you can connect basically anything to your controller if you build the logic into it. And so you can connect intrusion detection systems like Snort. You can connect any kind of threat feeding or analysis tool, but you would have to build in the logic to be able to get provided actionable things. And so we have Kenneth, before we talked about Splunk. Splunk is super powerful because you can look through logs. And I know Splunk Enterprise has this ability to be able to automate based upon things that you build into Splunk. An interesting thing would be to automate basically reactions from Splunk and then connect it to a SDN controller to then be able to redirect to be able to redirect where traffic is happening in the environment to basically remediate issues or to stop things from happening. And so I'm going to swap over to this other screen really quick. New share. I'm gonna move these windows. If I can I zoom this? Okay. This is probably a terrible terminal. Okay. I'm not sure if you can see this, but it's not letting me zoom. Okay. Well, so I have this environment. I'm using Terraform to basically spin up this environment, LXC environment, which is 4 different controller or container zones, each managed by controller. And so I like to kind of test out different things in containerized environments. And the cool thing about LXD is it allows you to manage containers and allows you to manage VMs. And it's basically just a free VMware or VirtualBox that you can really kind of think about. And so I have this, let's see if I can move this, zoom. I have this controller over here. I called it Locus. And basically Locus, what it does is it's a controller that also connects to the Snort socket. And so I'm just gonna change this really quick. So I have this Snort listener. Actually, I can't change that really quick. But I have this Snort listener. I'll open it back up. That basically opens up the Snort socket file and then parses out the alert. The alerts basically say, hey, Snort has detected this in the environment, or it gives you this big block of information of what's happening, and you can basically do whatever you want to do from there. And so if I go into the environment, I'm already in the environment. Let me just kill Snort really quick. And I go to restart Snort, so it's not working. I'm just gonna run Snort in not daemon mode, so you can see the alerts. Listen to socket. TACL is the port where you want to put your logs, and then the script path. Okay, starting Snort really quick. So this container, the master container that I'm in, has a port that mirrors to everything in the environment, which is typical for Snort installations. And so if I was to basically do an Nmap scan, so I had to install an Nmap on this container. If I was to do an Nmap scan, I should get a Snort alert that there was a scan that happened in the environment. So port 22 install stack's open. Let's see if it pops up. See if I had this. Oh, I had it on the wrong mode. Sorry about that. Really quick. I forgot a flag for the intrusion prevention system for Snort being enabled. So that's correct. Tech I, oh wait, no. Tech Q, D, I. It's not Tech Q. Okay, try that again. Try something really quick. Now, if it fails, you copy and paste your script. Take out the daemon mode. I may have broke a configuration file when I rebuilt this environment with Snort. So I'll just kind of go over this from a high level view since the alerts. I'm sorry. I'll go back to the presentation. Okay. And then I'll push the code so that if anyone wants to see what happened or how to do this in the environment. So basically, what I was trying to show is with Snort, you can basically configure Snort to give you alerts, and you can configure the alerts to go to a socket. When you're using a software-defined network controller, you can basically have the controller to connect to the socket. In the socket, you'll basically have to parse through a bunch of the alert information. And while parsing through the information, you can detect, based upon what type of rules that you configure, you can configure the alerts to basically say, hey, Snort found a scanning event, an ICMP packet coming on this port. And it's from this destination MAC address to this destination MAC address. And then I can use the controller to send an update packet to the SDN switch in the environment. And so with that, you're basically creating a next generation firewall without paying any vendor. But that's a very rudimentary implementation of a next generation firewall. You need the sandboxing features, which basically you can do in this environment if you connect the controller to some automation tool like SolStack, which is future work within this research. You can connect it to anything via northbound. And so the idea that I'm really trying to present is the whole DevSecOps idea, right, is a lot of vendors are kind of proposing these different ways to implement specific features, whether it be sandboxing, policy enforcement, and management. and at the same time, there's implications, there's security implications about enforcing it through centralized ways. For example, the SDN controller traditionally, or started out traditionally, is a centralized way to manage networks. Because it's centralized, and if an attacker takes over the controller, he can then update flows to any switch, redirecting traffic, and at the same time, he can basically take over the network without you really knowing, because he has control of the controller. But then when you think about the distributed impact, or the distributed integration of these types of tools, utilizing centralized logs and then distributing kind of the mechanisms that are able to control the environment, you have the possibility or the potential to kind of mitigate that problem that the centralized configurations present. So if we go back to the idea of the next generation firewall, sandboxing, intrusion prevention, policy enforcement. If you were to use, I guess, not a controller written from scratch, but if you were to use a controller like Open Daylight, for example, Open Daylight has a web GUI that you can basically do policy enforcement, and then you can also configure it to connect to sandboxing and intrusion detection utilities via its northbound scripts and its different APIs. And so the power is there. You just have to kind of invest some time into learning the different tooling, learning about the different ideas of how these things happen. But generally, the overview of the idea is the most important. Why is it important? Automation is super powerful, and it needs to be intelligently built in. Thinking about how the centralization of different automation tools, for example, lead to people taking over those automation tools and then spinning up different things in the environment. For example, I heard about a horror story about someone took over an Azure account and was able to spin up different instances in the environment via the tooling that they had built into it. I believe they were using some Ansible integration that used certificates to basically deploy. Like if you had the certificate, you could deploy using Ansible in their environment. And someone took over that, and they were able to deploy a bunch of different instances that they were using for cryptocurrency mining, which is very interesting. And also at the same time, you can make tools work for you. You don't have to always pay people to kind of get these cool features. A lot of the times, people are building on top of other different other ideas. For example, VMware, Microsoft, all have these really cool network implementations that they market as like you can easily manage your network. But for the most part, most of them are built on top of Open vSwitch, which is something that I was just using to manage or to network these different controllers. And so if you have the opportunity to pay for something, it does save you time, but also on the same token, there's other people who are working on free and open source utilities that potentially do the same thing. And so that's the end of my presentation. If you have any questions, let me know. You can catch me on Twitter. I have a website. I update it for the most part. I'm going to be posting the controller code in the environment once I can figure out why the configuration was wrong, but that should be pinned to the top of my GitHub with the controller. I'm also actively working on it for research, and so if it's not updated, it's probably because the updates are in a private repository, and then I'll document it and push more updates to the GitHub page. So if you have any questions, let me know. I'm sorry if that was convoluted, but if you have any questions, I definitely can answer them. That's all I have though.
Hello, everyone. I'm glad that y'all stuck out this long for our wonderful event today, and it's been a lot of presentations going on. So I'm excited. So today we're going to talk about where do you fit in cybersecurity career path. Presented by me, Katia Dean. Who is Katia Dean? Well, I'm the founder of Katia SciLife. I recently won the 2020 IC Square Global Rising Star Award for my business, Katia SciLife, so I'm very happy about that. I'm also the program director of career services for Blacks in Cybersecurity, and I also authored my first ebook that's called The Struggle is Real, a blueprint to excel into the cybersecurity discipline. So normally we talked a lot about cybersecurity today, but normally in the media, it's normally portrayed as someone sitting behind a computer, hacking into the system, but that's actually only one area of cybersecurity. We also have a non-technical side, which is, for example, project management. However, I like this definition from Dr. Mansour Hasid, which is cybersecurity is the mission focused and risk optimized governance of information, which maximizes confidentiality, integrity, and availability using a balanced mix of people, policy, and technology while improving over time. So today I'm going to give you all my comic flow, give you all examples of how you can actually use your transferable skills, and then I'm also going to do a demo using the cybersecurity career tool. So today we have Kiko, and Kiko, she's a quality assurance analyst, and she wanted to know how she could get into this industry. So here we go again, another person not actually realizing that they are in cybersecurity, but I'm going to make sure. Oh. Oh no. No one can hear me. Hold on, y'all. Can y'all hear me now? Can y'all hear me now? Oh, okay, hold on. Let me check my audio. Sorry, y'all. We good? Y'all can hear me loud and clear? Okay. Let me try to adjust the audio. Hello. 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 Okay, can y'all hear me now, loud and clear? All right, we're gonna start over. So I apologize, y'all. Thank you. We're starting over. All right, I gotta go back, y'all. Okay, redo. Thank you everybody for joining this wonderful conference. And today I'm going to talk to you all about where do you fit in cybersecurity, going over various cybersecurity paths so you all can actually understand that you have the transferable skills to get into this industry. Who is Katia Dean? Well, I'm the founder of Katia SciLife. I recently won the 2020 IC Square Global Rising Star Award for my business. So I'm very excited about that. I'm also the program director for the career services for Blacks in Cybersecurity headquarters. And I recently authored my ebook that's called The Struggle is Real, a blueprint to excelling to the cybersecurity discipline, where I actually share my whole journey of actually finding employment during a rough time, because I was actually unemployed for 9 months, despite having 2 degrees and having 6 years of experience. And I also was able to share 9 other people wonderful stories on how they got to cybersecurity. So I definitely highly recommend to check that out. Now, cybersecurity, today we heard about a lot of different areas within cybersecurity, but I noticed that cybersecurity is normally portrayed as being a hacker. Okay, y'all can't hear me again. I am having technical difficulties today. Hold on. Okay, so y'all can't hear me. Okay. Okay, sorry, y'all. Going back. Okay, there we go. So hacking is normally portrayed as being behind a computer all day, but that's really one area of cybersecurity. You actually have a non-technical side. And for example, you could also be a project manager or program manager. But I like the definition from Dr. Masroor Haseeb. His definition of cybersecurity is the mission-focused and risk-optimized governance of information, which maximizes confidentiality, integrity, and availability using a balanced mix of people, policy, and technology while improving over time. So I feel as though if people actually get this definition in their mind of what cybersecurity is, then people out there will actually realize that I actually do have the skills, the transferable skills to get into cybersecurity. I just didn't realize that. So hopefully my presentation today will make sure that you all understand that you do have the skills to get into this field. And because everybody liked my comic so much, it wouldn't be right if I didn't do a comic for y'all today. So today we have Kiko, and Kiko, she is a quality assurance analyst, but she just thinks she's not in cybersecurity, so she wants me to help her out with this. So here we go again. You know, another person thinking they're not in cybersecurity, but you actually are. So let's see what type of transferable skills that Kiko actually earned as being a quality assurance person. Analyst. So Kiko actually has the transferable skills. So she actually knows how to conduct tests. She probably understands the NIST SP 800-161, and she also know how to develop test plans. Now, according to one of my resources that I like a lot is the NIST 800-181, which is the cybersecurity workforce publication. And Kiko actually is under the security provision category. So now I'm going to give you all a nice demonstration of the Cyber Career Path tool, and I'm going to give you all examples on how to use this tool using transferable skills. So we had an example where we are going to see where Kiko aligns for her quality assurance analyst role. So you can use this tool in various ways. You can use the select a role option. And what I like about this is that it breaks it down into the different areas, which is IT, cybersecurity, cyber effects, intel, and intelligence. And since we actually have some intelligence people today, from their background, we're actually going to see where they fall into cybersecurity as well. So for Kiko, she actually would be in the IT side. An example of another job title for her, she will fall under the systems testing and evaluation. She could be a specialist. So due to her background, as I mentioned before, plan, prepares, and executes tests and systems. Once again, using this tool, Kiko will fall under the community of IT. The category, as I mentioned before, is security provision. Her specialty area is test and evaluation. And some roles for her to consider when she actually doing her job search are these 5 roles right here within this tool. Now, as I mentioned before, you also have the non-technical side, which is the side I'm on, and that is the oversee and governance side of cybersecurity. And I'm going to use myself as an example so you all can see where I fit in cybersecurity. So for me, I actually fit under, from this tool, I will fit under the cross-functional lifecycle management. And I have various roles. Some of my roles, I was a program analyst. Right now, I'm a systems engineer. Before, I was a senior technical manager, and then I was a cybersecurity engineer. So all of my job titles, even though they were different, I basically did the same day-to-day tasks, but I just had different job titles. So for instance, I'm just going to say program manager because I have some experience dealing with various military programs and I understand the various life cycles. Actually, right now, my current job, I'm learning about the safe agile process. So I'm learning about that business process. But for example, a program manager is a non-technical role. You're really worried about leading, communicating with different people and business processes. So as you can see, using this tool, the main thing is a program manager. But if you could tell, you also have these 5 other roles that fit under a program manager. And actually, this blue area, you could also go into another field, which if you know about requirements, then you could use some of those skills and actually go over to the security provision side of cybersecurity. So that's one example of the non-technical side. And I do see my chat is off the chain and I will answer y'all questions in a few minutes. So for the Intel side, since we have some Intel people today, and a lot of people that I work with, helping with resumes, actually don't fit in this area. So I'm actually excited I could cover this today. So for the Intel side, since I don't like the role part, I'm going to clear the section and I'm actually going to go to the main tool itself. And for the Intel people, depending on their day-to-day tasks, one area they could focus on possibly is cyber intel. And as you could see, for cyber intel, the community is intel, the category is collect and operate. And then for this particular role, the specialty area is cyber operational planning. And as you all can see, once again, they highlight the 5 job roles within this area as well. And I'm going to pause and see if I can answer some of y'all questions in the chat as well. Hopefully I can, maybe. Okay. Let me give y'all another example. Oh, for instance, we had noted this earlier today. It was in the beginning. Someone had mentioned, maybe you like to write, you're a blogger, maybe you come from an English background. You could also fit into cybersecurity as well. And that will go on the oversee and governance side in a role that you can actually consider, or maybe let's just say policy as well. Let's see, let me find it for y'all. Actually, there's a couple roles, so I'm gonna do a couple things. So for instance, let's say you come from there we go. All right, let's say you come from an education background. So maybe you're a teacher, a professor, or people that actually develop courses. Now, you actually fit under the oversee and governance side, and you are actually helping the workforce. So for instance, I do some courses. I have one course that's on my website. So I still fall under the oversee and governance side. And a job title, for instance, if I wanted to add that on my resume, I could add cyber workforce developer. I could probably add manager too, or analyst, depending. But that is another way you could use your transferable skills from an educational background and get it to cybersecurity. Another thing, as I mentioned before, if you know how to develop courses, a teacher again, then you could look under the cyber instructor curriculum developer as a role as well. And that's how, once again, you use those transferable skills to get into cybersecurity as well. And because I help a lot of people in the IT support help desk area, for all those wonderful people, most of everyone will fit in this blue area, which is the operate and maintain side of cybersecurity. So if you're doing IT help desk, another job title you could consider in your job search when you're searching for a job, you could see what pops up for a technical support specialist. That is another job title that you could consider in your job search. So when you're job searching, you don't have to just put IT help desk or help desk, because you will actually miss out on the job, because it could be a technical support specialist or maybe a support analyst. It really all depends. Job titles, I tell people when they are job searching to don't really focus on a job title so much, because a job title is basically a title. You really want to focus on the day-to-day tasks of what you're doing on that job. So as my example, right now I'm a systems engineer, but prior to that, I was a program analyst, and I did some of the same tasks as a program analyst, but also as a system engineer. So I was able to still use my transferable skills, even though I had a different job title. So during my job search, I was able to look up system engineer, business analyst, IT business analyst, sometimes program analyst, and I was still able to widen my job search. So anybody out there, try not to focus on the job title so much. And this is just a demo of the tool, but I also want to show y'all my other resource that I like live and breathe, which is the Cybersecurity Workforce Framework. And if anybody follow me on LinkedIn, everyone know how I am about this publication, which I actually did a course very high level that gives you all examples of how to use your transferable skills. So for instance, when I used the operate and maintain side, this is what I was mentioning. And once again, that is for my IT support people help desk. I also want to cover, since I have y'all here, the investigate side. So maybe you come from a law enforcement background, maybe you majored in criminal justice law. You can use those transferable skills that you already have and actually consider looking at the investigate side. You could possibly go into digital forensics or cyber investigation, because from that law background, you understand the laws, you know how to prepare a case, you know how to gather all that evidence. So those are the transferable skills you have to get into the investigate side. Now, I will note, depending on the job, for digital forensics, you will probably have to learn some coding, depending on whatever the programming language it is. You will have to know a little bit of coding for the investigate side as well. Just so y'all know that. And I just want to go back to my presentation because, Lord behold, we was talking about certifications. And I also have a video on YouTube. Make sure y'all subscribe to my YouTube channel, which I will have at the end of this. But I wanted to show y'all this handy dandy graphic that I find that is so helpful. So once again, this is one of those things where you research. So CompTIA got together with NICE, which is basically the document I just showed you all, the NIST 800-181. And this graphic here actually breaks down the areas, the certifications, and I'm gonna zoom in for y'all in case y'all can't see. The certifications that aligns to the different roles. So when I work with someone with their resume, we go over their security path. So most of the time I work with people that have certifications, and I'm going to say this now because it happens often. For certifications, they are good to have, they test your knowledge, but a lot of people get cert happy and they don't know the role to get, they don't know the role after they get that certification. So now I see it all the time. Oh, I just earned a security plus, but I don't know what roles are out there. This graphic right here is just an example. This graphic is an example of, okay, let's just say, like I said before, you earn a security plus. Well, you can see the security plus is scattered throughout some examples. So for instance, if you want to go on a protect and defend side, protect the networks, the security plus is here. You actually see that the security plus is in 4 of these rows. So maybe you really is interested about incident response. So hey, you earned that security plus. So instead of automatically going over to the help desk side, because once again, a lot of people just think, oh, I got security plus, so all I could do is help desk. No, you actually limit yourself when you could look at different areas as well. So as I tell people all the time, please don't get start happy. Know the role that, like, know your overall role that you want to accomplish at the end. And even if you don't know, maybe honestly just get 2 certs, think about it, because I see it all the time. I have sometimes 10 people that have I have some people that have 5 certifications, they still can't get a job. And when I actually sit down with them and analyze the certifications that they actually earn, they actually didn't realize that they technically went down 2 different paths, and you're a little confused on which way you went because you just probably, like I said before, you got cert happy and you just don't know where to go. So this is a great graphic to reference when you are getting your certs. This is just one. But if you earn any SANS certs, it's the same. Yes, if you earn any SANS certs, they also have SANS. You have to put in Google, which is SANS mapping, NICE, and it will give you that graphic as well. And because I talk fast, but I will answer questions at the end. For any cybersecurity career development, go to my website. Also, subscribe to my YouTube channel. Get my ebook. It will brighten up your day, and it will actually share my struggles. And because it wouldn't be me if I didn't leave y'all with 2 aspirations to leave with y'all today. So one is going to be a acronym from Dr. Chill, which is actually Janae Aiko's dad, which is my favorite artist. But the acronym for y'all today is BLACK. And his acronym for BLACK is Blessed, Loving, Act, Creating Consciousness. And I'm also into positive affirmations and positive cards. So I actually have this card deck that's called The Universe Has Your Back by Gabrielle Bernstein. And the card I pulled for us today that I think speak to us is my energy creates my reality. What I focus on is what I will manifest. So now I'm going to answer y'all questions because I see again that my chat is off the chain. So thank y'all for joining my talk today, and I hope I got y'all some clarity on your cybersecurity paths. And I'm actually gonna show myself. So hey y'all. All right, let me answer some questions. Okay, so one question. Okay, some people say that to get into cyber, need to start at the bottom. Out. How do you feel? So for me, as I said before, it all depends on your path, where you are trying to go in life. So in my path, I guess I didn't start at the bottom. I basically used because I have an engineering background, so I used my engineering skills to get into cyber. If you're starting off as a student, it's okay to start at the bottom. It's nothing wrong with that. But overall, just know what your interests are. So for instance, when I help people, I can help people all day, but at the end of the day, I want to know what you're interested in, because I remember I helped a few people. When I talked to them, some guy, at first he was like, hey, KT, I really want to go on the governance and risk side. But now I see when I follow him on LinkedIn, which I'm very happy for him, he actually now is on the networking side of cybersecurity. So things could change, but I'm just there to, of course, encourage you along the way. Make sure you have some clarity. Make sure you understand that you have the transferable skills. You just didn't know. And here's some resources for you. And this is how to change your mindset a little bit to get into cyber. I don't see, do I have any? Oh, okay, hold on. Okay, so another question is, okay, I'm currently a graduate student getting my master's in digital forensics. Yes, okay. I'm learning, I can't ever pronounce that, so forgive me, autopsy in case, okay, Wireshark. Okay, I'm coming from a digital communications background. Oh, when should I come to you for help with my resume? Oh, well, you know, Shamika, you come to me anytime. I'm always here. Just whenever you're ready. You could either do a resume service first, or you could just set up a clarity call, which is like an hour of my time. It's on my website. You could just set up a call and we could discuss your path first. So you could make sure that you understand what you're looking for. And then when you're ready, we could do your resume. Any more questions, y'all? I know that probably was fast because I like to go fast, do stuff really fast. Oh, y'all welcome. All right. Oh, wait, hold on. I think I got two more. Oh, nope. I answered. Oh, it's a question from YouTube. Okay, y'all can read it to me. We good? Okay.
Hey, this is Alex. I don't see it, but like, let me check. I'm gonna double check. Let's see. Oh, how do you communicate and display work experience versus a cert? I believe that's the question.
Oh, yes. So for me, I'm gonna give you a tidbit. When I was actually unemployed for 9 months, I had a gap, right? So I actually, even now, I'm telling people this now, use this as a positive. So yes, I was looking for work, but what I did on my resume, I turned my job search into a job title. So I gave myself the job title of research. I think it's like research manager. So for instance, I said conducted a 4-month project on navigating my career path. And I actually documented 3 bullet points. I documented how long it took recruiters to get back to me. I documented, because I'm coming from the clear space, I documented how they were looking for people for contracts, but they wasn't hiring right away. I documented that in my process. I started my blog. I gave myself the job title of a cybersecurity blogger. And the reason why I did that was because it's still cyber related. And since I added that on my resume, that actually was a great conversation starter for recruiters. So recruiters would look at my resume and say, oh, can you tell me what a cybersecurity blogger is? And that was actually my positive starting my interviews, instead of being negative, saying, well, I just been job searching, I'm trying to look for a job, but I switched it into a positive. So to display your works, as we all say here, start a blog, YouTube channel. If you're doing as we mentioned before, the network side of things, hey, you're building a home lab, add that as a project. On your resume, add projects. You say building a home lab, you document the type of research you had to do for that home lab, the type of tools you're using, document everything, and that's your positive in an interview. Yes, so my thoughts on contacting recruiters. Yes, so this is what I did during my job search and I was tired. But what I did was, before I applied to a job, I looked at the job first. I would do research on the company because I'm used to working in toxic work environments, and I said, when I get this new job, I'm not dealing with that anymore. So let me make sure I really analyze the company, the type of people that work there, if they volunteer outside of work, do they do any community outreach? So before I would do that, I would find a job I was interested in. I would find an active recruiter. So an active recruiter basically means you find a recruiter, you check their activity on LinkedIn, and you see when the last time they posted. So if they posted 2 weeks ago, 2 days ago, then you reach out to the recruiter. If it's a recruiter you see they posted a month ago, 5 months ago, that means they're not that active on LinkedIn. So I would not recommend reaching out to them. So when you reach out to the recruiter, you want to say, hey, I was conducting a job search and I actually came across your company. I see that your company, for instance, I like to give back to the community. So I want to know if the company gives back. So if I find, hey, I see that your company give back to the community, I'm very interested in that. I actually found a job to fit my skill set. You add the link to the job, and then you tell the recruiter, if you have time, I really like to discuss my expertise with this job. Do not send your resume right away, because they get bombarded with resumes all the time. So you actually want the recruiter to actually ask for your resume in return. And that was very tedious, but that was the way I actually got my interviews. And when I was job searching 2019, from January 2019 to May 2019, I was on 30 plus interviews, but I picked up patterns. I would know, because I was on so many interviews, I would know if I was going on to the next step, if the recruiter liked me, if the recruiter was on some bull crap, if I was going to get ghosts. I picked up on all those patterns because I was on so many interviews and I documented everything. I had a notebook and I documented everything. So yes, you will get tired, but that is my thought on how to stand out with contacting recruiters.
It seems there's one more question. See, I got into cyber and I got pulled into teaching, but I really want to get into operations. Any advice for moving around once you're in cyber? Is it okay to not be on a single trajectory?
Let me see. Yeah, so for that, you would actually need to, well, one, I would need to work with you, but But I would need to get your skill set to see, okay, yes, you're coming from a teacher background, and you want to get to operations. So sometimes you have to think of, okay, from my teacher background, do I have any transferable skills that would get me into operations? And if you don't, then what are you doing outside of work to get you into operation? Are you taking Udemy courses? Are you attending any virtual events that deals with operations? And if so, then you would add that to your resume. So it could at least show that, okay, this person is making a new transition, but this is what they're learning outside so they could get into this new field. I hope that answered your question.
I think that's about it. I don't see any more questions. Please, if you guys have any more, go ahead and drop them below. But I don't see any, so let me give them a minute. Okay, one more. 1 second. Another question, do you feel as though recruiters care about projects such as studying on Udemy, building a homeland or home lab, or studying for certs?
I say it depends on the recruiter itself and also the hiring manager. So during my time when I was looking for jobs, I went to an open house. Yes, I went to an open house event for a company, and the hiring manager, I actually added my Udemy courses on there, and it's like, oh, you did some Udemy courses. That's great. It shows that you're you're studying stuff outside. So for that question, it depends. I would not say don't do add it on there, because as I said before, that's to you, or to you and to me, that's your experience. You're learning, because as we all can see today in this field, you have to be willing to learn. You cannot be stagnant. You always have to know what's going on. And if it's comfortable for you to, in an interview, for instance, you know how to speak to that project, then that's going to at least put you above, because you at least know how to explain what you did in that project, instead of saying, well, I don't know, or I haven't did anything. So if you could explain that project, explain that home lab, add that to your resume. And as I mentioned before, that is your conversation starter for your interviewing process. And plus, that will also loosen up your nervousness, because you actually know how to explain that project. Nope, I don't think I see any more questions. Oh, wait.
Oh, one more. Oh, there we go.
I see it. How do you highlight those points? Yes, so for that, you will want give yourself a job title. Well, it depends. You give yourself a job title, and there are different formats for a resume. I could go all day, but that would be a different topic for y'all. But to highlight those points, you would just want to write 3 impactful statements. So for instance, let's just say, built a home lab using, I use a Windows operating system, Linux operating system. I had to conduct research on various programming languages, and then you add one more bullet point. Sometimes it's good to keep it short and sweet. Sometimes depending, and it all varies, which I'm about to answer this question now. Do you recommend one-page resume, or is it? So here we go, page limits for resumes. Page limits, it varies. So for instance, if you are just starting out, you're a student, I mean, you have no experience whatsoever, I normally have resumes that's 1 to 2 pages tops. For entry-level student, I mean, you just get out of school, you just have some school projects, and maybe you worked at like Chipotle or something. I had somebody that worked at Chipotle, but he had a IT cert and he actually got a job, which I was happy for that. My experience, my resume is actually 3.5 pages. Some people, depending on the years of experience, might have longer resumes, maybe 6 pages. It all depends. But I do want to note this. It's okay to document everything, but at the same time, you have to realize that recruiters really only have 6 seconds to look at your resume. So they're really not going to want to look at 15 bullet points of everything you did at one job. And then sometimes some people, I notice this often when I do resumes, some people, they run out of stuff to say. So they think, I'll call it slick. So they think they slick and they would try to copy and edit the same statement at the job before. And I'm just like, no, because you're not really saying anything. So the page limit is a toss up. You'll get a lot of opinions from different people. It really all depends, honestly. But one page, I always say 1 page, 2 pages would be very entry level. As I said before, in my experience, I have 3.5 pages. Sometimes I cut it down. It all depends. So I hope that answers your question.
There's a couple more in the chat and in the.
Okay, I'm very popular.
Yeah.
I probably should have went last.
I'm weak. We already talked about, okay, another question. Well, there's about 4 or so. So let me just read them out. How do you highlight those points on a resume, which I know you kind of discussed, but if you wanted to go into that more. Also, do you recommend 1-page resume, or is it okay to have 2? I believe you answered that. And then as well, there's another question. Should you add previous experience that has nothing to do with cyber on your resume? So you can deep dive into that if you'd like.
So no, not that. This is my thing about adding previous experience. Okay, so for instance, when I'm dealing with someone that has a transition resume, so transition resume is someone that's coming from an educational background. I think I had somebody that came from real estate background, and you're trying to get into cyber. So I have to think outside the box when I work with you. Okay, what cyber related stuff did you deal with in real estate? So for instance, real estate, you still had to deal with customers' data. So in real estate, you had to gather the client's information for documentation. That's data. What type of policies and procedures you had to go by, and whatever real estate terms, what type of policy and procedures you had to deal with in a real estate background. So if you're going to use experience that does not have to relate to cyber, then you need to know yourself. Where does my transferable skills relate into cyber? But I know, see some people do this too. They add a hobby, snowboarding. That's fine. You do snowboarding on your own. But unless the company you going for, they go on some snow trips or something, maybe you can add that on the resume, because that's a good, like, hey, I see your company do some snow trips. I do snowboarding on the side. Add that hobby. But if the company, just don't add that hobby on there. Unless I take that back, unless you find a hiring manager's information on LinkedIn and you do some research and you see, Bob do snowboarding, then you could talk about that interview. Then hey, maybe you could mention snowboarding, but don't go all off the rockers. Oh, hey, one of my clients. Hey, one of my clients out here. Thank you.
You still have a couple more questions. Sorry. I'm not catching them fast enough, or they just keep coming in. Oh, there we go. Okay, 1 second. Another question, how would you add a skill such as you teach a certification course to show your teaching skills and ability? Also, sorry, more just came in, but go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna answer that one first. So
Okay.
the one example, you probably missed it, but let's say you teach a course. So you could say cybersecurity instructor, or the other one was cybersecurity curriculum developer. That would be your job title. And then you would know possibly how many hours you spent developing that course. You could say let's just say I created a course called Intro to SOC Analyst. That's your course. You could say I spent 3,000 hours developing this course. In this course, the students will learn these specific topics dealing with how to be a SOC analyst. So you want to have 3 to 5 bullet points to show, hey, this is how I'm a instructor, this is how cyber related. Once again, you can reach out to me for my services and I can help you with that too.
All right, sounds good. It looks like we are running out of time. Oh, sorry. sorry, there's a lot going on. But everyone, please, if you need to, go ahead and reach out on her various social medias, in the chat, talk to her directly. And thank you so much for your time. We do have to move on.
All right, y'all welcome. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. All right, next, I believe we have Mike or, oh, hold on 1 second. If he's ready.
Hello. Can anyone hear me? Hello?
We can.
All right, loud and clear, loud and clear. Wow, well, it's been a pleasure to be on this. I really enjoy Kasha's talk, so she's kind of hard to follow. I am Michael Lassiter Jr., and I want to discuss with you all bypassing the AI. This came to me when I was just thinking about the challenges I had when entering cybersecurity years ago. And I want to share some of the things that I observed, things that I've noticed, and things that I had to overcome. I'm the type of person where if I overcome an obstacle, I want to share to others how I was able to do the same. So just a little bit about me, just a hint. I am an independent penetration tester. I've been in IT space for 8 going on 9 years. I'm Associate VP for NetSwitch Technology Management. I have a Master of Science in Cybersecurity. I actually specialize in pen testing and ethical hacking. Prior to me obtaining my master's, I had an undergraduate in criminal justice. I minored in computer security and forensics. I was a prior adjunct for the University of Arizona. Prior to that, I built the red team for a very large medical device company. Prior to that, I was a hire out of the Hewlett Packard Enterprise Company out of North Carolina, where I was part of that particular group where I would mentor and train junior pen testers that would come up and actually pen test in the Northern Virginia, DC area. So just a little bit about me and the agenda for this particular talk is a couple of bullet points. AI in the recruitment process. How does AI play a role? How do you recognize the AI? How do you get past the AI? What are the pitfalls to avoid when you're trying to obtain your next particular role or position? Or even, as we've heard earlier, how do you transition into cybersecurity when you're coming from a different space? I actually transitioned into cybersecurity. Prior to cybersecurity, I was in a total different field because my undergrad was in criminal justice. So my route was very non-traditional. There were a couple of things that I had to do just to get into the field, a couple of things that I had to do. My initial challenge was, how do I show my experience? How am I able to showcase my knowledge? How am I able to reflect what I can write on a resume and get it in front of someone? So I did a number of things. I attended cybersecurity conferences in Maryland. I volunteered to be a mentor in the AFA Cybersecurity Patriot. I would find opportunities in different ways to showcase what I know, knowing that I was approaching a field that's very experience heavy, and I didn't have it. On a commercial standpoint, I knew that I had to find ways to show my abilities and my knowledge that I was gaining at the time. So with the AI that's in the recruitment process, here's a couple of bullet points. The first one is very alarming. over half of the talent acquisition leaders say that the most difficult part of the recruiting process is pre-screening the candidates. There was one particular role I remember interviewing for years ago, and the recruiter actually divulged to me that she did not understand cybersecurity at all, yet she was tasked with the duty of recruiting and filling roles that were cybersecurity based. So, with that being said, they were using AI and other software that could filter the applications out to help the recruiters who did not understand cybersecurity. The next bullet point is something I learned with a combination of research, Googling, and just meeting and communicating with different recruiters who were willing enough to admit the things that you would not know up front. Candidates are automatically graded, and only candidates with a high grade will be passed on to the phone interview stage. So as the bullet point underneath, it says, example, A to B receives a call back, seen below, could receive a rejection with a generic email. And so what the AI would do, it would screen a resume, look for the frequency of keywords, look at the years of experience that's entered for every job title that you may have. It would take the data and then use it to make a decision. And based upon the decision, candidates are ranked. And based upon the ranking, it determines if that particular candidate received a callback. The last bullet, AI is often used to parse data from the applicant pool and compile a list of the quote unquote best fits for a role or position. The best fit phrase, I am not a fan of it. I've heard everything in the world from best fit, cultural fit, teamwork fit, company fit, every similarity or similar you can think of fit was in the particular phrase. And the AI will use the data that comes from a resume or the actual applicant form that's entered, whether you're using Workday, ICMS, or something along that line. It will use the data that's entered and create this criteria for a recruiter to look. And sometimes the AI will make a decision that would say this person is less likely to stay with the company because of the numerous gaps that are in the resume. AI and the recruitment process continues. So here are a couple more bullet points. 67% of hiring managers use AI to save time during the hiring process. So you can only imagine where you have LinkedIn, Indeed, Dice, or some other platform where it can collect and pull resumes. And they will not spend hours upon hours to manually review a resume. So they would rely on certain software to cut down and reduce the time that's needed to fill a particular opening. Pre-selected questions are implemented during an AI-based video interview. There are some roles where someone can apply to, and the first step is not really speaking with a hiring manager. It's actually going through a video interview that has pre-selected questions. And so a candidate can sit in front of the computer, webcam is running and it's on. And even though the questions are pre-selected, the camera is gauging how frequent the candidate moves during the video interview. I didn't know this until I found out the hard way. So if a candidate moves frequently during a video interview, if the head moves left or right frequently, the AI uses it to determine that the candidate is actually unsure and uncertain of their responses. So even the confidence falls into the grading. The questions are pre-selected and the answers could be correct, but the movement during the video interview has a grade. And it is one of the most ridiculous things that I have seen, but they call it as a factor. LinkedIn Recruiter is often used by talent acquisition to find and filter candidates. So the searches are based on a combination of filters and skills or experience that the tool uses as a baseline. So as an example, let's say you have someone who's trying to fill an opening of senior security engineer, digital forensics analysts, different titles of those things. Those particular positions have a very specific set of skills. We all know about the ongoing debate that's in cybersecurity, where the entry level requisition has CISSP or some other certification that's predicated upon you must be in the field for a number of years, but somehow they manage to include that particular certification within an entry level description. So searches are configured to filter out the skills that are listed on your LinkedIn profile. And based upon what it can filter out, it falls into that particular search. There's a tool called ARIA. It's used to make decisions according to the collected data. ARIA actually analyzes numerical data and it gives input if a candidate will likely stay with the company. So you have some companies that will use software to determine if a candidate would stay within a company for a number of years. Now, because of COVID-19 and everything that's occurred with the pandemic, I do not feel that a company that will use this tool would be in a recommended or ethical manner, because there are millions of people right now who could possibly have a gap because of COVID-19. Will they make the changes on the filtering the software? It's completely up to them. But many companies do use software to make decisions before a phone interview is even granted. Ideal screens approximately 5 million candidates a month across a wide range of industries. This was quoted by the CEO. 5 million candidates a month. That's an enormous amount of people that are screened. So how can someone get around this? What are some of the things that we can do to bypass the AI in this process? There are a couple of things, and it may sound like a bit repeat because we've heard this throughout the day, but it's still great things. Tailor the resume according to the job description. A generic resume is not recommended. It is not recommended. It can hardly bypass the AI because the AI is configured to inspect it for very specific keywords. When I was part of a medical device company, I was the first internal hire from a red team's perspective. So at the ground zero level, I and my teammates were responsible for building the team. As the company began to expand, we had to expand our team. When I was a senior red team member, I was pulled into vendor meetings. And by being pulled into vendor meetings, I was one of the ones that could influence the decision to acquire a product, solution, something on that line. So as an example, there was a tool called AppSpider by Rapid7, which is made to test web applications. We consider AppSpider as one of our products that was in our environment. So when we expanded the team to add on a third person, guess what was in that particular job description? AppSpider. The company wanted someone who was familiar with AppSpider, or at least had the ability to learn it quickly. So job descriptions sometimes have certain specific tools because that the company chose to use that tool over another tool that you may actually have more experience with. So how do you get around a job description that may favor one tool over another, but both do the same thing? Elaborate on the experience you have with one tool and elaborate the functions of the tool that are highly identical to the functions of the tool that they actually want. So they can at least compare your experience to their requirements. Say, hey, well, this person knows how to conduct certain things with this tool, so they already understand what's happening underneath the application layer. Middle bullet point: experience, regardless if it's volunteer or you were paid or compensated. It is experience because skills are gained and they're demonstrated. As mentioned earlier, when I was trying to get into the cybersecurity field, I looked for every opportunity to showcase myself and do things. And the labs that I had to complete when I was getting my master's, I didn't realize how valuable they were until I graduated, because I was able to elaborate on those labs where I had to actually craft malware, labs where I made malware. I was able to do things that a black hat would do. And I elaborated on those particular labs as part of my resume, and actually played a big help or a big role in me getting to cybersecurity. List and provide the details of all your activities that were hands-on, no matter if it was a small project, medium project, even large project. If it was hands-on, it is still experience that you can use to speak about. Don't assume that neither an AI or recruiter can interpret your cybersecurity skills. There are many who may admit to you that, hey, I'm recruiting for a role that honestly, I don't even know what it is. But there are some who will not admit it. I have some to read my resume, recruited for a pen tester, and asked me if I had pen testing experience. And I had to laugh on the inside because I knew the recruiter did not read my resume, because I've been pen testing for going on 7 years. Network, network, and network. I can't elaborate enough on the network, and network part. The conference that we are part of today is a great example of networking, meeting other cybersecurity professionals, picking their brains, learning from the mistakes they made, gaining knowledge, gaining something you can add to yourself. My first cybersecurity experience that I was intended, nothing more, was in Maryland, and I entered this drawing and I didn't think too much about it until I received the email and I actually won a course that was valued at $1,500 that I didn't have to pay for. I said, wow, I like this. I can go to a conference and learn things, and I did not expect to receive a voucher. And so those are some of the perks that you can obtain when you visit a conference. You just never know what may come out of it. Network with a current employee of the company via the referral route. There are some companies where they will lean on the employees internally and say, hey, do you know somebody that has a set of skills? Do you know anybody? And they may go, you know what? I know one guy. I met him at a conference the other day. Oh, I received a LinkedIn message, and I may want to go back and message to see if he's interested. Because roles open up at different times. So you can network with a person and it may not have a role for you right then, but then 2 or 3 weeks later, a role is open because it was approved by budget. Now you are a referral now. Bypassing AI still. Number 1, connect with a cybersecurity staffing company that may have exclusive rights to the role. There are some companies that when they're recruiting for roles, they have exclusive rights where no other company will recruit for that role. So your only competition comes from candidates who are applying directly to the company. But there could be a cybersecurity staffing company that has exclusive rights. And I actually went through this where there was a company that has exclusive rights to a role, and me working with that cybersecurity staffing company, I was hired. I was able to bypass the AI. I didn't have to apply directly to the company. My resume was received from the recruiter. It was passed on to the hiring manager. I went to 2 interviews and I received an offer. So a lot of these things that are in this PowerPoint is really coming from direct experience. Number 2, discuss cybersecurity subjects openly on LinkedIn. LinkedIn is a great platform for having open discussion about cybersecurity, and sometimes you never know who's watching. Your post can create a trail of activity that is often overviewed, is looked over by a hiring manager. So you never know who could potentially look at your activity and say, hey, I like how this person is inquisitive. They have a passion for this. I'll have to check them out. Number 3, do not solely depend on the easy apply. Even though it's easy to apply on LinkedIn, you should not overly depend on it. Because one role can easily receive hundreds of applicants, and I can say that enough. So it may benefit you to take a few minutes to modify your resume to reflect the job role. And as mentioned earlier about contacting the recruiter, yes, they do not like to receive resumes up front. But if you express interest in the particular role that they are hunting for, then it can put you ahead of the line. And also research the company just a little bit. So when they ask you, have you ever heard of us? You can say with confidence, yes, I researched, I visited the website, I read the recent news or the blog. When you're able to say yes, that push you further away ahead of the line. If you cannot say yes and say, well, I just saw the job role and I wanted to apply, the recruiter may not really feel that you want to be part of the company. So take a few minutes and look over the company. It really can put you ahead. Pitfalls to avoid. As a recap, do not assume your skills can be interpreted from your resume. One resume is not suitable for every job description. If you see a job description that has different tools, different technologies, but the procedure that you are definitely familiar with, then change a few things up to reflect the things you have done. I come from different parts of cybersecurity. I've been senior red team. I've been an incident response lead. I've been a prior adjunct. I've been a cybersecurity consultant. So I have different areas of experience within cybersecurity. So my resume, if I was to shoot for something, it has to be tailored according to what I'm going for. The AI sends out rejections without human input. It's good to not take it inwardly. I know of a situation that literally occurred a couple of days ago where someone applied to a role and within 5 actual minutes, the person received a rejection. So imagine applying and you walk away from your computer and you come back and you have a rejection. And it happened because of the AI not really going through the resume and really, the AI can't conclude that you really can do it. And this is my conclusion. Network with companies that specialize in cybersecurity staffing. If you are able, find out who the hiring manager is who's overseeing the role or position. Try not to have a generic resume. Do not disregard your lab or education-based experience. Attend cybersecurity conferences whenever you can. And as always, continue to network. Thank you for listening to this talk. It's a few things. I have a social media, I have LinkedIn. That's my Twitter handle. My YouTube channel is very young. I'm still putting more videos on it. And that's my direct contact.
Awesome. All right. Thank you so much. I don't see any more questions in the chat. I'm going to just look really quick, but I think we are all set. So yeah, thank you so much again.
No problem.
All right, guys. So we do have next our Tanium, I hope I'm saying that right, Tanium or Tanium group. And I believe they're all set and ready to go. Tanium, oh. Okay, everyone's ready to present? Great, I'll go ahead and give them the floor.
All right, give us just a second. We're gonna go ahead and share the screen. All right, are folks able to see what we have on the screen?
Yep.
Perfect. All right, so my name is Stephanie Aceves. I'm here with Tanium. I have a lot of my colleagues on the line with me, so we're gonna start off by introducing ourselves. So Jeff, you wanna go ahead and introduce yourself?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeff Maxson. I am a technical account manager with Tanium. I have been in the IT industry for 20 years now, actually. Graduated from Florida Atlantic University in South Florida. I'm an Alpha Phi Alpha member. I've been at Tanium for a little bit over 2 years now, kind of been around the block. I got my degree in computer science. I took that degree, actually I started out college electrical engineering, switched to computer science. And after switching to computer science, I've been doing, general AD exchange and some level of security. But, programming is still my heart. And that's what I enjoy doing. That's what I'm at Tanium for.
Cool, good stuff. I'll go next. My name is Kofi Asarifi. I'm an associate of technical account management here at Tanium. I've been in the field probably about, I would say, 5 years. So I'm fairly young in the game. However, I've gained a wealth of experience in my tenure. I am a member of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. I don't know about that alpha stuff. We'll leave that over there. But I started out in operations and slowly but surely moved over to security here and there, and fell in love with it. And here I am. So I'm happy to be here, and thank you for having me.
Perfect. Hey everyone, my name is Stephanie Aceves. I'm a director of technical account management at Tanium, specifically focusing on building out our company in Latin America. Prior to Tanium, I did some consulting, I think like Michael. So I started off in digital forensics and incident response, and then spent some time on our external facing red team. So my background is security heavy. And currently in my role, I'm one of the subject matter experts for our security product at Tanium. So that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and give you all kind of a little bit of background about Tanium. And then we're gonna, the plan for today is we're gonna tell you what Tanium is. And then we're gonna have Jeff and Kofi share stories about their experience in cybersecurity, their experiences specifically with Tanium. And then we're gonna have a little bit more of a dialogue. So we encourage you at any point, if you have technical questions, we're hoping that this will also be informative. I know that for a lot of us, when we attend talks like this, it's most interesting when we can learn something new and we have something new to Google and look into. So we encourage you, for those of you that are actually on the Zoom session, to go ahead and submit your questions. I believe that you're actually going to be able to unmute yourself and speak if you'd like to, and really engage with us. All right. So what do we do? So Tanium is a software company, right? And without giving you guys a big spiel, essentially we are a software company that is a platform. And what we've done is we've re-architected how the endpoint communicates on the network. Now that's a really flashy way to say we have a patented architecture, and that architecture allows us to have both visibility and control across the entire enterprise. So what that means, we'll talk about in just a second. The way that the current landscape exists in IT, right? IT and security are one and the same nowadays. So you really cannot talk about cybersecurity without talking about a proper IT hygiene, without talking about operations. Because when you have a hygienic IT program, when you make sure that your machines are being patched, when you are able to say that we're scanning consistently for vulnerabilities and we're remediating those vulns, then you know that you're not caught. You know that you're not caught in that retroactive kind of whack-a-mole type of game where you're just responding to incidents, right? So the ideal scenario is to be proactive. What ends up happening is you have a problem that is referred to in the industry as agent bloat. So you have, on your corporate computer, you might have a device for vulnerability an agent software for vulnerability scanning. You might have one for data loss prevention. You might have one for security. You've got all these different agents that are doing different things. And from an IT perspective, from a business perspective, it's a lot of overhead cost to support. And it also will probably steal a lot of the resources from your machine. All right, talking architecture here. We're gonna kind of explain briefly how Tanium is different. I don't want this to be super sales pitchy, so if it gets there, Maxon and Kofi, feel free to chime in. So technically the way that Tanium works, right? The old way of doing things is what we used to call the hub and spoke. And this is the old way, it's the non-Tanium way. This is how a lot of tool sets are currently approaching problems today. Typically what you have in a corporate environment is you have a primary server, and that server is the brain of the operation. That server is going to connect to different relay servers, and those relay servers are going to be dispersed, geographically. They're also there to kind of help offload some of the traffic and some of the resource consumption from the amount of work to support the end endpoints. What you have then is that these relay servers have to form these point-to-point connections with every endpoint under management. So I mentioned, for example, that my background is in red teaming. In that role, essentially, like if I wanted to run a quick Nmap scan, something very simple, that's a kind of a hub and spoke architecture, because it's a single server, or in my case, my laptop would have to connect to every single device that I would want to get information on. This causes a lot of problems, and we're not going to get into a lot of them today, but just think of how hard it is to support all of these servers that are in different countries, especially as the country grows bigger. And then especially now that everyone's working from home, trying to support everyone coming in through a VPN, there are a lot of business and cost issues that the companies end up facing. So Tanium, we got nice and fancy, and we decided to come up with our own architecture. And this is the patented architecture that we refer to as a linear chain. Essentially what we've done is, I've mentioned that we re-architected the way that the endpoints are communicating on the network. On top of that architecture, we're able to build products, build modules that address a lot of different use cases, things like operations. So the real fun, flashy side of patching and application management, things like that. Asset visibility. Do you know what's connected to your network? Do you know if somebody is plugged in a Raspberry Pi and is using it for data exfil? Do you have eyes on what is on the network and what shouldn't be on the network? Security hygiene, again, kind of proactive, making sure that you don't have a shared local admin password, which I know Jeff is going to talk about in a little bit. Making sure that you're hardening your system so that you're not exposing yourself to unnecessary risk. And then the last part, hopefully, is not, we're not putting out fires, but like every single day, but this is a big part of cybersecurity, is detection and response, making sure that if somebody wants to take advantage of any of these vulnerabilities, that you have a way to identify those attackers, those adversaries, and respond and remediate. All right, we're gonna just kind of mention here briefly. So typically the way it works in organizations, we have endpoint management. This is your operations side. And then we have endpoint security. This is kind of a salesy slide, and we're not gonna spend too much time on it. So that brings us to war stories. So I'm going to hand it over to Jeff. And this is the part where I really encourage you guys to ask questions. Jeff and Kofi are very humble, but they've got a lot of really cool experiences, and they are here to just drop knowledge on y'all as much as you guys want to know. So feel free to unmute and go ahead and ask questions. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Jeff.
Okay, good afternoon. So just to give you a little bit more background on my experience, I've worked at probably top 20 Fortune 500 companies over the last 20 years. Home Depot, ING, E-Trade, pretty much name it, I've kind of been there. done everything again from systems management to security and above. One of the stories I want to talk to you guys today is one that I've seen quite a lot. I did Microsoft consulting for about 6 years with what we call a Microsoft Gold partner, which means that we're, MVP certified. We've gone through all the levels, and whenever someone needs Microsoft help, we're called in. I had a client in the Atlanta area that called in and said, hey, something's going on with our workstations. We're not sure what it is, can you send someone to help? I was available, drove. When I get there, I'm seeing that they're running some antivirus. Their antivirus isn't picking up what's happening. So in the IT world, you have antivirus, which is meant to protect you from your day-to-day intrusions, right? It tries to protect you from email, phishing, and there's different levels. Unfortunately, this company's antivirus wasn't catching it. So in the industry of security, we use tools like Stinger, which is like a McAfee tool, which is a self-contained EXE that will generally be released and find viruses that you need to, maybe handle and fix issues that your current antivirus can't. So because I've had experience in that, that was the first thing I did. I used the tool on one machine, found out, oh, okay, well, this is the name of the virus. This is what's going on. So I cleaned off one machine. Great. Okay. This company was using SCCM, which is, again, that hub and spoke. So this company had maybe 400 locations across the world. So I get into SCCM, I start pushing out this Stinger tool to start clearing these machines and getting this virus out of there. We start rolling out. 5-10 minutes in, I'm able to look, because again, when you think about a virus, there are telltale signs of a virus. This specific virus would drop a folder in the user's profile called U, literally just the word U _, and I could just search for that. And so when the virus was cleared, that folder was gone. Well, I cleaned the machine. 15 minutes later, it's reinfected. It's like, hold on. So, we're cleaning machines. Again, this is a company with 15,000 plus workstations. We're clearing, again, hub and spoke. So we're getting maybe a couple hundred an hour, and those couple of hundred within 15, 20 minutes are reinfected. So now I have to take a step back and say, okay, this isn't just a regular come in, get this virus out and keep it moving. It's what is going on. I have a little experience in networking. This company has what we call Meraki tool. I was seeing that huge amounts of data was going to an IP address in Russia. So at the security level, first thing you're going to do is say, hey, okay, this is no longer a virus. This is actually a company infiltration. So first thing you have to do is block external IPs to the company, because you don't know if we catch this IP, it can move. So this goes back to what we call controlling command centers. And that's kind of the point. If many of you have heard about crypto, that's what it does, right? It shifts. If everyone knew the exact IPs, it'd be easy to block. This wasn't one of those cases. So once we blocked it, there are steps for security, and you kind of learn that with experience. There's never a silver bullet for anything. So for me coming in, I started with Meraki blocking everything going out. Okay, but machines are still getting infected. So again, they're using SCCM. Start to research. I'm like, okay, something doesn't make sense. How is a machine getting reinfected when we're running a tool to clear it out? After doing some research, I found that this company, because they write their own software, they wrote their own software, but didn't write it to run at the user level, okay? So in the Windows world, we have what we call administrator and users. You generally, at most companies I've been at, you have your users as users. And when I say a user can't go to the system32 folder. He can't turn on, off BitLocker, can't disable antivirus and security. Your administrator is a person that you trust, that you understands the system and needs less handholding. Well, what I found was, because this company designed their own software, they never designed it to run with user level restrictions. So guess what they did? They added what we call an Active Directory domain user. So domain user is a group that everyone gets added to whenever your account gets created, okay? You have a few groups in there. There's, domain user, domain admin. Well, they took domain user and added it to every workstation's local administrator group. So for those that are unaware, you're basically saying that Jeff can log into all 15,000 machines, make changes, and nothing stops him. So what happened was, because everyone was an admin, someone's account got infiltrated, password got bled out somewhere. they're using that account to shift across all 15,000 PCs. So what this thing was doing was when I cleaned it off, it would check and see another machine and say, oh, this machine doesn't have this U folder, reinfect. And we just basically just kept starting this process over. So as you can tell, this is one of those cases where it's not a silver bullet. It took them probably 6 months of re-imaging, because you're talking about 15,000 machines, and the virus really entrenched itself into the system. But one of the things working at Tanium that I found from SCCM, I've been doing SCCM for probably 14 years. So that's all I knew. I mean, I've worked with other products, but at that time.
What's SCCM?
Oh, sorry. SCCM is Microsoft System Center Configuration Manager. That's their tool that they use for patching, antivirus, system management, imaging. That's the tool that you use for what we call enterprise desktop management, or EDM. Tanium, what I found coming in at Tanium, which was very hard with SCCM, is that SCCM uses a database. So in SCCM, when I would scan a machine, I'd have to wait an hour to even 7 days to get data. And so you're talking about a database that has a finite size. And if that size gets overwhelmed by too much data, it stops. So coming to Tanium, this is the reason why I brought this war story up, was that if I had this, Tanium has a number of security level tools. We have a tool called Impact, where Impact can look and say, so Tanium isn't reactive, we're proactive, okay? And what that means is that we built a system that's aware of security vulnerabilities and we look for it. So in the case of the tool of Impact, when they would have set up Tanium as their management tool, the first thing that would have came across is, hey, guess what? Every person in the company has access to the CEO's PC. Is that what you want? And then if it's not, how do I remediate? And then you have other modules. But Impact is a free piece of our solution that we give to our clients to help them make and adjust their environments based on those decisions. So again, when you think about this as a whole, because your product wasn't designed to work as a user, someone thought, well, we'll just make everyone an admin across PCs. I should not be able to log into Stephanie's PC, nor should she be able to log into mine and look at my data. That's a security vulnerability. Now, the fact that I can do that across 15,000, what stops me from going to the CEO's machine and sending an email on his behalf? So we're not secure. And so these are some of the things that, Tanium does very, very well and does it real time. As I said, SCCM will take hours to push out an EXE. In Tanium, we're able to patch 40,000 PCs in 40 minutes flat and tell you that they're patched 5 or 10 minutes after. So, and that's because of how our platform works and how it communicates. So that's one of the key benefits that I find coming into this company. Another thing that when I started with, I started out, I have a computer science degree. And so in IT, sometimes you kind of get pigeonholed. Like I said, I did SCCM for probably about 13, 14 years. And not that I didn't like it, but I love to learn. That's what drives me. And so with most companies, they want to keep you more into that piece. I found that the companies I've worked at have allowed me to kind of move around. One of the key things I love about Tanium specifically is that even though I am on what we call a platform SME, which I handle basically deploy and patch, if I see an issue at the coding level, I can talk to a developer directly via Slack and say, hey, dude, I read your code. It's great, but I found this enhancement, and I can write my own code to adjust that. You don't get that at many companies. I mean, that's one of the greatest things. And I'll give you an example. We had an issue with Patch, which is our tool, with some code in it. And I spent about 3 nights of just dev time on my own, reading, understanding the code, and then going to the guy that wrote it and say, hey, I know where it's broken. It's broken because this API call doesn't exist. This is how you fix it. And within 3 days of him hearing that, he took it, fixed it, and we had to fix out the next day. I don't know many, I mean, again, I've been doing this 20 years. I've not been at any company where I've gotten easy access to the people doing the work, but also easy access to talk back and say, hey guys, this is what's happening. How can I help? So not only am I helping the companies I work for, but I'm helping my company by having the ability to look at our code. And all of us have labs. So if we see something, we think something can be better, we can provide that. And that's one of the greatest things I find about Tanium. during our first conference, we actually have a function where people like me, Stephanie, Kofi, we can actually come in and give ideas of stuff that we think would make this product better. And the company as a whole listens to it. So it isn't this thing where, okay, I feel this great thing, I gave it to my manager and it ended there. No, we have conferences that's what we drive is we want improvement. We want to make our product better, and who to make it better than the people who are in it every day. Okay.
Great. Thanks, Jeff. So I have a question for you. Can you elaborate a little bit? And I know Kofi's going to talk about his kind of career trajectory to get to Tanium and more about, life at Tanium. Can you talk, Jeff, a little bit, and Kofi, you as well, about what your day-to-day looks like as a director, as a technical account manager, as an ATM? Like, what can people expect if they're considering careers with Tanium? And I'll go ahead and answer too eventually, so I can talk a little bit to the security piece, but go ahead and you can go and answer.
You want to talk to like what my objectives are through like my manager, or just like my day-to-day as I do?
How do you spend your time? Like, what does it look like to be a TAM at Tanium?
Okay, so I'm a TAM, which means that I have accounts. So right now I have about 5 different accounts with different sizes. I've got a client with 100,000 endpoints, another with 70,000, another with 5. So my day-to-day is, hey, what's going on? One of the things you'll find about Tanium that you won't find in a lot of companies, we don't have a help desk. So a technical account manager, I am as a company, when you have a problem, if you're my client, there's 2 of us on the team and we work together to support you. So if a ticket comes in, one of the things I think is working at Microsoft and other companies I hated is you call in, hey, I have a problem. You have to spend 30 minutes just telling them what your environment's like. Okay, I have 16 servers. I've got this much memory. Nope, at Tanium, your account managers already know it. So when you're calling in a ticket, you're getting a reply within 15 minutes of, hey, there's a problem. Let's go in and do that. That's how we do our support right now. Now, as far as my day-to-day, it's really looking at my clients, understanding what they're doing. We try to place you with clients that, are very useful of your skill set. So for me, I'm what we call a platform SME or operations SME. So I deal with clients that, deal with patching, software deployments, but I also have that security side as well from the Tanium. So a lot of our training is going to be on the different modules. And one of the key things I like is that when I came in, they wanted me for patch, but I'm helping with deploy. And, me and Kofi, even though he's a Kappa, we work very well together. And, it's one of the things I will say that about our organizations is no matter where you're from, you congregate together. It just happens, so he's a protects me. He's taught me a lot. I mean, some of the days I will ping Kofi and just say, hey, I'm about to do a demo. You want to sit in? And it's always learning, so outside of my day-to-day management of my clients, because again, that's what I do. There's also learning. The company provides you a lot of stuff. They give you a physical desktop that you can throw VMware on and experiment. I mean, you can do anything you can think of in your lab. So your day-to-day is really learning. If I can say anything about Tanium or IT as a whole, if you're not a person that doesn't want to learn, and it's one of those things where, okay, I've learned everything I can, there's always something else. The one story I'll finish off with is I've been doing IT for 20 years. There's a guy's named Jeff Stokes. You can look him up. He's been writing since probably 2000. I'm talking, I have OneNote, Evernote of this guy's stuff that I've used, I've referred other people to, and I work on the same team as him. And you don't know how good it is to be in an environment where everyone has some type of knowledge and you can use that to pick stuff. Hey, does anybody know anything about Minecraft? Someone knows, and it's not embarrassing. You can just go in and say, hey guys, I don't know this, and they will sit down and spend time. That's one of the greatest things I love about it. And again, it's probably one of the best stories I can have, because me and Jeff talk at night, just, hey, how's it going? How's your day? And it's like, I've been following this guy for 10 years.
That's funny. I had a similar experience. I was looking up Linux forensics, and I found one article on the SANS website, and it was written by Dave Hull, who was the head of our EDR team. And sure enough, like, we have a very collaborative environment, so I can ping him on Slack and have him talk me through what he had done in terms of research in that space. So cool. All right, Kofi, you want to go ahead and talk a little bit about what your day-to-day looks like?
Yeah. So first and foremost, I'm not going to take this slander from Jeff. Okay? We're knocking it out right here. Okay. But day to day, my day to day is I wake up, I log into my machine, and I do a lot of learning. So to add on to what Jeff's saying is, I have a few customers, some based here in the Atlanta area. Contact them and say, all right, hey, well, what are you trying to do? So I think of it almost like a mini consultant, right? Here's our platform. Here are some tools that we have for you, right? And what is it that you're trying to accomplish, and how can we help you do that, right? One of the advantages of Tanium is you're able to do a lot of custom things. So if it's something that doesn't exist today, we have the means and methods to reach out to either somebody else, or we can look into our labs and create something that's specific for your environment, right? So day to day, I'm waking up. I might hit Jeff up and say, all right, hey, what's on the agenda for today, right? Let's look at what ways can we help our customers, or what ways can we help with efficiency, right? Maybe they're working on something, there's a project, right? Let's look for a solution for them, right? A lot of times people will come say, all right, hey, I'm looking for X, Y, and Z. Allow us to figure out the problem for you, break it down into actionable pieces, and then from there we can provide a solution for you that solves what you're trying to do. But outside of that, a lot of it is reading, learning. With my background, a lot of the stuff that came to me was new, right? It was I've never seen this before. I've never engaged with this type of work before, right? And being able to connect with some of the creators of these ideas, or these scripts, or these just in general, just everything, right? It's giving me the ability to really just hone in on learning and growing every single day, right? And like I said, I get to consult with teams. I had a team yesterday that I spoke with that has 500,000, 600,000 endpoints, right? And I can engage with them and say, all right, hey, here's a better way of doing X, Y, and Z, right? And here's how we can help manage your team better, or here's how we can help manage some of the policies that you have, because we see gaps. And like I said, we work like almost like consultants. So we have a lot of time. If we're not working with customers or working on something specific for a customer, we're spending a lot of time learning, right? For example, I hit up Stephanie not too long ago because it's like, all right, hey, there's a new vulnerability that's pretty big, right? I'm like, okay, Stephanie has experience in this. I can contact Stephanie and she can give me the foundational understanding that I need in order for me to be able to research even further. So a lot of the time is waking up, making sure that none of my customers have any they don't have anything any gaps, anything that they need help with. So it's just engaging with them, and then from there, it's learning and honing on my craft. So that's how I spend my days over here.
Cool. So my role is a little bit different. So one thing that I think both of you guys hit on that I really want to reemphasize, my background is cybersecurity. And you hear that Jeff has some background in SECM, Kofi's done some work, more on the IT side. So we all kind of have very different backgrounds, but we're all very much in cybersecurity, or at the very minimum, cyber adjacent, right? I say this to say, when you all are, for those of you that are not yet in cybersecurity, for those of you that are trying to make that leap, really think about what it means for you to be in cybersecurity, because there are a number of different jobs, and you can get deep down and you can get into your red team. You can get you can do pen testing, you can do incident response, but you can also help on the proactive, more strategic side of cybersecurity. One of the cool things about working at a vendor, we're considered vendors because we sell software, is exactly what Kofi was talking about. We are trusted advisors, and specifically the advantage of working at a vendor like Tanium, or there is nothing, I don't think there's a vendor that does it like Tanium. Tanium does operations, risk, and security, all right? So when you're considering your career, if you want your resume to be really stacked up, if you want experience in, like, for those of y'all that are considering a CISO position, or you want to be a CIO, Tanium has a lot of those opportunities. Why? Because you get to learn the domains that are critical to every single part of the business. You need to learn about patching. You need to learn why it's so hard when a 0-day comes out to get that visibility. You get to learn about vulnerability scanning, compliance scanning. You get to learn about incident response, digital forensics. You get that plethora at Tanium, which I think is one of the really unique advantages of working at a company that does it all. And then just to tag on to what they said, we have experts in the field. Like Maxon's example is so perfect. And like I said, I had a similar experience where we really work with the top of the top, right? So it's it's a Slack message. They're a Slack message away from me to jump on a Zoom with them and for them to explain. I remember my background is cybersecurity heavy. And so I remember when I joined, I had a customer that needed to do some SCCM patching for Linux. I have no background in SCCM patching. That was not my expertise. So I sent a quick note in one of our Slack channels, and one of the guys that worked at Microsoft that developed SCCM jumped on a Zoom with me and walked me through it from start to finish. That collaborative, like team focused learning is, I think, one of the best things of working at Tanium. I did want to now hand it over to Kofi to talk a little bit about his journey into cybersecurity. I think this is something that we all thought that you all might benefit from, specifically because you can see that we've all started in very different places. And so there's a lot of different paths to getting into cybersecurity. So starting from IT, starting from computer science, wherever you start, I think Kofi has a really interesting story to share with us today.
Thanks, Stephanie, appreciate it. So where do I start? I'll go from the very beginning, and then I'll jump and get to where we are now. So I was born in Ghana, West Africa, and moved to Chicago when I was a baby. So it was in the States for a while. And then here's the jump, right? From there, I lived in Kentucky for a little bit, bounced around, like lived in a couple of different cities, a couple of different states, and ended up attending the University of Louisville in Kentucky. And so shout out to all the Cardinals that may be on the call, but went to University of Louisville, and in 2009, I ended up having a son. So I immediately went to begin my family. So I had to leave. I had to drop out. And as such, I didn't know what to do. But the thing, I've always been good at figuring out puzzles, I guess. So it's like, all right, here's a problem, and here's a solution for that problem. And I had always worked in IT operations in some capacity, right? And I worked for a Fortune 100 company based in California, pretty big company. And from there, I realized that there was a glass ceiling. I was like, you know what? There's so much out there that I want to learn. I've been learning. I mean, honestly, I had to get on YouTube and call YouTube University, because I had to get on there, like, all right, like, how do you do this? How do you learn this? Like, what is the basic? What is the foundation? Right? I go to the library, pick up a book, read it, scan it. All right, go back. And so from there, I ended up at a company based here in Atlanta. I'll name drop, but a company based in Atlanta called Cabbage, right? And they were a great company to work for. I mean, I'm talking about the ceiling had opened up. I could learn whatever I wanted to learn. And I managed pretty much operations, pretty much for the Mac environment. And from there, there was something about security that I wanted to learn. I said, you know what? I've got to figure out what somebody told me, hey man, go to cybersecurity like this. It's a lot of fun. And I'm like, listen, what do you mean fun? How does somebody define fun, right? But from there, I was able to essentially just pick up small things here and there. And because I had a wide range of topics that I could cover during the day, from operations, patching, deployments, just compliance, everything. So with that being said, here and there, I picked up a lot of my skill sets. And one day, one of my close friends, very, very, very close friends, hit me up. She says, "Are you looking for a job?" And I said, "Nope, I'm good. I'm happy. I'm ecstatic. I love where I'm at. I mean, my job was amazing, right? I had free food. It was catered every day. Bring your kids to work. A limited vacation. All the good stuff." And I said, "You know what? I'm happy here." And she's like, "Well, you need to be learning more about cybersecurity." And I said, "Well, hey, let me look into this." So, funny as it is, it was Stephanie. I reached out to Stephanie, and Stephanie said, "Listen," I said, "Stephanie, I've looked at this. I've done research. I've played with this in labs, right? I've done this at home, right? Like large scale. Can I do this?" And Stephanie was like, "Listen," she said, "Kofi, trust me." And I said, "You know what? Okay, all right. We're gonna see today, okay?" So I hit her up. We talked a little bit about it. And she gave me some additional information about just basically what I'd be doing, right? And I found out that a lot of that stuff I had already been doing, And the stuff that I didn't know, I was worried. I was like, you know what, there's no way I'm gonna, pick this up, or there's no way I'm going to understand this, right? But the thing is, I had a strong foundational understanding, right? Which really put everything together in hindsight when I look at it. And with that being said, I left the company. I went to the interviews and everything like that, and here I am today. So a lot of times, oftentimes, people hit me up and say, "Hey, Kofi, like, does this require that you have a degree to do this? Should I take this 8-week course?" Right? I say more power to you, right? Like, definitely, I am a big fan of having that educational background and having that understanding. Simultaneously, it's about having those skill sets, right, and having that understanding, and having the will, like I said, to learn something new every day, and to grow. With those skill sets, like I said, I've landed myself here. It's a great job. I work with great people every single day. I have great customers. I'm in my house, just absorbing a lot of information, wealth of information, and I thoroughly enjoy it. And I thoroughly love it here. So that's kind of my path to cyber. And I like to say that I'm cyber adjacent, because I'm not as deep as Stephanie and Jeff, but I get what I need to get done. So yeah, that's me.
I gotcha. Thanks, Kofi. There's a question that came in from YouTube that I want to pose to you two. It says, how do you think further technological advances will impact jobs in the cybersecurity field? For example, Ansible, Puppet, IT automation. Jeff, you want to start with this?
Sure. I've been doing IT, like I said, 20 years now. I think if anything I've learned is one of the things I'll tell you that was very hard for me, and I found that getting into the industry early was a problem, was being what I call pigeonholed, where, if you think about, like, this is really old school, but like AS400, VB script, and that's all you knew, and that's the end of the world. Well, that really is the end of your world. What I've found in, I think one of the things I think as a young Black man that helped me was knowing that you have to keep wanting to learn, and it's to better yourself, And so with technology, I think that it's very affluent that you see the same types of attributes around these individuals. And the reason why I say that is, if you look at 5-6 years ago, if you were a networking guy, that was cool. That's all you needed to know. But if you look at Azure as a whole, AWS, you're not going to find an AWS or an Azure admin that only knows networking. Most of these guys, you have to understand fabric, storage. You have to understand networking, firewalling. What is IIS? What is information? IT automation, Puppet. I mean, again, my degree is in programming, so I can pick up anything very well. But I think today, even with Kofi will tell you, for some of our clients, they'll come to us and say, hey, I'm trying to do this, and I'll have to figure out some new coding method to do it, So I say that to preface that, whether it's Puppet, I think technology is always going to change. I think people have to be able to change with it, but also understand that 10 years ago, it was okay just knowing, a Puppet and you could survive. I don't think that's the same thing today. I think that everything, I come from what we call object-oriented programming. Once you learn that foundation, it builds you up. And it's the same thing for security. Like, I've seen a lot in Stephanie in the red and blue team, is once you've got that foundation, growing left, right, up or down is pretty easy. So if you're able to understand that that's how our world is now, there is no more, hey, all I know is, SQL, and that's my world. It's a big change.
Jeff, real quick, can you tell people what Ansible and Puppet are, for those that are tuned in that have never heard of those technologies?
Those are technologies that we use for what we call, like, I don't know the specific term, but it's IT automation. So basically, if you're a Azure or AWS person, Puppet's a very proprietary language that allows you to interact with multiple, like, you can do, I want to spin up an AWS VM with these settings, and it's one language versus it being a different language for each one. So as you'll see in today's world, everyone has some type of automation. Microsoft has Orchestrator, VMware has Operations Manager. Puppet is actually one of those very very useful, but very proprietary. And you know, again, if you get the chance to learn it, take advantage of it. A lot of companies are using it now, and it's for IT automation.
Perfect. I'll go ahead and jump in here as well. I think one of the changes we can expect, as much as we see a lot of automation happening, we also see a lot of complexity being added, right? So in addition, kind of like Maxon, like I never call him Jeff, like Maxon is saying, you know, you are going to see there's a need for a broader breadth of knowledge in a lot of these domains. But additionally, I think we're just going to be, as people, as the employees that work in this industry, solving a lot tougher problems, because now we can have the automation take care of that low-hanging fruit, right? So whereas maybe before we had somebody manually going in, hopefully not anytime recently, but manually going in and pushing patches to every single machine, or manually going in and doing XYZ on these machines, a lot of these automation technologies make it so that you're responsible for making sure that that action gets deployed, making sure that those patches are deployed, or that you're running some type of security intelligence scan, right? And you are responsible for validating that it executed successfully, but you're not sitting there in the manual day-to-day. So now your job, you can focus on diving deep into the alerts that you got. You can focus onto, hey, I got an interesting alert. Let me go ahead and start dumping memory. Let me go ahead and start looking into this machine and, you know, to figure out what exactly that attacker was attempting to do. Kofi?
Yeah, so what I'm going to talk about primarily is just being Black at Tanium, right? One of the questions that I've always asked when looking at a job is, well, who's over there, right? Because for me, it's I've needed to feel welcomed, right? And you can't say that every company that talks it walks it, right? I've not seen that. I have not had that experience at Tanium. Every time that I have brought, I mean, from day one when I came in, like I felt welcomed. The people were extremely receptive and super helpful with anything that I needed. Me and Jeff, obviously, we grew pretty close because of our fraternal angst and and fights. But you know, the thing is, like, you know, initially it's one of those things where, you know, it's a concern. But the thing is, I come in, I do the work, and I have a great team that supports me every single step of the way. There's things that I do not know, that I'm not as fluent in, right? I handle more of the Mac side of the house, right? And I can engage in that. You want to talk about Apple all day? I got you, right? But when you want, you know, there's other things that I've learned just in the course of being here, that have really helped and shaped me as a cyber adjacent individual, right? But you know, to dive into it, finding a company that supports you and doesn't you know, doesn't, what's the word I'm looking for? I want to be politically correct, right? But you know, finding a company that makes sure that you're taken care of is super important. It's very pivotal to your experience, and I feel like Tanium has done that through and through. Will I say, okay, hey, you know, like it's the best at what it does? I think we all have our growing opportunities, right? And I feel personally that being here has been one of the best experiences I've ever had as a Black man in the tech field, because there's not a lot there's not a lot of us here, right? And I think that's, you know, that's some of the aim is how do we operate in this space and it safely, right? And be able to engage with one another. So I mean, that's a quick rundown of my experiences, but it's been amazing. I love it.
Maxon, do you have anything you want to add?
I will say that, you know, as a young person of color, this is the time of your lives, you know. And if I have any advice, some of the things I heard when I first joined the meeting was about resumes, about internships. So to give you an example, when I started, I interned every summer. I mean, I interned at Dell, Siemens, Tyco. You know, I was making $20, $30 an hour. And it wasn't about the money, it was the learning. And that's what built up my resume to get me to where I am today. So if I can say anything that, or emphasize anything that I heard earlier that I couldn't really chime into, is your resume is meant to get you through the door. You need to sell yourself and make it, you know, what it is. If I can give you any advice, take as many chances as you can to do internships, whether it's free, paid, the opportunity that you experience, the names that you can put on the resume, the people you meet will influence you for the rest of your lives. A good example is Kofi and Stephanie, you know, Jeff Stokes and me. You know, it's like me and him are, we're pretty close. And it's funny because, again, I never thought I would ever meet this guy in my life, but it's you're at that prime moment of your life where you make a decision and it will, you know, it will affect you the rest of your time. So be smart about it. If this is what you want to do, then, you know, go full in. But again, you know, reiterate what they've said before. You know, your resume is really just to get you through the door. It's about your talent. It's about you going in and showing them who you are. And that's what sells it.
Great, I love that. All righty, so we are gonna hand it over to Kiana for the fun part, because we were also having fun, but Kiana's gonna give you guys the answers that I know you want, which is how to get a job at Tanium. So Kiana, take it away.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kiana Daniels, and I recruit for the Enterprise Services Organization here at Tanium, and I'm based in DC. I actually sit in Alexandria, and I will be talking to you about the ESO internship program with us. Our ESO organization actually provides hands-on keyboard support for Tanium and customers. We're just a little bit over a year and a half old, and we're one of the fastest growing organizations within Tanium, with a little bit over 120 plus employees and growing. So whoop whoop for ESO. We have two types of internships that we offer for our organization. One is an integrations engineer for interns with an interest in a background in like DevOps, scripting, and or enterprise integration projects. And then the other internship is a systems administrator infrastructure engineer for people who don't have a development background, but are interested in hands-on keyboard infrastructure opportunities. The internship will focus on IT and security operations related projects as well. So what would you be doing as an intern for ESO? Well, you'll work one-on-one with a mentor who's in the role you're interning for. You'll also work on projects and share with shadow engineers, and together you'll work on real challenging issues for our customers. So real world scenarios will be part of that engagement. At the end of the internship, you'll be well-versed in Tanium and the platform, where you'll understand how it works enough to support it, operate it, and integrate it. We'll also train you on how to present and demonstrate Tanium and its capabilities, because one of the neat, interesting parts of our internship is you get to demo Tanium to an actual customer. We also provide you with a Dell server to use at home in a lab environment to make sure you have enough training and feel confident enough. So when you get in front of those customers, you have the confidence to do so because you've had enough hands-on touch point with the platform. All of these things that I've listed with Tanium's internship are really unique because you get that real world hand-on experience, but it also builds your soft skills training and help you long-term in any role that you would try to get far beyond just the internship with us. And one of the interesting points that I would like to note based on our internship program up to this point is that 100% of our interns have rated us over 4 stars, and they said that they will refer a friend to the program, which I think is amazing that you have that type of feedback from previous interns. I think we have one of our interns actually on the call that hopefully will avail herself to kind of answer any of your questions. Let's talk about eligibility. Who's eligible, right? So our undergraduate, so we actually look for undergraduate juniors and seniors, as well as graduate students who are post-grad up to 1 year. So you have 12-month window, even if you graduated graduate school, to actually apply to an internship with us, which I think is amazing. Most programs will stop at that junior senior year, but we find value in our graduate students as well. Some of the requirements, we look for people primarily with degrees in computer science, intelligence, and cybersecurity. It's really nice, but it's not required, and it doesn't influence our selection process. So it doesn't matter what degree you have, you can always like re-career in security and IT from any other discipline. And you'll see that sometimes if you go and just search some of our engineers, the various disciplines they might have came from. What we look for in interns, we look for someone that's passionate about technology. Have you been involved in activities like cybersecurity technology clubs? Have you been active in professional organizations like Black in Cyber? Have you attended or volunteered at conferences? Have you taken part of any kind of like technical competitions? I believe it was Michael Lassiter I was listening to when I came on. He was giving you guys those actual key points, which were really critical. They were spot on. Also, have you expressed the natural curiosity? Do you have a home lab? Have you searched out free resources and identified further learning outside of the classroom? So those are some of the skill sets that we would look for on a resume from an intern. We also look for people who align with our values, being unstoppable in solving technical challenges, wanting to do the right thing, have a high sense of ethics. Also, you know, making sure that you have a desire to want to be part of a collaborative team and be able to solve critical issues. As you see with Stephanie, Kofi, and Jeff, they actually talk and engage all of the time, even though they're working remotely. It's just as close knit as it would be if you worked side by side in the office space. There's always constant sharing among the team, and you know, just kind of resonate. They make you feel like you are friends to these people, even if you don't sit in the same office space with them. The dates of our internship program: we have 2 internship date starts. One is May 24th. And one is June 7. Each program runs for 10 weeks total, and it's 100% remote due to COVID. Now, here's the great news about the internship. Everyone should get very excited about this portion, is you get $35 hourly for compensation plus $1,500 a month in a home office stipend. It makes me wish that I would have had an internship like this. I majored in communications and I got a whopping 0. I had to pay for my own internship and housing. So when I saw this, I was like, this is a sweet deal. So hopefully that gets you excited if nothing else does. Outside of ESO, we have internships with our technical account managing program, as well as our software engineers. So if you guys want to and are interested in our internship, I'm actually going to drop my information into the chat so that you can connect with me at any time. And I actually engage you to, if you have any questions about the programs or offerings, just come off of mute and ask me and I'll avail myself. But I'm going to drop my information on how to contact me and reach out to me if you have any questions here in the chat right now. So you should see all my details there. That's my email for direct emails if you want to send me your resume, as well as my LinkedIn profile. Now, as far as a deadline, we don't have a deadline. We have 4 intern slots available just for ESO. I'm not certain on the number of roles for the other organizations, but they are rolling for us in ESO. So if you guys are interested in interning, just please make sure to reach out to me as soon as possible, get your resume in the hat, and start interviewing as soon as we possibly can, and we'll move you through the process. Just to talk a little bit about the interview process, it's not painful. You only have 3 steps in that process. It's an interview with myself as a recruiter screen. We do a light technical evaluation with one of our mentors from the ESO program, and then you talk with our executive leader in the organization as well. So if you guys have any questions, just please come off of mute and ask them directly.
I do want to introduce Vishaka. Vishaka, do you want to go ahead and say hi? V is one of our interns. She just finished this summer.
Hi. I can't turn on my camera. I don't know what's stopping me, but I was a technical account management intern this summer. It was actually really interesting because it was COVID. So I was fully expecting to move over to San Francisco to the offices and have a full internship experience. I actually had the same exact experience that I was hoping to have. It was incredible and the team was amazing. As they just said earlier, how even though it's remote and even though things are happening behind the scenes, Tanium still fosters an incredible environment for learning and collaboration. So throughout the whole summer, there was me and 3 other people, all in the Tanium TAM organization. So that's technical account management, which is a little bit different than what you've been hearing with the ESO org. It's more clientele based, and it's a lot of shadowing the clients and working with Tanium itself versus being very hands-on. And we would just sit, us 4 interns together, all in a Zoom session, working on our own things simultaneously. It was honestly the best experience that I've had. And like some of the other panelists mentioned, it really is about experience over even just learning. And I've had, I think Tanium was my 5th or 6th internship experience. And even then, I'd say it was the best internship experience, even considering COVID. There was a diversity channel that was created on the Slack around the time that I joined, or maybe before. There were so many ways that Tanium provided for me as an intern to make me feel like I was a part of the collective. There was even a channel for lady TAMs, lady technical account managers, which made me feel so valid. It was awesome. And I'm sure, as we can see, there are, like in the tech industry, but also specifically in cybersecurity, which I didn't really see until I started at Tanium, that there is a big lack in women as well. So I love seeing these like interns in the chat, or possible interns, you know, who are girls coming in and asking these questions. Love seeing diversity on that level as well. The biggest thing and the biggest advice I can offer if you are looking for an internship with Tanium is to really hone into your natural talents and take the time to learn about cybersecurity. I know Steph on her Instagram page, she's doing a little cybersecurity basics where she's introducing different topics, but doing things like that and readying yourself before these interviews, readying yourself before maybe even speaking to the recruiters about what cybersecurity is, because there are things that we're actually already introduced to. We just don't really realize it at scale. Being raised in the tech generation, we see a lot of things with like helping our parents with their Wi-Fi routers, and you know, you come to a page that may not even load on your browser, and we know what these things are. I think most of us even memorize the different error numbers that pop up on those pages and what they mean. Those are all cybersecurity basics, and even though it may seem daunting because you may not have had experience, or you may not have had classes that outright talk about cybersecurity, that you know it, and the imposter syndrome is just imposter syndrome, and you can learn it really well, even if it's not available at your school. And if you guys have any questions, I'll leave my email and my LinkedIn in the chat as well. Feel free to reach out. I'll be starting at Tanium in June as an assistant technical account manager, and I'm really, really excited. So feel free to reach out. I'm still in contact with everyone at Tanium and would love to help you. Yeah, let me know what I can do.
Thanks, V. All right, so we've got, I think, about 7 minutes left. Anyone that is on Zoom, or if you have questions on YouTube, please let us know. We're here to answer any questions that you all might have. Kofi, Maxon, anything else you want to add while we've got a few minutes here?
Should I give him the Thai story or give him your Thai story?
Oh my gosh, please.
Allow me to share my screen really quick. So just to give you an idea of what a team is, I started at Tanium February of last year, and I always wear a shirt and tie. So even though I work from home, this is what you will normally see me in. And well, Stephanie thought it would be great during what we call our pod weeks to give me a gift. And I'm sharing that gift now. Let me know if you can see it.
So he's not exaggerating. Every day, like we're in t-shirts, hair is like maybe brushed. Maxim was always in this same suit and tie. So we stole his picture and I had it printed on a ton of ties, and I passed them out at our like quarterly meeting to the rest of the team.
And so as you can see, the same color shirt in the tie I'm wearing as I'm wearing this tie. So we have what we call pod weeks, which is where, you know, all of the Tanium employees get together. Well, funny story. I'm at the back of a room during one of our meetings, and I have this same exact shirt, this same exact tie, and the CEO of the company walks in, he looks at me, turns left, looks again, and then just walks out. And that's the kind of people that you're working with. I mean, you know, it is a fun environment. It is safe. It is very open, but this is an example, if I had to give anyone, of the welcomeness that you get from the group, because even though I still wear shirt and ties every day, that's just my preference. I dress the job I want, and I think everybody should do their thing. But this is an example of how a team sees, dude, you still wearing a tie, and they all literally, we're at a meeting and every one of them's wearing this tie with shorts, flip flops, and here we go.
Yeah, we welcome our TAMs by roasting them. So
I want to say something really quick on what I think it's Katya said in the chat about why the company win a Great Place to Work award. And one of the things I'm going to say is that Tanium is a company that really, truthfully, I'm not saying this, I'm not putting no sugar on this, that cares about their employees, right? Not only, they're empathetic, right? So it's like, they're not asking the question of, okay, like, why did you hit X, Y, and Z numbers, right? It's like, tell me more about you. What's going on with you in your life? And they care. Like my boss, I honestly, when I first met my boss, I was like, I don't know how this is going to work out. Like I was honestly, I talked to Stephanie about it. Stephanie's like, just believe it, just trust. I probably, best boss I've had, and I've worked at some really great places, like honestly, some of the best places in the world, I would say. So, that being said, is like, when you have a company that cares about their employees, that you're not just a number, right? You're not somebody that's just there to do a job, but to provide a great experience for your team, right? And they care about the internal customer in addition to the external customer. You're gonna have a great company to work for, and I think that's what we have here.
To piggyback off of that, even as an intern, you do face that same level of respect. I remember when my internship started, it was around the same time that the protests started, and I live in Houston. I live in downtown Houston, Texas, and I wasn't doing all right. So I reached out to my hiring manager and I expressed my concerns, and they were there for me. My managers, my skip levels, my HR manager, they were all there for me. And that's nothing that I've ever received at any other company.
Yeah, just to kind of reemphasize just what V said, there is a lot of concern about just our mental health and how we're doing as employees. I'll take, for instance, in May, we were given what I almost call like a forced vacation day on a Friday. It was just randomly, it was so much going on in society. We had a lot of unrest socially, and people weren't really coping well. And the company took the temperature just of what was going on societally and just said, you know what? If you guys have meetings, you have work, reschedule it, push it off. We don't want you working. Take Friday off. If you guys look at my resume and look at me on LinkedIn, I've had several lives. I've worked from television all the way to the federal government up at the executive level. And I've never, ever been told to take a mental health day, because they really don't care if you have mental health. And to come into an organization that actually walks its cultural values is so awe-inspiring. It gets you excited about the work you're doing, especially me from a recruitment perspective. It makes me even more genuine when I'm actually pitching these roles to people, because I'm not just selling an opportunity, I'm selling an opportunity that could change your life. It can change your professional trajectory. It can change your engagement and how you express yourself as a professional in the workplace. And you're working with the top engineers in the world. We're talking about engineers that developed Big Fix and have came from every type of organization you could possibly think of, from small businesses to enterprise size environment. And they have such a wealth of knowledge that they're always willing to share. You're never going to slack someone and they not be able or willing to support you. You always are going to have someone that's got your back. I come from a non-technical background and I'm qualifying systems admin engineers. So I was like, what was that? What is that? And I came into this job completely kind of as a novice and got all the support that I need to where I can actually speak intelligently from, a non-technical perspective to a pretty highly qualified technical engineer. So that just gives you how they equip you to be successful. So if you come to Tanium and you fail, it's because you absolutely didn't try.
Thank you so much, Kiona. The last thing I'll add for those of you that are interested in Tanium and you want to know more about the technology, we do have a lot of like technical videos on YouTube, but feel free to reach out to us if you have any questions. I know that I speak for all of us on the panel. We're more than willing to have conversations with you, career guiding or just Tanium specific. You let us know. So I will hand it back to
Thank you, guys. I just wanted to say hi. If you didn't already know who I am or who I look like, of course, Michaela, but my name is Alexandria Barnett, Alex, and I'm our Director of Public Relations. So hey guys, it's so nice to see you guys and meet you. And of course, for anyone else who just tuned in this last couple of hours, hey. So I just want to say hi and thank you guys so much. I'm coming from Dell, so it's super refreshing to hear you using Dell servers and that you actually care about mental health. Maybe there's shade, I don't know.
Yeah.
But anyway, not as much shade as was thrown around, for everyone else going on here. I love, the Greek unity. Hey guys, hey Alana. So yeah, it's been awesome just like hearing from you guys. Like, I love this, it's so iconic, so.
Yeah, and just to kind of offer up myself and my colleague, she's actually on the channel, Marissa Villalobos. She actually is the one who helped coordinate this wonderful opportunity. So big ups to Marissa. She's always doing amazing things for D&I regarding from a recruitment perspective. She's just amazing. So if you guys have not connected with Marissa, please do so. She's part of and is on the board of a lot of really exciting cybersecurity engineering groups. So please reach out to her and follow her on LinkedIn and connect with her. She also does some sort of some coaching sometimes, so I don't want to put Marissa out there too much, but I'll support as best I can. I'm here in DC, so avail yourselves to reach out to me if you guys are having other events and you want us to participate. Please don't hesitate to invite us. We would love to be a partner actively moving forward with you. And you'll know that we're here to kind of support you guys the best way we can. We want to see you all be successful and hopefully land a home.
I see sorry y'all, I see one more comment in the chat or a question. I think that some of the links aren't working or something about along those lines. Let me see. It looks like, I'm not sure which link, because there's a lot of them, but apparently some links aren't working. So let's, I guess, circle back on that.
Yeah, we can follow up after and send a document with all of our individual contact information for you guys. So I'll make sure I'll coordinate that effort and get something to you on Monday.
Yay, awesome, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, guys, I think y'all actually close us out. So without I don't believe we have any more questions, but thank you again so much from the board at Black and Cyber, as well as everyone else, our big family, and you guys, our extended family. So I just wanted to say that on behalf of all of us. And yeah, we'll be reaching out again shortly just to get all your info and distribute it, as well as myself, I'll definitely reach out to you guys too.
Awesome. Thank you for
Thanks
having
us. Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks, everyone.
Enjoy Saturday here. It's so great in DC today. Like the weather's beautiful. Get out of here. Go do something. Bye, guys.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.